Day 4 here in Viennoge, Scott Page Field. Really love coming back here. We've seen some excellent contests in the past. Early in this tournament though, Prague CC, they look hard to beat, don't they? But a lot of cricket still to come. In fact, here on Day 4, we'll see some rematches from yesterday. Looking forward to that. Big day on ECN, 7 matches across the network. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Checkout, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. And when I say huge, I mean humongous at the moment, because 7 matches across the network today. We've got 5 here in Prague. We've got 2 in the night series a little bit later on. Rico Full will be standing by in the ECN Portugal. But right here, right now, it's great to be back. It's my first day here at the ground, though I have been watching over the first 3 days, and yeah, watching a few teams, a few players that I know in particular, and a couple of new faces as well, doing pretty well. But right now, it is time for the first match of 5 today here in Prague, and it's going to be match number 16. This is a match between Prague Spartans and United. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The Sheriff, he's back. Charles Croucher is over there with the 2 teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 16.
What call? Tails is the call, and it's a tail. That first.
So the news from the toss is that Kranthi Venkateswamy of Spartans, he's won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Good, confident call by him. And we know that when these 2 teams met yesterday, it was United that batted first and held on by 16 runs, 113 to 97. So, you know, around about 1 day since they last met, you can see there's not too much between these 2 sides. So maybe the Spartans batting first, they can get a small advantage with the pressure of runs in the board. Got to say that United, you know, they're a team we've seen improve a lot over the last couple of years. In fact, 3 years ago when we first saw them, they were kind of cellar dwellers. But last year we saw them even beat the eventual champions, Prague CC, at one point. They finished 3rd. So, you know, Spartans have had a fair bit of ECS success over the last year or so, but haven't converted it into something more. And they'll be a little bit disappointed with their start, just winning 1 game out of their 3 yesterday. So we're 2 teams that are in the mix. I think a big day for both of them. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 24 degrees. Currently, it's about 18. So we saw some surprise rain yesterday. There's no rain in the forecast today, but we know it can be a little bit unpredictable here. Well, here's a man, he's anything but unpredictable. He'll always pump out a great broadcast, and that's Danny Hudacek. I've got to say big thank you to Phil G as well for filling in for me over the first 3 days. But Danny will be the next voice you hear. Let's get ready for the start of day 4. The news from the toss from the middle is that in match 16, the Spartans, they've won the toss and they're going to bat against United. Danny, it's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone. This European Cricket Series here from Prague, the in the Czech Republic. Match number 16. We've had some really good cricket all week. Again, a big thanks to Phil G for sitting next to me for the first few days. Vinny's going to be back in the marshmallow very shortly. And here are the 2 teams. Great matchup between Prague Spartans and United. Very even teams. Spartans all want to win to get their campaign back on track. They won 1 yesterday, lost 2, including a match against the Tigers. And United, you'll see them bowling here against the Spartans. They'll want early wickets, and it will be Ali Sitar to open the bowling. Ex-PCC player, was in and around the national squad for a while as well. Ali Sitar, super consistent, very good bowler, always among the top wicket takers in the Czech Republic. He won't blast you out, but he just bowls a nagging line and length and very consistent. Here's the first ball of today's play. And that's outside off stump, just inside that tram line, no run. We saw an interesting game last night, the rain delay. We had an initial rain delay, made it a 9-over game. And 2 overs bowled by the Tigers. First one was a wicket maiden. And then there was another over after that. come back to that in a moment as Ali comes in, bowling to Gino Panalat. And it's hit in the air, could be out, or just in front of the fielder. That's a pretty good effort there. Rituraj Magare, he stopped a certain 4 runs, but not far away from his hands. That'll bring Ashutosh Arya on strike. So if you missed it, we had a rain delay, heavy storm that came in, and it was reduced to a 5-over game. And with a wicket maiden first up, and then second over, I think they were on 6, and the Spartans reached a pretty good total, and the Tigers launched an attack and beat them. So the Spartans are stinging after that loss. Here comes Ali, bowling to Arya again. Left hand up, just straight down the pitch. Very consistent performer, as I said, Ali Sitar. Janu Padalat, I don't think we've seen the best of him in this tournament yet. He's struggled a bit on the first day of play for the Spartans. Of course, we saw 4 teams in the first couple of days of the tournament. So Ali comes in again, and says in the air, high, player coming around. Don't think he'll get there, and he won't. Just outside that 30-metre circle. They come back for 2. Of course, there are fielding restrictions in the power play for the first 3 overs. So only 2 players outside the 30-metre circle, and there's a third man for the left-hander, and also a deep mid-wicket, both on the boundary. 3 the current score. So Ali comes in, and again, just good line and length. One got up a little bit, and Arya didn't quite know what to do with it. He's such a valuable bowler for United. It's a good recruitment, good recruit for this this year is Ali Sitar. Comes again, bowling to Arya. And it's in the air. It's going to go down to third man. 1 bounce and just another single. Can't really get going at the moment. That's a good start. Only 4 from it. And Prague Spartans are 4 for no loss. Talking about, here is the European Cricket Championship, which we'll see from September to October, about a month's worth of cricket. 31 nations playing in the Euros of cricket. 67 days to go. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a fantastic tournament, as it always is in Khartoum. There are 6 groups of 5 teams, and then the winners of each group will go to play the Netherlands in Championship Week. So Pramod Baguli is the new bowler for United. They had a good day yesterday, 1-2. Went down as well in 1 game, but they'll be very pleased with their efforts, and they're a much more consistent and much improved side are United. As Baguli comes in, it's Arya on the pad. It'll be just a leg by. And right on the money already is Bagoli. I think in the first game they played United, they played against Bohemian, and they just ran out of a bit of bowling, and Bohemians got over the line. But after that, it seemed to steady them a bit, and picked up 2 good wins, one against Spartans and one against the Tigers. A very convincing victory, actually. Comes Bagoli again, and turned around the corner, just a square leg, just be a single. It's a good start here from United. Very difficult for these Spartan batsmen to get hold of either of these bowlers. They're always at you, they're always on line. I've seen a couple go in the air already, especially from Arya. Interesting move with Panalat up the top of the order. This one's flicked off his toes. They'll look for 2. They should get it comfortably. The man comes around from that deep mid-wicket area. The ground has been playing super quick, lightning quick. We did have that little bit of rain. Might have softened it up a fraction, but it's been baking under the sun here in the Czech Republic for the last month or so. Apart from yesterday's rain, there's been hardly any at all. 7 the score at the moment. Goalie comes in again, bowling with the left-hander. And it's going to be called a wide. You saw him move and tried to push the ball past him on the left-hander's offside. Just got it slightly wrong, Goalie. First of the extras. Just like to say hi to a few people in the chat. Dave, he's in the chat, as well as Rob Thompson. This is just over the top, and it should reach the boundary, and it does. Nice shot there. Just chipped it over the bowler. There's a little half volley. Nice shot. Didn't overplay it. Did Ashutosh. Let's see, first boundary of today's play. First one for Prague Spartans. Aria moves on to 8. Goalie comes in again. Big swing and a miss. And he hasn't scored too many, has Aria. He hit a massive 6 yesterday in the final game against Tigers, but really hasn't gone on with the score. Panelet's been, well, he's been disappointing, I think, with the bat. But they do have a very strong batting lineup, do Prague Spartans. Well, it's got him. Well, we're going to see a bit more of that lineup because that's the first wicket down, and it is Aria. Got an inside edge, dragged it back onto the stumps, and that's the first wicket down for Spartans United. They'll be pleased with this start. So, Vinny, nice time to come in. First wicket down.
Yeah, I've brought the wicket with me as usual. Yeah, but he's a good player, isn't he? He's been doing it for a while now for United. He's a real leader. I think also, often when he clicks with the bat, they have success as well. He can get that new ball to talk a little bit. I think you can see he's trying to bring it back for the most part into the left-hander. And a little assisted passage onto the stumps by the inside edge. So let's just take a quick look at the table. You mentioned these two teams playing yesterday. United winning 2 out of 3, but Spartans 1 out of 3. Now, they were pretty good in the group stage last year. Ultimately, they'd finished 4th, and actually I think they lost to United in the 3-4 playoff. So they just didn't quite place. But they're a good side. Two teams, I think there's not too much between them. And I think yesterday the margin was 16 runs. Anyway, end of the over, 12 for 1. And it's going to be Ali Sitar to bowl over number 3. And first one's worked away for 1. Anyway, I just want to say a quick good morning to everyone in the chat, everyone watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, of course, ECN European Cricket Network. And very good morning to you, Danny. Said it already, but big thank you to Phil for filling in for me over the first 3 days. Needed a couple of days off, to be honest. It was a big program in Malta in the heat in the last. We had 7 days of T20 Internationals, which were great. Of course, that's a tournament that the Czech Republic has actually won before, back in the 2019 edition, the first ever Valletta Cup. And last year they were a bit unlucky because they missed out on net run rate. And the format last year was only the top 2 make the final. This year, the top 3 had the opportunity. Well, hit and run, forces a fumble. That's Ayush Sharma, who's a pretty good fielder. Just ran straight over the top of that one. So Valletta Cup was great. Also had the Medina Cup for the first time. We had 3 teams that could play the whole week. It got me thinking last year Romania and Czech Republic were 2nd and 3rd and really close together, tied on points. Malta were undefeated until the final, where Romania knocked them off. Anyway, this has worked away. This outfield is lightning fast. Just from watching on TV, I don't think I've ever seen it quite this fast. I mean, I was here about a month ago at Vinoj. And it was pretty quick then, but it just seems it's dried out. And you mentioned to me it hasn't been cut for 3 weeks or something like that.
It's amazing,
it hasn't been growing because it hasn't been raining.
Yeah, exactly right. And actually, I was talking to Phil about the mower situation, because we always have issues with mowers. We have 3 mowers in Czech cricket.
Yeah, I was listening to you. So,
And this is hit in the air, could be gone out. Well, picked out the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit that straight to the fielder, and to be honest, couldn't have picked him out any better. So it looks like Pierre Singh Bagel that takes the catch. And yeah, Sitar, you mentioned he's a great pickup for United. Well, that's a wicket to both of the openers now. And the Spartans in a little bit of early trouble. It's 14 for 2.
Well, to be honest, I think look, Panelet's not been in great form, and as I mentioned, Aria really hasn't gone on with any score, but they have some very good batting. Kranti, also Kasi Balakrishnan, very, very handy.
16 for 2, pardon me. I was just a couple behind. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's something I would expect that the outfield to probably add 20 onto what we normally consider a pass score here. And I think that we're kind of looking a bit more like, yeah, the 120 or something like that, 110, 120. Anyway, we'll see what the numbers say. This is Kranthi Venkateswamy, who's leading the side, coming out at number 4. This first one dabs it away and gets a single.
He's a very important player for Spartans as Kranthi. He's captaining the side.
Yeah, no, Kranthi's certainly someone we've enjoyed getting to know for the last couple of years. He's got to dig his team out of a bit of a hole here. Another one. This one keeps low a little bit. And this pitch here doesn't quite come on as much as some of the pitches in Europe I've seen. And you're always taking a risk if you're trying to hit that ball to the leg side. It crashes into off stump. Double strike in the third. It's also the end of the over. 17 for 3. What a power play for United.
Absolutely. Look, this pitch, as you mentioned, it sometimes keeps low, but you find that with medium paces it'll keep low, but with faster bowlers it's actually been playing really, really well. Much better than I've ever seen it. There's a very consistent bounce about it. It's still got that very variable bounce, a bit like a turf pitch.
Yeah.
But the outfield is fantastic as well. Still, there'll be a couple of Tortugas. You'll see players getting their heads out of the way of a couple because it is still a little bit bumpy. But it should have actually evened out a little bit, as we see the Manhattan there.
Yeah, not really happening. I mean, the first over was a pretty tight one as well, with just the 4 runs, but 1 wicket in the second, 2 wickets in the third. No double figure overs yet. So Spartans winning the toss, electing to bat, and not really the start they wanted, and now, not surprisingly, I think they're going to bowl out Bagolia. I agree with this. I don't think you want to do it that often, but if your openers have been that dominant, your opening bowlers, then bowl them out, especially because if you were to keep Bagolia back for the end here, maybe the game situations change. The value of getting maybe a 4th or even 5th wicket here is huge for United. So here he is, bowling to Kranthi. It's a good one as well. Bites away. That's the kind of natural movement he gets. The thing I like about Pramod, he does move the ball, but he moves it a little bit unpredictably. So some people can swing it a lot, but it swings from the hand. It swings in a very consistent fashion.
Yep.
You can see that one just did a little bit away late and beat the bat.
He's a very clever bowler as well.
Yeah.
He's so vital of this United side. He's a previous captain, and he's stepped aside. Abhimanyu Singh is the captain and wicketkeeper this year in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a fairly solid shot this time. Worked away for 1. Yeah, I want to say hello to Keanu in the chat. He said that he's really enjoyed watching this tournament in Czechia so far. Also shout out to Phil. It's a lot of fun having Phil and Danny there. I know you guys have commentated a little bit before. And funny things happen when you are commentating together. Of course, I know on Monday morning you talked about the infamous Ashish Mata backwards throwback from in wet conditions.
We've got to look at it as well.
Yeah. And, some anonymous person behind the scenes may have had that footage, just saying. But also, the Lala run out for me.
Oh, yeah.
That was a Lala in Lala Land. And see, that's already got a little bit of traction on the social media, which I thought it might. Just like anything, if, the mainstream cricket world gives us something, we'll make it better. So we had the Alex Carey, Johnny Bairstow one. Yeah. This is even better because the keeper's hit the stumps he didn't even intend to. And you know what? It's not even the first time I've seen that. I saw that happen in Germany 2 years ago as well. So, yeah, that one, the keeper threw at the stumps, missed. Non-striker started looking to maybe go no-throw and didn't realise the ball was going to hit the non-striker stumps. Anyway, this one, not hitting any stumps, but Magali is doing a really good job at the moment for United. Kranthi, a bit lucky to survive a couple of deliveries here.
That's really, really good bowling from Pramod. Just the man at the non-strikers end at the moment, Parth Baladir, has been excellent, both with the ball and the bat for Spartans. So this is a vital partnership, I think, between Kranthi and Parth. That's outside off stump. And just a bit of a nothing shot there from Kranthi.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit of width. So I think the shot that he was thinking of was on, which is to cut. But I mean, there's also a fair bit of protection. They've got the third man back there. They've got Shamal Joshi in a kind of floating slip, I suppose. for an edge off that stroke. But, I mean, Bugali's been good, and he's been tight here as well. But he'd trade everything for one more wicket here.
You think?
Almost everything. Won't get it, but still, pretty good.
It would
Couple
be
of overs.
It would be a big wicket because Kranti is I think he's the class act in this Spartans lineup, and we've seen it in the past that when he's on song, he is very compact. He doesn't use much effort with his the shots, but he plays them to all around the ground, everywhere around the ground, and it's impossible to bowl to him when he's in form and when he's really in the mood. Problem is that his consistency, I think, with Kranti, he often loses his wicket early, which is a shame. Because it's a real spectacle watching him bat, and it's absolutely amazing when he's hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. But it's just he doesn't overplay anything. Does Kranti? Doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. Uses timing, and but can still hit big sixes as well.
Yeah, and I think with these, obviously the ECS ground size and the fact that it's a fast outfield, if you can just kind of get in. Then he gets his chance to express himself. Bindra takes up the attack now, forced a double bowling change on. It's a little bit funky here, a little bit too funky with a little back flick. And I think he would have been home anyway. They'll sneak a run. Check this out.
It's
I think he would have been back. It's one of those ones, if he flicked it hard, then he might have had a chance. I think he kind of rolled it, thinking that was safer. But that was actually worse because it meant that it certainly wasn't going to get to the outfielders before they could grab a single.
Interesting thing, they did this yesterday. Is it what Corey calls a Southern Cross field?
Southern Cross field, yeah. You have the straight fielder, like straight, and then you've got long on, long off, a little bit wider.
That's good bowling again from United. Just be a leg by.
Yeah, so it just basically, you try to create a wall against the batter down the ground. So normally you're taught if you go really straight, you're safe. There's never a fielder there. Well, guess what? You put a fielder there, and then batters will still try and hit there because they hit on instinct.
Sure.
They think it's safe. You can't really untrain that, and so you force them to go a bit more sideways, which is a bit more dangerous. Essentially, this does go more sideways, but now that the long on's pushed round, for the Southern Crossfield, Piyush is actually a bit more like a mid-wicket than a wide long on, to be honest. Yeah, that's why he's able to get to that one. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I do think, though, I'd probably, when I read the laws and the interpretation of the laws, there's certain things you can't do, such as you can't, even if you're right next to the pitch, you can't have your shadow on the pitch. You can't try and create a distraction with the batter. So the straight fielder isn't meant to move at all. And I think that's the idea. But to be honest, I would just make a small change to say, look, don't put him on the same side that the guy's bowling.
Sure.
So a bit like the sight screen. He shouldn't be in the batter's eye line, but you can still kind of do the same thing.
It's been a really good over so far from Bindra.
He's kept up the pressure, hasn't he? Now just get a single, or will he? Yeah, nice bit of work down there. Sitter can't stay out of the game at the moment. This has been a brilliant first half for United, who they held on by 16 runs yesterday against the same opposition. So it's funny sort of fixtures here with the eight team fixtures. So you do kind of get sometimes groups of sides playing each other, and then that'll obviously mix up a bit when we get to the weekend. And week 2, it's what really takes off from Bindra. And a pretty good over from him, just the 4 off it. And Spartans struggling to get going here after winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 25 for 3 after 5. I want to say a quick hello to everyone here, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here in Czechia. Great to be back at the Scott Page Field in Vinoj. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. And Danny, firstly, like I said before, great job.
Thank you.
To you, to Phil G as well. Big thank you. And I'm just so excited. I love spending time here in Prague.
Yeah, of course you do. There's a good reason. It's a fantastic place to be.
Yeah, definitely. And it's so central. It's one of those cities that I think maybe if you haven't heard of it too much, you don't know too much about it, some people wouldn't think about it as somewhere to visit in Europe. It's a must.
Absolutely.
It's a must visit.
Yeah, look, absolutely.
The city of 1,000 spires, with the architecture still very kind of traditional. No real high-rise buildings or skyscrapers, anything like that. And if you get out of the city here, you get a sense of the countryside as well, and some beautiful cities around. About 10 million population, something like that.
Just over 10 million, yeah.
1.2 million Prague, so it's a little bit spread out, I suppose, compared to some other countries of a similar size. So, yeah, I watched with interest. Obviously, Prague CC qualifying for the ECL a couple of weeks ago over Brno, down in Brno, and we saw those teams clashing on Monday morning. So yeah, disappointed for the Brno guys also, but excited for Prague CC, who have earned their way back to the ECL next year.
Got a very strong batting lineup to PCC. I don't know if they've got the strongest bowling lineup, to be honest. I think there are other bowlers that they'd love to recruit.
Well, that's the thing. If when they go to ECL, they'll have all their players, and you've got players like Lala, for example, who will be qualified. Well, this is up, and I think this could be the first Maximo of the day. It is, as Kumar comes on and just strays a little bit. Kranthi absolutely smoked that one down on one knee, just kind of sweeps him out of the ground for 6.
Just a correct shot. It's just a really nice shot from Kranthi. Didn't try to overhit it. Just got under it, helped it along the way. And I think this ground, the way it is, and this situation at the moment that they found themselves in is perfect for Kranthi. If he can stay in, I think they'll have a very competitive total, and be well supported by Path at the other end.
Oh, a bit lucky to get away with this shot, but he adjusts well. That's another one that just kept a little bit low. This is Gansham Kumar, who's on now, and went for the 6. And now I think Kranthi's going to have a word to his partner and say, hey, just watch out, that one kept a little bit low. Carefully for cross batting here.
Well, look, the medium paces do tend to keep it a little bit low. That one jumped though.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's a bit like a natural turf pitch. Is that like a clay under base here? So it's not your regulation kind of concrete.
Well, I think to be honest, the little bit of rain we had yesterday would have helped the surface.
Last ball the over. On the charge and knocked over. Well, I know that Kranthi had a word. I don't think that's what he had in mind as Balladia swings all round this one. Went walkabout, and that's 4 down now. So Kumar does get hit out of the ground, but he does get some revenge, and it's 34 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, he looked a bit frustrated, did Path. He batted so well yesterday, and it's really now up to Kranthi. They've all the recognised batsmen are out of the way for Spartans. Not that I'm saying that these others are mugs. Some good batting to come with Sagar. I
will say though,
also at Niraj.
I mean, obviously this pitch has been in for what, 3 years now?
3 years,
3 years now. And it's one of the few pitches I've actually played on. So yeah, having played on this one about a month ago, I did find, you know, especially if the bowling wasn't too quick, it doesn't really come onto the bat. With bowlers with a bit of pace, it would actually carry quite nicely. So I wouldn't say it's a slow pitch, but even with the type of carpet it is on top, the ball can kind of hold up in the pitch. And I think you saw Path there kind of trying to meet the ball, just trying to get that contact point a little bit sooner. And obviously just mistimed it horrendously anyway.
Well, you kept Dre as a Freddie, didn't you?
Yeah, and Ruffer from Drew. Those two both really were zinging it. And I heard you talking, Riaz, probably the quickest bowler in the country right now. I think there's no doubt about that, actually. We saw him at the ECIs in Austria, and he was really good in his first series. Pretty sad to hear that Paras Kari's no longer in the country as well.
I know.
Because he had such a brilliant series back then. Swing and miss. This is Arpan Shukla bowling over number 7. Yeah, but Riaz obviously had a bit of an important job to do with the bat as well for Brno. I think in the Czech national team, he's probably a guy that comes in kind of 7 or 8. He's a bowler that bats, but in the club competition, I think he's just got a bit more responsibility with the bat.
You're right. He's a bit of a pinch hitter. It's called wide.
Ooh.
And
as usual, we see. I think you always see keepers throwing at the stumps, but it's just we're noticing it a lot more in the last 3 weeks or so.
I don't remember keepers not throwing at the stumps. It's just that there was just one that worked finally, and I think it's called a wide. I think we all have an opinion about that, Vinny. And to be honest, Phil and I spoke about it. And you as a keeper, I know exactly what your take on it is.
Yeah, I reckon my take might surprise you a little bit. But I think you'll get 80% of my take right. This is a little bit short. Hit away. Miguel's not going to get there. So, Cuatro Carreras. That's Mataretti coming on. And Yeah, he's a guy, you know, likes to swing the willow. You see that straight away, picks up the length pretty quickly and hits it to the leg side for 4. Nice shot.
He hits the ball very hard, and actually he's probably the perfect batsman to put in at this stage with Kranti at the other end. It's a little bit set. He's only 15 off 13. It's a little bit difficult conditions out there at the moment for them. But Sagar hits the ball very hard, and he's a good pinch hitter for this Spartan side.
Tied up this time. It's a pretty good call by Kranti. Spots and gets through quickly for a leg bite. So, okay, first give me your take on the Carey Bairstow. I can't believe we're still talking about this. Go on.
I thought that, firstly, it was just a reactionary thing. That's what Carey had done. He'd seen Bairstow walk out of his crease a few times.
No doubt.
And as any keeper in the world would have done, he just flung it at the stumps. It just happened that Bairstow walked out.
Yeah. It's nicely timed, this one. Just slid on to the pads of Kranti, who works that away, gets 4 more. And I think if you look at where the bowlers have had success so far today, most of the time it's been keeping it outside that offside channel. I think a couple of times, you know, just gambling, I suppose, for maybe a bowler and LBW, but it's also opening up some scoring opportunities for the batters. Nicely put away.
Going back to that, though,
Yep.
I mean, it's talking about against the spirit of cricket, and he should have been recalled and all sorts of. There's no way Stokes would have recalled a batsman.
Yeah, okay, here's what I think. I'm not calling Stokes a liar. I think that he honestly likes to think that he wouldn't have, but we don't know because he was never put in that situation, right? This would be a wide to re-bowled. So I think that anyone can say I wouldn't have, but he never had the situation. And Bairstow had done exactly the same thing 2 days ago.
I know.
And 2 things, it didn't work for 2 reasons. Number 1, he missed, and number 2, batter was paying attention.
Yeah.
You know, it was negligent from Bairstow. That's why he's been conspicuously silent on the whole thing.
That's it. I think he knows, as a keeper,
Of course he does.
He knows he made the mistake, and he would have done the same thing.
No players that I can think of, very few professional players have an issue with it. It's not even an issue. It's not even really that. It's dumb. It's like not grounding your bat.
Yeah.
You know, it's that kind of dumbness, that level of dumbness. As a professional cricketer, you should be better.
If you're coaching 12-year-olds, you'd be having a go at your batsman as well. So
End of the 7th over here, and the score is 48 for 4. I know you were talking about the ECC earlier. That it's only about 9.5 weeks to go now. Czechia been drawn in Group A, so I mean, I mentioned Paraskari. I mean, it would be great to try and get him back for that. I mean, he has played now for Czechia, so he'd be eligible. Because the keeping spot, I know something you've been talking a little bit about for the ECIs at the end of this tournament. But Spain, Isle of Man, France. We saw France in the Valletta Cup last week. We also saw them in when you were with me, actually, in Milan earlier in the year.
Very impressed with France.
So the fact that we'll get Greece as well, we'll get to see a bit of them before that tournament as well. It's going to be great. And it's also it's great to be in Group A because there's a lot of anticipation for that tournament.
Yeah, I think Spain is going to be a very difficult game for all of those teams. France as well. France is just they're a plucky team. They're young, athletic, fantastic fielding and bowling side.
They actually found some batting in that.
Gus McKeown.
Yeah, Gus McKeown if he can play. But even I think some of the other guys just found their mojo. Remember Lingeswaran Kanisane, who's a little bit of a nugget. He whacked 89 on out. Usman Khan has turned into a genuine bat.
Absolutely.
He just kept standing up for them last week. Okay, T20, slightly different format, but I think the same principles apply. And even Action Jackson, you know, he opening the batting, he was pretty good. Tell you what, their left arm spinner Zain Ahmed as well. When Gus McKeown had to leave last week to go back to play club cricket. Yeah. Shows you where cricket's at, though, where he goes back to play club cricket in the UK because they need him instead of playing for his country. Yeah. Anyway, same issue with the Netherlands recently in the World Cup qualifiers. Get a single here. Look for a 2, but it's not quite there. So, yeah, Zain Ahmed went up, opened the batting, and actually looked really good. So, I think their batting, France, will be better than last year. Their bowling's always pretty potent. They ran out of gas a bit last week in Malta. Well, big appeal. And he's gone. Well, to be honest, you know, I wasn't sold on it straight away. I mean, we're a long way from the action. Umpire took a long time to make his decision. And you could see the batter. They seem to have a genuine sense of disappointment about that. The appeal kept going. It got the result in the end. 50's up for Spartans, but they lose a 50 for 5.
Yeah, we don't really hear clicks like fine edges from where we are, and it was close to it. So I'd say that.
Yeah, big shake. I didn't actually see any reaction first up from Sagar, but now, so maybe the umpire took his time to consider the shake of their heads, the shakes of the head from Sagar, and then says, you know what, despite that, I still think you nicked it. If he didn't nick it, it would have been a wide, I think. It was straight over the tram line, but anyway, that's the way things are rolling this morning for Spartans. They're 50 for 5. This is Neeraj Tyagi coming to the crease now at number 7.
Neeraj's a very inventive batsman. He'll make space for himself. He'll move around the crease. It often works. Sometimes it doesn't. But I'll come back to that in a moment.
Well, cut away. There's no outfield back here. This will test the outfield. Going, gone. Yeah, he almost nutmegs himself there, Bindra. But yeah, just this outfield, never seen it so quick. I've got to say, in the kind of 3 years I've been watching cricket here at Vinaj. But have a look at that. The race between ball and human. It's ball that wins the race.
Well, that was part of the issue with Vinaj over the last couple of years. The tournament here has been later and later, which is in the year, which is fantastic for Czech cricket and as a spectacle. So, bowler comes in.
It's well bowled.
Because I think the first one was in May, as you mentioned, which was obviously hurricane season in the Czech Republic.
Keanu reminded me, Tornado Tuesdays we used to have here. Oh, he's kind of asking for it, but somehow finds the field and doesn't throw, probably sensibly. It's a single.
The other thing is we'd had a lot of rain, especially the last 2 years. We had a lot of rain. We had the mower situation. The grass is slightly longer, but it was just soft. So batsmen just didn't get value for shots. Whereas in this tournament, you play a correct shot, you play a good shot, and you get full value for it. It's been exciting to watch. As I said, there've been a couple of dodgy bounces on the outfield. It's not necessarily that it's that rough. It's just that because of the baking, there are just little spots that are a bit just a bit lumpy. But generally, it's a very good surface. So so we're seeing a lot more good scoring. In saying that, though, the Spartans are struggling. They're going at just under 7 and over, which we've only seen one team, and that's the Tigers when they got bowled out yesterday for 50.
Yeah.
We've only seen one team who have gone with such a slow over rate.
And they're running out of time. That's the issue. It all happens in the ninth. They need it all happen here. So I mean, even with, say, let's say great overs of 15, 85 looks a bit thin on the ground, doesn't it? But also I think you've got to give some credit to United, who have bowled pretty well most of the time. Haven't bowled a lot of extras, which can hurt you. I mean, they've been pretty good for time as well, which kind of probably helps. They haven't been hit for a lot of boundaries. But let's see if Kranthi can break out here with 11 balls remaining. He won't have to do that, and right on cue. Bowler wide. Like Pistol Pete out there, Pete Vincent. Just think they need something, maybe a magical over. Maybe if you can do that also, then you hit the second innings with a bit of momentum. It's nice and whipped away. That's going to find the gap as well, so that's going to be 4 more. Kranthi again, with that touch, you talked about earlier, it's a nice timer of the ball. And I think it doesn't need to hit the ball that hard, or swing very hard to get value on this field at the moment.
Absolutely. Look, I was about to big up the bowling of United. It's been really tight. Bindra had a fantastic first over as well, but he's now just bowled a wide and then a low full toss that put away for 4. But all credit to the United bowling. It's been very disciplined, and they've been in or around that off stump. And with those players straight, it's given the Spartans players, batsmen, just not as many options. This was a little wide. Well, there you go. Big him up, and gets it too far outside the off stump. Nice shot there by Kranthi.
Not a bad ball, I think. I mean, I suppose maybe gives him a bit of length at this stage. But again, Kranthi, you called it. You know, he's a good timer of the ball. I think he's the sort of guy, the longer he's there, the better he gets. And probably the only issue here is he's running out of time to make a bit of an impact. But yeah, 65 for 5, still 9 balls to go. So let's say you can have a real heater. Maybe we still get maybe 90. You're going to need to see more boundaries. And that one was pitched up a little bit more, drew him forward, and missed out. Yeah, so a few people, talking about the France side, were saying, what about Nabi from Dreux? Yeah, so just I think they've got a few internal issues there, and also availability issues, I suppose, running into it.
I mean, at full strength, if you could. I mean, I know there are the restrictions. Let's just hit down the ground.
And a lot of them, for example, the 3-year residency, and I think that Nabi fulfills that, but then sometimes there's these administrative things of getting the paperwork to...
Well, they can't. It's not to do with a 3-year thing in France. You have to have a French passport to play for the national
team. That's what I
team.
heard, but then I heard conflicting information about
Oh, really?
that. Yeah, I heard yeah, not so sure about that. So I heard that a lot of these guys are actually eligible, but, you know, for whatever reason, being left out of the side without knowing the ins and outs, I won't comment on it. Ooh, that's basically banged into Abemani's 6 foot, but he makes the stop into the over, and the score 66 for 5.
Looking at France, I mean, I got a good sighter of them in Milan. They've got an excellent bowling lineup. They took a bit of stick though in Malta, as you see the scorecard here. Actually, it's the bowling figures. Great up top, Elisitar and also Bagoli.
And I think for the most part, the bowlers that have come on next have continued that. There's always the issue, the risk of bowling your openers out, the bowlers change and the luck changes. They've been forced into changes, but those guys have done pretty well.
Yeah.
Anyway, 10th overtime. And this is hit towards one of those straight-ish fielders. Still got that straight man there, so just like a big wall in front of the batter, saying, hit over me or hit around me.
Yeah, just quickly going back to France.
Yeah.
If you add Nabi and a couple of the other big hitters from Dreux, maybe don't really need another bowler. They've got a fantastic bowling lineup, great fielders as well. Put a lot of pressure on the batting team.
Miss hit, but should just be a single. At this stage, maybe you can run that first one hard. Maybe what it is they want Kranthi on strike, which does make sense. Just quickly in the last over, I want to address a few questions. Kai's asking, what time will the game start the ECC? I think it'll be about the same as last year, and yes, it will go into the night. So I don't know exactly, but it's probably 11:30 local, maybe 11 a.m. local start. Well, that is a banging pull shot, and that's why they wanted him on strike, Danny, because he smashed that one a little bit short of the length, and it disappeared. Maximal 6 runs, badly needed runs for the Spartans.
Yeah, just a bit too short. Can't bowl that short at that pace. And Kranthi is a fantastic batsman to have in at any stage of the innings, and especially in the last over. 74. It's a target. 3 balls left.
Well, yeah, it goes straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way as well. Maximo! It's probably the best shot he's played yet, because he's looked good when he's let the ball come to him, but this time he does get on the front foot and basically smacks that one straight over long off. So that 90 is still a distinct possibility, and a couple more like that.
When he's seeing the ball well, Kranthi, it's impossible to bowl to him because he can hit you at any part of the ground.
Oh, it goes again, but this time he's mishit it. Rudraj Magari comes in and takes the catch. So, oh look, it's worth taking on at this stage. If it was in the middle of the bat, probably goes for another 6, but this time it will be the end of Kranthi for 42. Shukla gets something to show for his efforts. That's 80 for 6 with the ball remaining.
Definitely Shukla is the man who is quite pleased to see the end, the back of Kranthi. Just smashed him to 2 sixes and then finally got his man. It was a neat catch there by Ruturaj. And Ruturaj was, we saw Ruturaj when United first came. We didn't see him last year.
I'm so happy to see him back. And you probably know what I remember most about his contribution in 2021 is he took a nasty blow in the face when he was batting.
I think it was the first game they played as well.
Yeah, might have been. And he's actually one name I remember, no matter where I go. Anyway, right now, Saxena is going to get one chance. He's going to miss it. And we might have a run out here. Probably don't need to worry about it because they won't save a run. Sneaks that one in, Shukla, so a good finish from him. And Spartans, they're going to finish 80 for 6 off the 10. Pretty underwhelming 10 overs, to be honest. I think they were hampered by the loss of early wickets. Kranthi came in, played a good knock of 42. Without him, I think they were going to be in some desperate trouble. But still, I do think they're behind the 8 ball here in the first match of day 4.
Absolutely. It's from the back of a very good opening spell from Ali Sitar and also Piyush Bagel. It's not just wickets, but just kept things very, very tight. And so see some of the highlights of the play. Arya, the left-hander, was there. It was just a boundary, but then Arya, big swing.
Yeah, but Gawley's he's always making the ball talk first up. And you mentioned Ali Sitar as well, who is certainly somebody that adds a little bit to their team in more ways than one. And then he double struck in the third. And from there, they had to dig themselves out, didn't they? Especially when they lost Path, who swung all the way around an in-swinger. But yeah, I think the middle over bowlers, they continued the good work of the openers, and United, they'll be pretty comfortable where they're at. Having said that, a few runs late has, I suppose, given the Spartans a bit more of a shot. That was one that wasn't too subtle body language, a big shake of their head, but the umpire thought otherwise, heard a nick, said, look, I'm going to go with what I think and what the 11 fielders out there think. And then we saw this kind of rear guard action. And Venkateswamy, he's a guy that does time the ball really well. And you can see he just kind of played the ball that came to him. He didn't look too rushed while he was out there, but it was trying to be attacking. And with these boundaries, I think he gets value. Late in the piece, that was my favourite. I think that was the one that he took down the ground and smacked away for 6. But then he was out the very next ball, Rudraj Magari. Again, great to see him back. And when it's all said and done, 80, well, considering where they were, it looked like they weren't going to get 80. So I suppose it gives them something to bowl at. But United, they've got a real opportunity here to go 3-1 and put themselves up towards the top of the table. Bearing in mind, only the top 4 of the 8 teams in here will get to play in the finals on Finals Friday. 42 for Kranthi of just 24 balls. Apart from that, not a lot of joy. Nobody else reaching double figures. And I suppose 6 wides and 10 overs, not too bad, I think, when you consider some of the lines they're trying to bowl. But ultimately, United, it was their bowling that did the job, and it was the openers that started it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at those figures. When you're going at around about 5 and over for your openers, it puts a lot of pressure on the batting. And then Amandeep Bindra came up and continued the good work. A little bit expensive was Apan Shukla at the end, but that was when they needed a lot of runs and quick time. The Spartans, they did pick up a vital wicket in the end, just to stem a couple. But have a look at that. Kranthi with 42 of 24, and then Arya and Tyagi. But great bowling figures in this format, and 2 for Sitar, 2 for Kumar, and just 1 for Bagoli, but only 10 off the 2 overs. So excellent work from United, who they're not only just here to compete, and I think we spoke to Pramod Bagoli last year. He said, we're not here to compete, we're here to win.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's really stuck with me, and they're very competitive in this tournament, United.
Definitely, this format suits them as well. Fresh off their promotion as well into the top division.
Yes.
They secured just a couple of weeks ago. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and when we do, it'll be United coming out to chase 81 for victory. Vinny Sound of him, Mr. Maximo. Great to be back in Prague here with Danny Tudacek. We'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company on a Thursday morning. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN as we continue our coverage of the European Cricket Series Czechia. And we are into day 4. Joining me is Danny Hudacek. Danny, the story so far, Spartans, they won the toss, they batted. A little bit disappointing, I think, only 80 runs on the board. Tough defence. I think United looking ahead for me at halftime.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, and they've been playing well. Have United, but they're a good side, Spartans. I think it was just early pressure, and the opening partnership of Arya and Panelet didn't really work, and then they just got on top. The two opening bowlers in Ali Sitar and also Baguli really got on top, and it just put pressure on the rest of the batsmen. And they just never got going until the last couple of overs. And it's a target, 80, and it's defendable. But we've said that really on this surface, about 120, 125, 130 is par. But with that little bit of rain we had yesterday, it does affect the surface a bit. The pitch, it slowed the outfield a fraction, but not that much. So, but we'll see. We have a good bowler first up in Niraj Taigi.
Yeah, and we saw him playing for Czechia in the ECIs in Austria. Anyway, 80 to defend, and Magare swings over the first ball, but it's going to be a wide. Pete Vincent, he's one of the senior umpires here, if not the most senior in the country now.
Definitely the most senior umpire. No, he's head of the umpires here in the Czech Republic. Does a great job. So Ruturaj is he's looked likely. He's got starts in most of the games. Yeah, 15 odd, and then just not gone on with it.
He's out there with Pearson Bagel. I think it's also a really handy opener. I mean, yesterday when these two teams met, United scored 113 against the Spartans. Goes after this, doesn't really get it, but gets enough of it. That's going to disappear for 4. So, just the start, you want the power play, you want boundaries. This time, I think it's more or less off the bottom of the bat, but fortunately for him, it was too straight for the mid-off, and there's your first 4 runs off the bat of Magare. Yeah,
look, it's good value for shots on this field, as we know. There's probably a little bit of swing, a little bit of breeze here, and just moisture coming up from the surface. Has this been pushed to point? Just a single.
Yeah, just one. I think it's just important you don't run into dot ball trouble here. I mean, yes, you want to score boundaries, but I think that if you're getting bat on ball, I think the boundary is probably going to come on this field. It's talked about how it's quicker than we've ever really seen it. I think, compare it to some of the previous series we've had here as far as run rate, but I think for sure we'll see the highest scoring series we've ever had here in Prague. Hey, speaking of high scoring, Hungary on Sunday was insane. We had 2 of the 3 highest chases ever. So we had 174 chased down in 8 overs by Hungary. I'll try and bring that up for you in a second. But that was the game after Portugal, who Hungary did that against. They chased down, I think it was 163 or 162. I
didn't watch that, but can I have a guess at who scored most of the runs for Hungary?
You can, but you'll be wrong.
Really? It wasn't Zishan?
It's not Zishan.
Wow.
No, Zishan feature. It was actually Vinod Ravindran and Ashik Razik, Ashik's just qualified to play for Hungary, and Vinod this year too. First time we've seen him. So, yeah, they put on an unbeaten 174 in 8 overs as well.
Crazy.
So they were going well over 200 pace. We've seen some insane things in ECIs recently. We've seen a fair few 200s being racked up. This one's a bit uppish. I think this is going to run away from the fielder for 4 more. So Magare swinging it, and Tiagi, it does kind of like to live in this channel, but I suppose with just the one outfielder in that area, if it's away from him with this outfield, it still runs away for 4.
Yeah, it's just a little bit wide. It doesn't quite have the pace, Tiagi. It's interesting that he's coming over the wicket. All yesterday came around the wicket, and he's trying to slant the ball away from the right-hander. Even with a left-hander, he came over the wicket to slant it away. So, that's a good ball.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, it's got straight through the legs of the man. It slipped, though, and that's going to run away for 4. Well, that hurts his path. Well, let's just say he was perfectly positioned. Sometimes a bit too perfect, because it's the old tunnel ball. Hands went down, but not far enough, and that sums it up so far. It's the kind of morning the Spartans are having into the first over. It's 15 without loss.
Yeah, it's a classic nutmeg, isn't it?
And, well, this is something that I feel it could be a bit of a race between us and Portugal to break this golden ball streak. Now, I know that 2 years ago, United had not only one, but 2 golden balls that they participated in. But the thing is, Portugal, they snapped our golden ball streak last year because it was an all-time high 405 matches. Around about this time of year, Charlie snapped it in Portugal while I was having a swim in the ocean, in the sea in Rome. Came out, my phone had blown up. So I don't want that to happen again. We're going to do it. And I said to United, guys, when they were warming up this morning, I said, guys, got a golden ball in it up there for us? And they said, we're not planning on it. Anyway, it's going to be Shanmugam Ravi to bowl over number 2. And first one patted back by Piercing Bugger.
A warm welcome to Dan Casey, Dan Zilla, who's in the chat.
Hello, Dan. Hopefully see you soon. Batting a long way out of his crease here to Ravi. His knee big out. And swings at this one. It's another one off the end of the bat. But I think it's not a bad thing to get Magaro back on strike at the moment because he's already hit 3 boundaries. You see the 3 sail over the keeper. And the keeper there, Jinu, I want to say big congratulations to him and his family. I know that he welcomed a daughter into his family, Zora, who was born just about 4 weeks ago on the 24th of June. So all the best to the Panlet family. Maybe she can get into cricket because I think in a generation we'll have a pretty strong Czechia women's team. Hey, you know we were talking about the high chasers.
Yep.
Check this out. So this is what we saw. Hungary chased 174, beating the previous record. But that was the game after Portugal chased 163.
Wow.
That was second. And then Portugal made 173 first innings next game and lost. So that was your Sunday morning there. And yeah, so all 3 highest chasers coming this year. It's in the air, it doesn't carry to Kranthi. Oh, they go the long way. And so Padlet's going to get in. I would have thought maybe you could have thrown the bowlers in there, but another run to UCC.
A little bit of information here from Dan Casey. Ruturaj Magari got player of the match in both the Division 2 semi-final and the T20 semi-final and the final. And Pramod Bagoli got player of the season. So they had a fantastic season, did United in Division 2 up to Division 1, where I think they need to be. And that's a lovely shot over the top point, 4 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. Gary's been so strong in this area. And sometimes we see batters getting a bit leg side conscious. That's their version of aggressive. But I think playing the line of the ball, Ravi giving a bit of wit. Magari plays that shot well. No wobbles from United so far. Yeah, and so obviously United having a big season and being promoted up into Division 1 for next season. That's a big moment for them. Of course, we saw them beat PCC last year.
Yeah.
And in the end, they met in the semi-finals. They weren't quite able to reproduce that. But I mean, again, remember that last year. For me, that was a big moment in their club development as well. When you thought about where they'd come from, we first saw them in 2020 on ECN.
Yeah.
And struggling, to be honest. 22 without loss after 2. And United, if they can chase this down, they'll go to a 3-1 record. Spartans, they'll have some concerns because they'll go to a 1-3 record, bearing in mind that each team, they'll play 14 matches in the tournament. So you've got time to turn it around, but yeah, just got to be careful that you don't fall too far behind.
We saw Burno struggle in the first 4 games. They were 4-0, or 0-4, I should say.
Yeah.
They got to win it in the end, and hopefully that'll launch their campaign because they're top side at Burno. And you have to say the same with Spartans. They've got to be one of the favourites to be in the top 4 in the finals Friday.
Yeah,
but
sure.
United are looking really good at this stage of the tournament. So
yeah, just kind of assured with the bat. They've certainly grown in maturity. I mean, I suppose T10 maturity, or I don't know what you call it, game smarts maybe. They're not intimidated. These United team. That's
not
the one
all.
thing.
And they've got a good side. I think Ali Sitar's a huge pickup for them because he does add. It'll be 2 economical overs where he'll probably pick up a wicket or 2 up the top, and then you've got Pramod Maguli who also keep it really tight. So that's 4 overs where you can almost rely on them just squeezing the opposition out of runs. By the way, Naveen Padraju's in the chat as well.
Yeah,
so
hello Naveen.
he's the pick of the bowlers for me for PCC.
He's been playing really well.
Yeah, very, very well. And in what's a very batting heavy side, he's definitely the pick of the bowlers.
So Saxena gets over number 3. Last over the power play. Anyone just sneaks in. It's a good call from Pete. Pete's eyes seem to be getting better with age. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying I've never thought he was a bad umpire. I just think he just seems he's having an outstanding series so far. This time he hopes it's going to turn back, but only turns back far enough for Miguel to smack it to the fine leg region. So this one is your regulation Gundy ball. Really pitches outside leg, never really comes back that far. It's an easy put away.
Yeah, going back to Pete, Pistol Pete, he's the head of the umpires here. He nurtures umpires and encourages them, as does Charles Croucher, who's the tournament referee, and that's part of the great thing with umpiring and officiating here in with these ECS games. As well, come back to this in a moment.
Ooh. Yes. Goes up and never comes down. It's been called a no ball. So it'll be a free hit. To be honest, Magare on strike's probably a good guy to face it. And also, first chance for him to see the leg spin. Yeah, that's waist high for sure. Good call. Hey, umpiring's a team game. Just go back to what you're saying.
Absolutely.
People sometimes think of it as a bit more of an individual pursuit. Anyway, free hit time. He does hit. Slices away. He's probably going to get caught, but he'll just get a single. And it's one of the few times everyone recognised it was a free hit. Normally somebody forgets. But yeah, I think umpire, especially when the pressure's on in like a 10-over contest, so many things happen. You need to coordinate. Even here, you've got the third official and the tournament referee also that you're going to have to coordinate with. This one is a bit of a top edge, but flies away from the infield. So not quite off the middle from Piyush, but in fact, it goes all the way. Maximal United at the moment looking like they're going to do this with time to spare. Yeah, just carried the line, didn't it?
Oh, Keanu, just the Women's FIFA World Cup started. I'm looking forward to that. It's been held in Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah.
So that I'm hoping Australia win that. They're in very good form.
Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it? This one again doesn't find the pitch, slides in a bit, just a single. Also, we got the Europe Cricket World Cup qualifiers starting today in Scotland.
Cool.
So, top of my head, Germany, Ireland, Denmark, Italy, Jersey, Austria, fighting for 2 spots. I think I got them all in there.
So what happens after the 2 spots?
So they are in the World Cup.
Really?
Yeah. So probably Ireland and Scotland, big favourites there.
Sure, but tough teams as well.
It's a 20-team T20 World Cup next year.
Yeah, that's a great initiative. This has been swept for 4. Lovely shot. Just a little bit too full on leg side and just tucked it around the corner. Another 4 runs to the total.
What a good power play. It's going to be the end of the over now, and it's 41 for no loss after 3 overs. It just shows you, I mean, compared to the power play that Spartans had, that's chalk and cheese, and right now they're already halfway there. Yeah, so, I mean, particularly excited, I suppose, for some of the players that we've seen a fair bit of on ECN, which is probably the Austrian team more than any that we've seen in ECS cricket. You know, it's going to be they'll probably be ranked 6 out of the 6 teams there, but still, I know they've been working really hard. They had a series in the Isle of Man on turf to get them used to it a little bit. I think that's probably one of the biggest barriers to overcome, is going from playing most of your cricket on artificial surface to turf against guys that are really seasoned in doing that. Even things like, bowling in spikes and things like that. But I mean, Austria, they got a lot of raw talent in there, led well by Rasmus Shigawal. Mark Simpson-Parker's in there. Sahil Zadran, a lot of talent. Javi Zadran, the Wild Thing, will be there. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing that. And a fair few of the players from Farmers, the Jersey club in the ECL, they'll be playing as well.
Well, Italy, I think, have got a good shake
Italy
in that as well.
quite a few players that we've seen as well. Oh, that's a shot and a half. He goes straight over cover. Maximo, and Piyush finally middles one. And at the start of the 4th over, they persist with Ravi, who gives a bit of width. And Piyush put that one away with some aplomb.
This has been a really good performance so far from United. Just, I think they're looking really good out of this. There's 4 teams in this that we've seen in the last 2 days. As we did see 4 teams, that's called a wide. Saw the 4 teams in the first 2 days. PCC, Barbarians, Vinarati,
Yeah.
and I've forgotten already, Vinny.
Start again.
PCC,
Yeah.
Vinarati.
Yeah.
Oh, Burno,
Yeah.
of course. As bowler comes in again.
Well fielded by the stumps.
But United have looked just a really nice, tight bunch of highly, very competent cricketers. No one out of the box. Like there's no there's no Afridi, there's no Lala. They're just a good team.
Yeah.
And they're playing good cricket at the moment. It's still a long way in the tournament, and they haven't played PCC. But this side of the draw.
Early days. Basically.
True.
You know, early days. Especially, this is the 8-team ECS format, so countries have the option of going with the 11-team format. There's no ball called there. It must have been for a foot. So, yeah, the 14 matches is longer than the 10 you normally play. Let's have a look at the front foot here. Yeah, looks like a no ball to me.
Yep.
It's kind of on the line, but you can actually see the line there. Free hit then. He does get it inside half of the bat. Could be another wicket off a free hit. This time I think that several people have forgotten because that was the less obvious one. If you didn't hear the call or see the signal, I think there's a little bit of it. I won't say showboat, but like a low-key post-wicket celebration from the fielder, but wasn't called for.
So yeah, you're right. There's a long format tournament in a sense that there are 14 games for each team. PCC definitely the form team at the moment, but United looking great.
Right. Also pretty well timed by Magari. He looks really good now on the fumble. They're going to take 2, so it's excellent running and good game awareness as well. 50 partnerships come up during this over. And I'm just trying to think if I missed any sides. I don't think so. Scotland, Germany, Jersey, Italy, Austria, Denmark, Ireland.
Denmark are good as well.
Yeah.
They've had experience. They've got experience on turf. There are a couple of turf pitches up in Denmark.
Yeah, that's true. This goes with the run. Goes with the hit, I should say, and a simple single. Yeah, so that's worth a look as well. I'll be checking in now and then. And yeah, 20-team World Cup, I think that's the way you got to go. The idea was with a 50-over World Cup, they're shrinking it to 10 teams and making it more exclusive, which at the time I didn't like, but I think they made that decision before realising. I had a problem with it at the time, but I realised 50-over cricket's kind of dying anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of in no man's land now, isn't it? End of the 4th over here, and the score 55 without loss. So I mean, the Netherlands qualifying for a 10-team World Cup is pretty incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
In the 50-over format.
Did West Indies miss out?
Yeah.
That's incredible,
West Indies
isn't it?
gone.
Yeah.
If you said 35 years ago, or say 35 years ago, 30 years
It's
ago.
a while ago, though.
No, but the West Indies wouldn't be qualifying for a World Cup after they were dominating cricket.
Yeah.
Not dominating cricket with their fast bowlers and Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards and all
Viv
that.
Richards.
That the plucky little Netherlands, at the time there was cricket happening in the Netherlands. It's not like Netherlands is a new market. I mean, Netherlands of all the continental European countries, and they've got, for example, the oldest club league competition in the world there. To think that Netherlands would be in and West Indies wouldn't, I mean, that's crazy. Anyway, here's Suhaib Wani.
What about test match status for the Netherlands? Is that still a
that's
long
the
way
thing.
away, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it's something they're even looking at doing. So I had a question the other day in the chat. It was a pretty good one. Would you then just be ignoring anything over 20 overs in Europe? And I'd say my answer was yes. You know, I said that's the way cricket's going.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, at the moment, a lot of European countries still have this idea of, you know, we want to qualify for. Sneaks outside the off stump, almost bowls Magari. You might end up spending 5-10 years on a goal, achieving something that then doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, true.
50 over cricket.
Yeah.
You know, so I'd be putting my resources into 20 over cricket unless the ICC's already kind of shown that's the way that they think they're going to grow the game, and they're probably right. I had a really interesting question the other day as well, which was, what do you think cricket will look like in 50 years' time? Like, just to, you know, like obviously there's no right or wrong with this.
Be played by AI robots.
And one of the interesting things was, where's Test cricket at in 50 years' time?
I think there's probably still a place for it. I mean, but then again, most of the traditional, especially the old boys at Lords, will not be watching cricket anymore in 50 years.
That's true.
So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think like things like the Ashes could just be a once every, say, 2 or 3 year thing. But then cricket, I think you just look at the trends of the short form. Daniel Weston, who was commentating the final with me for Letter Cup, he had a very interesting answer, which was he thinks tape ball, just cricket without all the equipment, more accessible. Anyway, you might need a taxi to get this one, because that's going to go over onto the Manx field. That's Maximal, and end of the 5th over. Rolling away with this at the moment, United. And with that shot, it's going to be 70 without loss after 5.
Yeah, tape balls, it is popular, and I know that there's a semi-professional, I don't know if it's a league.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pardon me, it's not quite the end of the over, it's still 64, so give me 1 second, see if my prediction comes true. It doesn't, because it's going to be 1 here, and that is the end of the 5th. Score is 65 without loss. Just quickly, I want to remind everyone what's coming up a little bit later on tonight. And I've got to say, I've been enjoying the action at night at the moment. I say night, but it's just kind of the early evening, because the sun doesn't go down there until right before the end of the last game. But tonight we'll get to see the Porto Wanderers for the first time. Now, they're the side that were previously just called Porto, but they take on the Coimbra Knights. And you were mentioning some of the action from the night series in Portugal a couple of years ago, involving the Coimbra Knights, Miranda Dragons, and it's kind of the home ground, if you like, of the Coimbra Knights there. So Rico standing by, and 2 more matches coming up on day 3, or night 3, if you like, of that series. 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Should be good.
That first Portugal night series was one of my favourite series ever to watch.
Yeah,
it was
insane.
So much.
Sand
it was
pit.
so fun.
I don't think the sand. I keep looking out for the sand pit, but
It's not there.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
I remember the ball just disappearing over the grandstand constantly, and it must be.
It's a football ground. It's
a
not even
football
like
ground.
2 football grounds tied together. It's a football ground.
But it was super
38
long
metres
as well.
sideways.
Like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
It was great.
Average out the boundaries, get 50 metres. I think one square is 38 to the grandstand or something like that.
There was an umpire there as well who looked like he'd been umpiring since the days of W.G. Grace.
Yeah.
And I remember him standing. He wasn't standing behind the stumps. Technically, it was behind the stumps, but about 2 paces to the right.
A bit angular.
Yeah.
Things that, again, you used to see that in ECS cricket sometimes as well.
It's changed so much.
This is a low full toss, and Makare doing a good job at the moment. Now they're going to take 2 as Kranthi can't quite handle it first up.
It was. I mean, I did the Czech Super Series with Terry, and we didn't know what was going on. I mean, it was a learning curve for everybody.
Yeah.
The cameras. I don't think we didn't have a scaffold here on the first series. If you look back at it.
Yeah, I remember, and actually watched it fairly recently just for a bit of fun. As this comes back, again, they're going to leg it out for 2. Ray Prolu with the ball at the moment. And this game's ticking away to an inevitable conclusion. Yeah, things have changed so much over the last 3 years. And it's hard to believe it was just 3 years ago that you and Terry were here doing that Czech Super Series.
Was it 3 or 4? It was 4.
3. Because it's middle of 2023, and that was middle of 2020.
2020, 21,
I didn't give
22,
you a date.
23.
I reckon
4 years. 20,
this is
21,
the
22, 23.
Oh yeah, but if you 3 years ago, that's what you were doing. So
okay.
You know,
Yeah.
is a period of time. But I mean, I'll try and give you a date. I reckon it was June 12 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, or maybe June.
We
13
did it
or
on
14.
weekends. We did. I think it was 6 weekends or something like
and
that.
the ECN crew, they were driving back and forth from Germany every weekend. So, just very different times. But it's got a bit of charm to it.
It does. Well, we were wearing whites as well.
Yeah, whites, red ball. I remember the first time I saw this ground on TV, and I said, "What is going on here?" And the crops in the background. Prolu, it's bowled a pretty good over here, to be honest. He's kept the game alive for now, at least, as we get to the end of 6. And the score is 71 without loss. This opening partnership continues to get the job done for United. And you can see that 40 on out for Magari might run out of time to create a half century with just about that many needed. This is what's coming up next. So Bohemians, they'll be here, led by Sahil Grover, who I think he's going to want to be trying to impress the selectors with the wicket-keeping job up for grabs, potentially in the ECIs. And then you've also got players like Sazi Bhuyan, who are really experienced. Got Javed Iqbal, their former captain. So United, though, winning the toss, selected to bat. So obviously this time they've chased well, and I thought they might be tempted to bowl because of what's happened this morning already. But they're sticking with their plans to bat first. And to be honest, the way they're batting, I think they'll be pretty happy to continue with the stick.
Well, I'm happy for Magari because he's finally got on with an innings. It's 40 from 22. Bagel, good support, 26 from 17, and they're pretty much cruising at the moment. He missed one down leg side. Could have been a stumping.
Yeah, Magari, his top score is 23 not out before this.
Yep.
So it's his top score now. There's certain ways he could get to his 50. Needs a 4 and a 6. Well, guess what? He's not, because this one almost rolls from one. It's a little bit of a mystery ball about this. Nutmegs him and collects the leg stump. So Magari does well, but he has to tell his story walking for now at least. And finally, something for the Spartans fans to cheer about. Bit of a consolation wicket though. 73 for 1.
A little bit of movement in the air and just kept a bit low. Played the wrong shot. And Magari, just what we said, he's looking finally getting a score.
It's definitely just a lack of bounce there. I don't think there's a lot of side spin or anything like that. If anything, he's just drifting in. You saw that one that went down leg side. But yeah, maybe not a bad thing when you consider they're going to bat first in the next game to get someone like an Ayush Sharma a bat.
Yeah.
You'd be hard pressed to kind of retire anyone out that situation. But I mean, strategically, if you did get, it's almost like a bit of free practice if you need 10, 15 to win with so many overs remaining. But yeah, Ayush Sharma, he's a player that ordinarily I think plays his club cricket for the Budivitsa Barracudas here, which I think is Joe Foster's club, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joe does a fair bit of umpiring here in the Czech Republic and has also umpired in the Euros. I think we saw him on Monday, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ayush plays in ECS cricket for United and has done very well for them over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's a good solid player, is Ayush Sharma, and there's still a lot of batting to come. United, as I said, there's nothing, there's no star in their team. They just have a lot of very good players who can perform. They're consistent, and it's just a really solid unit. Whereas the team we'll see next, Bohemians, is a little bit more volatile.
Yeah, but that makes them fun to watch as well.
It makes it
just
great
quickly
to watch.
tying up a few loose ends before the end of this one. I've been saying he's expecting low scores today because of the rain from yesterday. Pitch is slow, but I would say that it's probably sucked up that moisture pretty quickly.
It'll dry out. This wind, there's no surface moisture. It was heavy rain and it was needed. But this pitch actually will benefit from that slight rain. From that rain, it was covered, and I'll come back to that in a moment as to why it's important.
5 to win now. Yeah.
So it's a clay pitch. There's sand and there's pebbles and things, so it's layered and it plays pretty well. But if the clay gets too dry, it tends to crack underneath, and that's when you get variable bounce.
Yeah. Okay.
But if there's rain, it binds.
Yeah.
We don't have any water source here at Vinosh as well, so the rain is more than welcome.
Yeah, it reminds me
pitch.
of the Milan pitch a little bit. That they say rain makes it play better. Binds. That's probably a good way you put it. Yeah, binds it underneath into a bit more of a consistent surface. Another wide, so just struggling to get it right here, Wani. What else we got before we finish? Yeah, talking about whether European teams should be pushing for longer format, including Test cricket. I just don't think it's on the radar. And one of the things to play Test cricket, you need to have a solid first-class setup of playing that time of game. And so, I just don't think it's something that...
Well, the Netherlands are the most likely.
But they don't even play any cricket that's longer. They play no non-limited overs cricket, right? Another wicket here late in the piece. And it's going to be Bagel who's going to have to go. So Wani, to be honest, I kind of like his natural shape. He's one of these kind of fake leg spinners. It doesn't really spin it, but he does drift it in. And he has just had some issues with control. See this one? See, it just kind of slides in a little bit. And fairly simple catch taken.
Fake leg spinner.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there. Got to watch out for them. But they're useful because as a batter, you play them like a leg spinner, and you end up playing outside. A lot of them, they kind of whack you in the pad. Dawood Avanzai from France, who's Mr. Universe. He's kind of one of those in a way. He bowls more overspin than anything. But anyway, like I said, it gives someone else a hit, and it's going to be. It's actually the end of the over, 79 for 2. So whether the new batter gets a hit or not, I'm not sure. But it's Abhimanyu Singh, the captain, who comes out as Aditya Ray-Prolu, who bowled a pretty good first over. He's going to try and keep the game alive a little bit longer. Just 2 runs required for victory now for United. Yeah, but hello to Naveen. Also saw Aaron Ashokan was in the chat earlier. Hello, Aaron. Hopefully you're well. Look forward to seeing you soon.
One thing we didn't do with Phil is we didn't ask for lurkers to come out of the lurkage.
Well, we will. This will be the end of the game. It's going to run away all the way for 4. And so, yeah, Sharma, make sure that his captain doesn't get a hit. He does get a watch, though, and a little bit of a walk. But United, they do it easily. 17 balls to spare. And a pretty comprehensive demolition job from United CC first up this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, a really good little team. They put pressure on the Spartans batsmen early on, and even though they recovered to post a target, just wasn't enough, especially on this ground. And they only lost the couple of wickets there, United. So a good win for United. They'll see this as a positive start to the day. Spartans will have to come back again to face later in the day. They'll want to get their campaign back on track.
Yeah, they've kind of fallen to a 1-3 record now, and like I say, they've got 10 games to turn it around. But I suppose they were given a bit of a lesson by United. I think everything that Spartans did badly, United did well, and so it kind of showed it up, and that kind of summed it up as well, as that went straight through the Jake the Pegs of Parth Baladia, who was at slip for something just like that. But Magare, I mean, best innings he's ever put together on ECN. I like the way he batted aggressively without slogging. I think he got a lot outside the off stump, played those shots well. When they did kind of get a little bit too straight, both batters were pretty comfortable. I mean, that was hit hard, but not quite that hard. But yeah, United, one of the most improved teams, I think, in the country over the last 2 or 3 years. And Spartans, side who we know topped the table in the ECS last year, but then just fell at the final stages. Had a couple of consolation wickets late in the piece, but really it was all academic, wasn't it? And that was the shot. Pretty nice looking one through point. That brought up the win for UCC, who have some more work to do, because we'll see them in the next match against Bohemians, and that's going to start in around about half an hour's time. There's the 2 teams. Match 17 on the way. Now United, they batted well then. They won the toss and they've elected to bat. And so you mentioned the difference Ali Sitar has made to their bowling lineup in particular, but also, yeah, their batting lineup looking longer, looking stronger. Bohemians, though, yeah, they're a bit of a firecracker team, aren't they? Grover captaining and behind the stumps. Mentioned Bhuyan, mentioned David Iqbal earlier. So yeah, join us in about half an hour, and we'll be getting into the second match of the day. But right here, right now, let's go back and have a look at the scorecard in this chase. Magare leading the way with 40 of 23, 5 fours and a Maximo in there. Got some good support from Bigel, who I don't think really timed too many, but he was a worthy ally, wasn't he, for Rudraj, who played his best knock ever on the network. Sharma finished things off. Abhimanyu got to watch the last ball, but as far as the bowlers went, not too much to shout about. Wani looked dangerous at times, I think, with that natural little bit of drift. He gets 2 for 18, and apart from that, none of the bowlers able to break through. Well, Danny, we're going to take a break, maybe have a little cup of coffee or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, and we'll be back in around about half an hour, take you into match 17. It's UCC winning the toss. They'll continue to bat. Let's see if they can do the job against last year's finalists, Bohemians. Many sounder humans to Maximo with Danny Hudacek at the Vinosh Cricket Ground in Prague. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Prague, and now it's time for the second match of the day in the European Cricket Series today, but still we have 6 more matches on ECN with 4 more from here, 2 from Portugal tonight as well. Rico will be standing by, but right now it is time for match number 17, and this is going to be Bohemians who are taking on United. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Crouch to the Sheriff has the 2 captains.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail. Bat first.
Abhimanyu Singh of United Cricket Club has won the toss and he's elected to bat, so obviously wants to let his batters express themselves. I thought that maybe they would bowl first, only because they did such a good job first up this morning of holding the Spartans with some early wickets, and yeah, it was Bagoli and Sitar that did the early damage, didn't they, hampering the Spartans, keeping them to 80. But I do think their plan is obviously to put some runs on the board, put some pressure on the Bohemians lineup. I will say that Sahil Grover, for me, he's one of the few wicketkeepers we've seen take 5 dismissals in an innings. He did that here last year. And also, he's been looking pretty good with the bat. And with that Czechia national team keeping spot looking like it's up for grabs for the ECIs and potentially the ECC later in this season, I'm sure he'll be wanting to put his best foot forward. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Danny Hudacek will take you through the early stages of this one in match 17. Bohemians taking on United. United, they've won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to this European Cricket Series here from Czechia. Match number 17. It'll be an interesting contest here between Bohemians and United. United with a good win, very comfortable win against Spartans, and we see United will be won the toss, elected to bat. I'm sure we'll see Ruturaj Magare and Piyush Singh Baghel open the batting again for them. They've got a good lineup with Zucchi looking okay yesterday, Pramod Bagoli, Sharma, and also Abhimanyu Singh. Very strong batting lineup. Bohemians, well, they'll come in after a loss yesterday against the Tigers in that rain-reduced game. They're 1-1, and United looking good. Very competent side. Bohemians a bit volatile. Never know what we're going to get from them. They're capable of beating anybody in this competition on their day, but they're also the most likely team to just completely lose the plot. And we'll see which Bohemians turn up. And they'll be with the opening bowler, the warhorse, Javed Iqbal, who the man who never seems to age. He'll be opening against Ruturaj Magare. This will be a good contest. A very good bowler is Javed Iqbal. And Bohemians will want to get there. I don't think they've lost the plot with the tournament of Bohemians, but they want to get more consistent. They want to get some good wins under their belt, and they have an opportunity here against United. United are 2-1 now. They want to get in that top 4. To United, and their campaign's going pretty well at the moment. Here's Javed Iqbal. In fact, they're 3-4 United with that win against Spartans. Good ball from outside our stump by Iqbal. He's been around the traps for a long time, has Javed Iqbal. He captained the team. He's captained them actually in every one of the series in the Czech Republic. That responsibility now to Sahil Grover, the wicketkeeper. So a very strong offside field they've implemented here And this is in the air, going back, could take it, drops it. Tried to take it over his shoulder, did the fielder, and a bit of a let off Routourage. Tried to turn it around the corner, got a top edge. And he's always going away from the ball. Let's have another look, just the top edge. And it just got two hands to it, did the fielder. That's Rohit Kungar. We'll see with the bat, no doubt, for Bohemians a little bit later on. Just couldn't hang on, and that's an early opportunity down the drain for Bohemians. Iqbal comes in again. And this one's a better shot. Whipped off his toes, gone all the way. Just a bit too straight from Iqbal. And lovely, lovely shot off his legs. And that's Magare, who had a life. And we'll see if how costly that drop chance is for Bohemians. 8 for no loss so far. United only halfway through the first over. Comes Javed Iqbal again. And big swing and a miss. That's a better delivery from the tall, lanky fast bowler. He's been a mainstay of this Bohemian side. He's played for various teams in this in the league. Played for Barbarians for a while. I think he was a PCC player for a while also, Javed. But he's nice and settled here, an integral part of this Bohemian side. He comes in again, bowling to Magare. And York length delivery, hit down the ground. There's a man back there, just be a single. That'll bring Piyush Paghel to face his first delivery. So as I said, Bohemians, if you get on top of them, they tend to bicker between themselves quite often. But on the other hand, if they get on top of you as a team, they work very well together. And they're a difficult team to beat. So 1 ball left in this over, 9 on the board. Pretty good one from United. Comes Javed Iqbal. Just played down the pitch. Coverage there from Kamal Singh. And that's the end of the first over. 9 from it. And very even start for both. So again, it's a little bit cooler here in Prague today, which is nice. Vinny, upcoming events?
Yeah, it's good to be back, and yeah, just good to see such a variety of cricket, to be honest, on ECN. It's been one of the things that's made 2023 a breakout year. You probably saw some of the T20I women's action from the Netherlands recently. There's more of that coming up with the Netherlands taking on Ireland in some T20 internationals. Then we've got Netherlands taking on Jersey in not only 20-over cricket, but also 10-over cricket. So the Tuesday the 27th, that's 3 T10 internationals between those two women's teams. And then I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there's T20 internationals as well. Before then, we've got the ECN Continental Cup, T20I women's as well. Men's will be later in the series as well. Anyway, this is up, and this should be caught, and it's dropped. And, well, that's not the first one we've seen so far either, is it, Danny? Got to hold your catches if you're going to have a good time in this form of the game, or any form of the game. And Azim, the bowler, made the chance happen, but unfortunately, he couldn't finish it. And that's Magari, who's been so good so far this morning, getting some luck. Yeah, he got a lot of luck. And it's just a bit scrappy here from Bohemians early this morning. Well, it's 11 o'clock local time. Just going back to those women's internationals, Vinny, it's such a phantom from the European Cricket Network to feature these games. Oh, it's a lovely shot, whipped off his toes, 4 runs. Well, he's made them pay. That's such a good shot. I mean, it's risky. You know, like if he misses that, he's dead. Also, don't know about the foot fielding from the ball retriever, but I mean, I just think he looks like he's the one guy this morning that seems to have the pace of this pitch. You know, I suppose Akranthi was the other one from Spartans that batted pretty well earlier, but Magari seems to get it straight away, and he used the pace of Azim to his advantage there. Short, over the top, lovely shot. Will it go 6 or 4? It's 6, I think.
just lifted it over the top, used the pace of the ball. Very nice shot by Rutaraj. And there's a couple of costly drop catches already from Bohemians.
Yeah, it hurts, doesn't it? And I saw when the catch get dropped at mid-on. Was that McGarry as well? I think it might have been.
It was McGarry.
Yeah, so he's been dropped twice. So far, he's 21 off 8, off to a flyer.
Should be caught this
Surely
time. The
not.
bowler's under it, takes it. Well, third time unlucky there for McGarry. He's gone for 21. And
I love the reaction from Zishan there, Zishan Azim, the bowler, who basically looks around at all the other fielders, says, guys, it wasn't that hard. Just hold on to it. I mean, we saw the one that went down earlier in the over. The hands never really got together. What he does well there, does have his pinkies pretty much forming a solid catching base. And then, has time to think about life there. But Bohemians creating lots of chances. They finally take one. McGarry goes for a quick fire knock, and it's 21 for 1.
he had bees in his bonnet there, didn't he, Rutaraj? He was trying to hit everything and probably didn't need to. He was, he's in good form. We saw him get a nice 42 in the previous game. But
I suppose he'll feel like, that's my role. That's what he'd say. And this is my role, is to go hard in the power play. We've got batting to come.
That's true.
It always looks silly or disappointing, I suppose, when you miss it when you do get out. But I think that's just the price doing business. Anyway, this is going to fly away as well. That could go all the way, And it has Maximo. Ball really flying. We talked about the outfield being fast, but this one goes all the way. In fact, it's gone for 4. But still, I'm going to take away the Maximo, but I will say 4 carreras. The good start continues for United.
Yeah, fantastic start. And it's good aggressive batting. McGarry, though, I mean, he's 21 off 7. He's done his job, you're right, Vinny. And they are off to a little bit of a flyer, 25 off the first 2 overs.
But Gawley's a very able replacement as well. We have seen opening the batting and doing a pretty good job. All of the first 21 runs came off the bat of McGarry. And now, a bit of a teaser. He may have just got a fingertip on this as well, but Begawley gets another boundary to start his innings.
Yeah, it's been a good start from United. Very positive. They're really attacking this Bohemians bowling lineup. A little bit of risk involved, but with the power play, you can lift it over the top of the infield.
They've actually played that shot really well all day. Let's have a quick look at the table. United with another win here. They go 4-1, and it put a bit of daylight between them and the rest, to be honest. Bohemians, last year's finalists, 1-1, so still early in their campaign. Each of the 8 teams will play 14 matches in the initial stage. The top 4 will get to play in finals Friday, which is just over a week away.
Well, it's very even between the 4 teams we've seen. In fact, on the first day, every team got a win, at least one win yesterday. So there's not much between all of these sides, the 4 sides we're seeing in the next, today. We're going to see new teams again. Well, not new teams, but we're going to see teams that played earlier in the week come in.
That's right.
And tomorrow, each team playing each other twice. As Javed Iqbal comes in again and just straightens up the batsman. No run.
Slight slower ball, I think, from Jar, but he's a good player. I mean, he's one guy I'm always impressed with. Doesn't have the captaincy duties, so he can just concentrate on playing.
He never ages.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He looks exactly the same as I met him probably 12 years ago when he came to the Czech leagues. Played for Barbarians for a while. He never ages, this man. The Warhorse that Phil nicknamed him yesterday.
He's 41 years of age, Javed Iqbal. He gets a little bit straighter and he's kept out again. Bagal hasn't had to do too much yet so far. But I was going to say United have played the cut shot really well, and I think there's value in that shot. I think that the bowlers are often trying to bowl there. They're trying to beat the tram line essentially. If you can step across and whack it in that area, it's pretty effective. Another ball goes in that general area. But, so often we see batters kind of hitching their wagon to trying to swing across to mid-wicket when they're in the so-called guise of being attacking. But I think, the cut's pretty hard to stop. Even when you've got a third man back, obviously the power play, you've got everyone else up in the circle in that area of the ground. It just makes it really difficult to bowl to.
I mean, this ground's so fast as well. As soon as he gets past the infield, it's 4. Comes Javed, And this one's just hit over the top of him, mistimed, just to get a single. But what we've seen over the last few days, Vinny, and which I know you watched a lot of the games.
Yeah.
But anything on leg side is 4 runs because it gets tucked around the corner and it goes downhill and there's no stopping it. There's a lot going through third man as well, and a lot of straight hitting.
Yeah, I think the boundary size straight encourages straight hitting as well. Sometimes in the past it's been a little bit longer here.
It could be out as well. It's in the air and just falling in front of the fielder. Mistimed to perfection there by Bagel.
Yeah, that's Kakaria, I think, that was hunting it. He couldn't quite get there. So I suppose that's a good miss hit. Having said that, he didn't get off his feet. And it didn't really get a dive at it. In the end, his feet work because he does a big kind of jump in frustration. Just want to say a quick hello to Phil G, who's in the chat. Hello to Phil. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, we're in here in the marshmallow, as you're calling it. Happy it hasn't looked like it's going to blow away so far.
Which is, well, we've had a little bit of wind here. So it's called a wide, but not like in previous years. Marshmallow hasn't really been tested. Has it blown away yet anywhere?
Oh, yeah.
It has?
Yeah, once in Brescia, it may have been the Brescia you didn't do with me. We found it in the morning about 200 metres away hanging over a fence. Yeah, I mean, normally we try and pull it down before it blows away fully. All right, this is a hook shot, and it's going to travel, and it's going to travel all the way. I think it has. Maximo! So you called it, didn't you, Iqbal? It tries out the upstairs region. Doesn't really get up, though. But Gorley, he's come out, and he's looked good. End of a pretty good power play for United. 39 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, really good power play. And the wicket that lost, actually, he did his job, Rituraj. But some good batting to come, as well as these two in Bagel and Baguli. So
Bagel's also a pretty good hitter of the ball, but I think he's also providing a bit of stability. He hasn't had to face too many balls yet, but he's a guy who'll be happy probably just to give the strike to guys if they are on boundary hitting blitzes, and that's kind of the story of his 2 partners so far. See that very good power play of 39 with those overs of 9, 20 and 10. The 20 over, or the 20 run over in the second, magical over, but it contained a wicket in there of Magari, but Macaulay has not slowed things down at all. It's going to be Sazib Bhuyan, player we know really well. He's been playing for the Czech Republic as well. He's going to pull over number 4, and he starts with a ball that I think bounces off the pitch, and that's how Pete says it, and means that we're going to have a free hit. Not quite the start that Sazib was hoping for.
His first over yesterday was an absolute shocker. I think it went for 17, and half of it was wide, and a couple of no balls, I think, as well. But then he came back and bowled like we normally see him bowl. He's it's going to be wide, but it's a bit of a carbon copy of how he started his day yesterday. So I'm not sure if it's to do with a warm up.
I think it's when we saw him last bowling the ECIs for Czechia, he'd be round the wicket and basically push it a long way left. It seems like he's still pushing it left, but he's over the wicket, so he doesn't have that kind of room to work with. This one probably would have been a wide as well, but instead the free hit is cashed in for a boundary. Sucklane, 66 on his back. He looked like he was about 66 trying to get down to the ground then, and that's going to cost Bohemians 4 more.
Yeah, he's not the most mobile as Sucklane, and again, it just runs so quickly on this ground that we very rarely see good stops on the boundary. Seen a couple, but it's so hard to get there, and then when you do, you have to get down as well. This one's just pushed on the leg side for a single.
Better direction there. I see that Shobit's in the chat. Shobit Bhatia. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully I see you soon. Phil G is not on pie duty today, although I'm curious to see who is, and I'm looking forward to having a pie from down under.
I've had some for the first 3 days. I think I might have changed. Oh, this is whipped off his toes, and that's going to go all the way. Another 6 there. Full toss by Sazib. Just, well, full toss on middle and leg.
It wasn't the worst line, considering maybe it's a bit of an overcorrection, but I don't mind him attacking the stumps. But the full toss, it's asking for trouble.
We've seen a lot of full tosses, though, in this tournament so far, Vinny. I don't know what it is of just a bit of over-pitching, but trying too hard. I'm not sure what it is, but we've seen a lot of them, and most of them have been put away pretty easily. It's a nice shot. Talking about being put away, that delicate little Little cut shot, rolled his wrists over it. Shot of the day so far. Let's have a look at this. Beautiful shot.
It's the release the wrist. I tell you what, the foot fielding, on or off the field, it's hazardous.
Well,
Just bend down, guys. God gave you hands for a reason.
I think he's looking at his foot now.
That's a proper ankle buster.
He's Sazib again. This one's gone down to the same area. Won't get there though. As a couple of players come to meet it. They'll get two. Good running. That's another feature of the United players. They call well, they run well between the wickets. It's good communication.
Let's just have another how not to do it here. I mean, oof. I mean, that's 2 foot fielding attempts. Anyway, you know, got to say, big thank you to all the volunteers and everyone that's been working so hard to make this European Cricket Series work. Couldn't do it without the team effort.
It's a hit down the ground. Just be a single. I'll tell you what though. Well, as we get to the end of the over, and 4th over down, and 59 the score, 1 wicket down.
Yeah, just mentioned Dan's going. Mentioned Danzilla in the chat saying he's off to his Czech lesson. So Dobry Dan and Nastradano for now. Got to admit my Czech's limited to around about. I think my vocabulary may have hit double digits now.
People prosim.
People put in beer, please. Okay, I do know that one.
Yeah.
People want Kavarna coffee shop.
Kavarna, yeah.
Yeah, got that. Got goodbye. Of course, cheers. I know in pretty much every language.
Yeah.
In Europe. I think I mentioned so in Czech it's Nastravi.
Nastravi, which means to your health.
Yeah, and it's also what you say when someone sneezes.
Yes.
True.
But what you can also say is Nadraji, which is railway station.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Is that just like a joke?
It's a joke, but
Czech sense of humour.
Check it out next time. Try it out next time. Just say Nadraji.
I'll try that.
See what happens.
I'll try that later on tonight.
You'll get looks and a few giggles.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Suck Lane getting a bowl. And I've got to say, he had a bit of an issue stopping a boundary earlier, but another Suck Lane, Mohammed Suck Lane, in Hungary, he racked up a record. And we talked about that record-setting day on Sunday. Most sixes ever in a 4-match day, I think, or any day. Most runs ever, like over 1,300 runs in the day. And Mohammed Suck Lane of Hungary had the most runs conceded by a single bowler. He's the first bowler to go in the 60s. He took none for 61 off his 2 overs. Oh no, what's going on here? It looks like we've got an issue with is that Bagoli? It is. It's hobbling off. Oh no. All I can think of is maybe he's run the side of the pitch and it's kind of got a little bit of an angle and maybe he's twisted his ankle or something like that, because that was fairly innocuous and he was looking fine before that. I'm a bit worried for him now, Pramod.
He'll get a bit of magic spray, he'll be fine. But he's come off
He's
the
retiring
field.
hurt. Like, there's no even question that he's going to keep batting.
No.
So
it's a shame. He's 29 off 9, going very well.
Yeah.
He can, as he retires hurt,
Yep.
he can still come back in the innings. He's not retiring.
That's right, yeah.
But I'm sure they'll rest him. It's a long tournament. He's needed with the ball.
That looks
but
bad.
at the same
Just the way
time,
he's moving off. He didn't even get anyone to come out there. He said, look, guys, I'm going to have to come off here.
Yeah.
And normally, especially when you're playing well, let me just have a look. I'm just looking like, to be honest, no, he doesn't. Definitely not that ball.
It's just down to
look at this
the
bat
slips
plug.
just one run.
So Sharma has almost run out for a diamond duck here. Yeah, and I'm looking at the last ball now, and he was fine. But look at this.
Oh.
That ball hits. He's batless. And he's going to be out.
There's a bit of a debate earlier in the week when you get out in the first ball of an innings, which it's happened 3 times so far.
Yep.
And is it a royal duck? Is it a platinum duck?
People make stuff up.
Well,
and none of these are official terms. There's even no such thing as duck in the laws of cricket.
Yeah.
It's colloquialisms, right?
We have made our own.
Yeah.
It's an embarrassing duck. I don't know who it was on the chat who said it, but
So
an embarrassing duck is the first ball of an innings.
The most common one is royal duck for first ball of an innings.
Well,
right?
it's now officially in the ECN
It's
lexicon.
duck.
It's an embarrassing duck. I think we need to get a red duck.
Oh, but I don't know. It's a little bit like all ducks are embarrassing. Or is that worse?
it's
I think if
worse
anything, you
because
got more of an excuse getting out first ball of a game or first ball of innings than in the middle. I did hear this debate. I got it.
Well, I mean, ducks are embarrassing, but this is it was put out from the chat.
Yeah.
It seems to have stuck.
Okay.
So
we're still waiting on the royal duck. So judging by, because we were going to get a duck with like a crown. Meanwhile, this is like the latest cut, so late it almost never arrives. Just watch this. I think it's more or less a bottom edge more than anything else. But Piyush, yeah, well, very good placement. Open wide. And I think Sahil, he's saying, I might chase this, and I realised it's gone past the boundary, so I'm not going to bother. So, okay. Well, okay, I'm aboard, you know. We live in a democracy, most places. So, yeah, we'll see if we can get the Derek animators onto that. I've heard of, like, you know, first ball diamond duck is called a titanium duck, apparently.
okay.
You know, I looked them up.
We did mention
articles on
titanium because
this.
we knew there was something to do with horses.
Oh,
Could
no,
be a
this
run
is-
out, and he slid into the stumps.
Yeah,
Well-
so they'll get 2 here at the end of the over, and so it's 68 for 1 after 5. But wow, I mean, have a look at this. I don't think it was a completely necessary run, if I'm completely honest. See where Sharma's running there, the edge of the pitch, just a little bit of a worry. But I thought you were going to say something else again. Look, he slides in. It's a bit like baseball style where you're trying to slide in under the catcher.
He went straight between the legs of the bowler.
Well, it was a good over for through the legs action if you're into that. It's 68-1 after 5. Any sound to him, Mr. Maximo, here in Prague for the ECS checker with Danny Hudacek. And yeah, well, we appreciate the interaction and the suggestion of the embarrassing duck. I'm still on with your wraparound hat trick. I think, you know, taking a hat trick towards the end of an innings and not having a chance to take it, that I like a wraparound hat
You've
trick.
only got 2 overs to take
Yeah.
it, so it makes sense
I
that
know.
it can go into other games.
Put the one from Thailand. This is kind of a bit viral as well. As this is lifted up, this is going to travel places. That's out of here. Maximo! Well, Sharma had to slide in to get the strike in the first place, and once he got it, he certainly knew what to do with it. That went miles over the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot there from Ayo Sharma. And this onslaught from the United batsman continues. They're going 14, almost 14 and a half and over. Hasn't been terrible bowling from Bohemians. They did drop a couple of catches early, but it was the same man in Ruturaj.
They've all come out and just down. I don't think this gets to Grover. It will be 4. We'll check it out in the replay. Let's have a look at it. I mean, it's an interesting one. I think if you want to be technical, it does go past him on the full. So it's not that it doesn't carry, it's just he's not quick enough to get his glove down there.
You were talking about the vacant keeper position.
Yeah. Let me try and pick this one apart. To me, he's a little bit kind of flat-footed. So that's one thing. See how he's just kind of standing? So he's got no real power.
Yeah.
So he can't really, he's just throwing his hand hoping for the best. And he's a very good keeper, Sahil. This is in the air. This should be gone. And, well, maybe it's strategic because the very next ball, Sharma has guided it. He couldn't have done too much more to get it towards that fielder. So, the runs are coming, but also a couple of wickets, 78 for 2.
We've seen it. It's been weird. It's been like a 5th slip put in by quite a few teams. And he's found him there. That one's maybe a 3rd slip area. But we've seen a couple of catches in the slips in this game, and it's there's so many runs in that 3rd man area that's very tempting to guide there, but just guided to the fielder. Neat catch though.
Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it? And so maybe they can turn this into something more. It's Saklam Mukhtar who took the catch as Kakaria comes up with the wicket, 78 for 2. Okay, I'm going to get last bit of diagnosis on the keeping from Grover. Is one of the toughest things as a keeper, because you have so many balls that come to you and they're not nicked, you can get a little bit, I suppose, take it for granted. Whereas the tough thing is every ball you should be expecting you're going to get a difficult catch off an outside edge. Now, if he was expecting that, I think his body position would have been a little bit further to the right, and he probably wouldn't have had to move so much. So even though it is a big deflection, it's a tough one.
There's one thing that there are 2 keepers I think should be in line. Actually, Abimanyu's not a bad shout as well from United. He's a good keeper. Sahil Grover's kept for the national team, or played for the national team as well. But have a look where he puts his gloves. Well, this one, he wasn't quite set, but we noticed it because there was one that went down. I think it was an inside edge that went past him, or an outside edge, but he couldn't. Have a look where he puts his gloves. You're not gonna like this, Vinny.
Yeah, no, he's just a little bit. I call it kind of bystander syndrome. Yeah, he never really opens the palms in a real kind of traditional
we saw
setup.
3 balls ago, and he hasn't done it since.
Yeah.
But we saw him. There was a drop catch. It was an inside edge. It was a tricky one, and had his hands on his knees. And as a keeper, you don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do that, but early when the bowler's running in, I think once he's in his stride, you got to kind of present the target where you want to catch it. Anyway, it's 80 for 2 after 6. As Miguel's kind of played the role of second fiddle, which is a role he's played okay so far, but I'm sure he'll want to raise his scoring rate as we head into the last 4 overs.
So the 2 keepers that I think have been outstanding, we saw in the first 2 days. First one was Aditya Katawala for PCC, and fantastic with the bat as well, but not qualified for the Czech national team because he doesn't actually live in the Czech Republic.
From Slovakia, right?
Yeah, lives in Slovakia. He's a student from Slovakia.
Probably would have qualified in, say, 1991, but anyway.
The other one is Devendra Singh, who's been in outstanding form with the gloves. Been batting well as well, but that you put him in for his keeping. Some very neat stumpings. This is his hit just down the ground, just for a single.
Divi, for me, probably got his nose in front.
Oh, if you think it's going to be, I mean, Abimanyu I would pick ahead of Sahil. All right, but Divi's been fantastic, and he's fit as well. He keeps himself very, very fit, so I would definitely pick Devendra.
I suppose the good thing is you've got time to impress the selectors, because I do think it's a wide open position. Paras Curry looked like he locked it down when we last saw him. He was the standout player, to be honest, in that tournament.
It's a long way to come for a couple of games, though, in Canada.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But
that is absolutely monstered. That's going to be going for a while, and it's one of the. That's going to be fetched. They've got a new ball already. Just rolled out from the square leg umpire, because it's going to take about half an hour to get that ball back.
If you're going round the wicket and anything that pitched outside the leg stump, you can't get an LBW. So the batters know that. They can just kind of stand in front of their stumps and have a free swing at it. And Bagel said he wanted to up his rate. Certainly doing that there.
Kamal Singh, the bowler. This one's rubbish down leg side, tucked away. We've seen so many runs down there. As soon as a bowler gets it slightly wrong down leg side, and he did Kamal Singh, that's 4 runs automatically, because it doesn't need much of a little paddle around the corner to get it down there in the fastest part of the ground.
Gundy ball, really, isn't it? From Kamal. He needs to try and get outside the off stump. Thing is, I mean, we're into the 7th over. It's a very leg side dominated outfield. So, I mean, the way that Bagel bats, so he puts one out near the tram line on the offside, he can drive away over cover. He won't get to get that luxury yet, although he picks out the fielder this time, and then one of the wider throws you'll see today goes around the bowler, so they're going to get a single.
Yeah, it's good awareness from the United batsmen. Again, they continuously look at where the ball's going. They'll take these extra little singles, and they run really well between the wickets. The whole top order of United comes.
Last ball over coming up.
Just brought it out to point for a single. That's the end of the over. And United continue on after 7 overs. They are 94 for 2. Been a great start for UCC.
Yeah.
Not just in this game, but also today with a really, really positive win against Spartans.
Could go 4-1 here. I mean, that'd be a great start. Yeah, so we're talking about the ECIs. Czechia will host Cyprus and Greece. So interestingly, Greece are in the same group as Czechia in the ECC. So they'll get to feel each other out there. Cyprus, again, they'll be in group E, I think it's E, and that's with Malta, Romania, Switzerland, and the England 11. Now, Malta, Romania, and Switzerland, they were all together last week in the Valletta Cup. So again, it's interesting sometimes to see some previews. So yeah, let's see. And I think Czechia, Greece in particular. Those matches I'll watch with interest in particular because of the fact that we know that they'll meet, and so there isn't room for both of them in Championship Week. Also, Czechia we've seen before in the ECC. Yeah, that's a good goal. That cuts back over the line. But a fair few new teams in the ECC this year. So we've got from 21 to 31. And 2 of those new teams are Cyprus and Greece. So, I mean, Greece we saw in the ECIs a little bit earlier in the year, but we haven't seen Cyprus yet. So it's their first time ever playing T10 international cricket, although I think they'll have a lot of guys that are experienced because we played a lot of domestic T10 cricket in Cyprus over the last couple of years.
Yeah, but I mean, travelling, it's a very different pitch. Yes, another catch dropped in slip. Well, that slip's coming into play quite a bit, and there's a chance for a run out. I think he dropped the ball, did Grover, and knocked the stumps down. There's no real appeal, but it'll be interesting to see Cyprus and Greece. I've not seen them play live. We do get quite a few teams to send the drop catch here.
See, he was kind of on the walk there, didn't have to be. And yeah, then I think you're right. I think Grover, not that it matters because he was in anyway, didn't have the ball when he knocked over the stumps. Yeah, that's just one of those ones where could have stood still taking the catch and would have kept his eyes level. Just would have made an easier catch.
Yeah, going back to these T10s.
Yeah.
As the bowler comes in, it's been hit through the covers. There's a feeler out there. Should just be a single. And it's great to see Cyprus and Greece come out because normally we play quite a few international games here, but it's normally the same cast of characters: Hungary, Austria, Luxembourg, Malta used to come out quite often. But it'll be great to see 2 brand new countries who've never played in the Czech Republic before coming out here.
I'm super excited about that as well. Exactly the same thing. So it's into the gap, and it's going to be 4. And as it is, well, it's actually 4 like 3 different ways. Look at little cheeky look back, but yeah, no, it's to see Bouillon here. He's already over the boundary here when he touches it. Then it touched the boundary, but he doesn't see it. So he's like, hey, maybe that's not 4. I won't give it 12, but I will give it 4.
Great
I like
effort
the effort though, and that brings up the 100 for United.
So he's just hit straight back to the bowler.
I think the pitch though will be a bit of an interesting one because I've been to Greece and been to the Corfu field where a lot of the domestic cricket gets played.
Yep.
I've been to Cyprus as well. That's a pretty flat pitch, and I just think that's much better from Sazib, who stays on the field this time. End of the over, it's 103 for 2 after 8. Looked not the worst spell under the circumstances, none for 17 off 2. Yeah, so I think they'll find this pitch a bit difficult because, and I think it's a very good cricket pitch. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's better than pitches that are just way too batter friendly.
Yep.
But it's pretty hard to go from one that's completely flat to one that holds up a bit. I think the slower balls stick in the surface a bit more here. Yeah, I just think it's going to be slightly different, and it might take some adjusting.
You tend to find that with competitions like the CE Cup that's played here, that the Czechs have a real advantage early on in the tournament because they know how to play the pitch, and then as there's more cricket played by the other sides, it's a much more even. So you'll get the Czechs winning early games, and then the other teams. So just kind of catching up to the conditions, and I think we'll see that a little bit with that tournament coming up. Not this weekend, but the weekend after on the 29th and the 30th. Oh, it's just tucked around the corner. Actually, it's not.
Well, he tried to, but he got untucked. I'll tell you why in a minute. But first, we're going to see Paul, which I think he's made this. Only just.
Did that come off the end of the bat? It
sure
must have.
did.
I can't see. I saw him try to just paddle it around the
it was
corner.
Right off the end of the bat. Watch this. And there you go.
Good
do it if you tried.
Snooker skills there.
And he has to hustle back. And he runs a long route. Bounces onto the stumps, but I think he's just home in that time.
It's been a pretty good over so far from Kakaria. Needs to keep it nice and tight.
Hustling through the overs, but I've got no real problems here. Look, does bounce to the stumps. I think by then, though, the bat was in. Certainly not the most direct route from Abimanyu.
This one's going out of the field at Cow Corner. Gets a nasty bounce, but manages to keep it away from his face. and nice throw in. Just another single. It's been, as I said, a good over so far from Kakaria. Just the 3 runs from it. Bugel, though, is 35 from 24. And Manu, just the 4 at the moment. And this one's a dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary, but the player will foot field it. Come back for 2.
Might have. I thought maybe it came off the pad and went between his legs. No, no.
I thought it was
an edge. Yeah, no.
I thought it was an
Just
inside
would have
edge.
thought an edge might have gone quicker. Maybe hit a bit of both, to be honest. Because normally you swing this hard.
Maybe.
You actually think it hits both inside edge onto the pad. Otherwise, I thought that would have run away for 4.
It would have.
Kakaria
Yeah.
bowling the 9th here. Another one through the legs.
It's been a pretty good over considering. Let's get that run rate down. It all happens in the 9th, but if he can hold it together for this ball, Kakaria, let's give him a good hope. Bohemians, well, he can't hold it together. It's been hammered on the leg side, and I think it's just gone for 6. We'll have another look at it. The umpires are chatting.
Well, the fielder certainly thought it was going to be 6 because look where he goes to fetch it.
And
Yeah,
hits the rope. Yep. So 6 runs, and as I said, if he could hold it together, it would have been a perfect over at this this stage for Bohemians. But now UCC 114 for 2. We said the past score was probably around about between 120, 130 on this pitch. It's been a bit less today, but they can still get to that sort of the region, I think.
Maybe partly we've seen some above par batting rather. So
I don't think so, Vinny.
There's probably PCC skewing the figures maybe with some of the figures early in the week.
Not really. I think. I mean, there's been scores lower than that, but generally about 125 on, because if you look at how quick this outfield is, you'll understand when you see players who just play genuine cricket shots, it just speeds off this outfield.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And so we go to the last over now. Buyan did go magical in his first attempt. Gets the right of reply here in this last over of the innings, and Miguel is going to be after him.
It's hit hard to Kakaria, he's hurt himself, I think. In fact, he's going to call for the magic spray. They'll come back for a second. It's a little bit scrappy there.
They will. Don't forget, a side note, Bagorli, the way he hobbled off retiring hurt, is unlikely he'll open the bowling for United.
Absolutely. Well, why risk it? It's early in the tournament. They've got a good score on the board. They've got a little bit of bowling. Kakaria seems okay, I think.
Yeah, it looked nasty, didn't it? It was absolutely drilled at him. They get 2. Does stop the 4.
He's still looking his hand. He's right in front of us. Because Buyan comes in again. This one's just got a hit onto the leg side just for a single.
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with your 125 par. Often, you just don't see many tournaments that are that high, but I think you're right as far as the outfield goes here. Where Romania is probably the other ground where we see a par about that high in an ECS.
It's a nice ground, that as well. It's been hit on the offside. Cut to point, just a single, can't get past the field. But Manu, he's just looking at himself, his hand gesture.
Yeah.
How did they hit it to the fielder?
Didn't quite get it how he wanted it. Anyway, see, look how far he's batting out his crease. Good half step. Now it goes back, goes forward.
Oh, 4 runs. Can't save that. That's the safest shot in the book for me.
Straight in the reverse V for Miguel here, who kind of shuffled to and fro. Grover is not the first one that's just been deflected past him. Has a wry smile on his face, and Miguel, outside chance of a half century. He needs 8 off the last 2 balls.
He's batted well as Piyush Miguel. He was one of the 2 openers with Magare, who did his job.
Yeah. They've never really slowed down that much here. Always been up above 12.
Oh.
That's taken some of Buyan's shin bone on the way. He's not going to go back to the stumps, which meant they had to hit him. And the reason he's wandered off to attend to himself. So they'll get 2. What's this? He's hoping. He actually tries to get his leg out of the way, but he's not quick enough here, Sazib. And then no one thought to get on the stumps.
We saw 3 very We saw three very similar ones on the very first day, where it smashed into the bowler's shins and gone for 4. One was Joe Cope. I can't remember the other 2.
Yeah. Shows how quick it is, though. Last ball.
And, well, Javed Iqbal just went straight through his arms, or straight through his hands. And it's hit the
Another
rope
one's
as
hit the
well.
rope. Yeah, rope
Precision.
hitting specialist. Not a great day to be a boundary rope. That's taken a pummeling. A great call. Pistol Pete, he saw it live. Even I saw it live. I wasn't sure. But Pistol got it absolutely right. And guess what? Piyush does get his 50 in the end. He said he needed 8. He goes 2-6. And he gets it by the barest of margins, Danny, because he literally hits the rope last ball. So well batted to Piyush Singh Baghel. 50 off 28 balls undefeated. And United hit 130 in the first innings. I think they're pretty happy with that, but they'll still have to bowl and field well. And we know that Begorley had a bit of an injury concern that saw him retire hurt, so we don't know if we'll see him. But Bohemians kind of made their bed early, didn't they? They had to lie in it. A lot of deflections going just past fielders, balls not carrying. But yeah, just allowed Magare to get them off to a flyer, and United never really looked back.
Absolutely, Vinny. That's exactly what's happened. Is that it was a good opening stand between Magare and Baghel. Sorry, and Ruturaj. He did fall finally. The third catch. First two went down, but then Piyush Baghel really took over, as did Pramod Begorley. Yeah, batted very well, did Begorley, before he had to go off injured. He looks like he might have twisted an ankle. But these two kept the run rate going. Slowed down a little bit when with the next couple of batsmen. But still, very good total for United. The ball just kept on going to the boundary pretty regularly, through Grover's legs, over his head. And as we see, this is the slide in from the batsman Ayush Sharma, who capitalised very next ball with a big 6. And not very lucky was Sahil Grover. But then there was a catch and slips there. It's Ayush Sharma just prodded up, bit of catching practice for the slip, which is an interesting position here at Vinoj in Prague. But, there's a little bit of loose bowling. Not the greatest over from Kamal, as this one is dropped in slips as well. But a very consistent batting performance by United, and got them to a good defendable total. A bit more than that, actually. As I mentioned, about 125, I think, is the pass score. The Bohemians, they are very capable of getting that. Unfortunately, for Javed Iqbal, last one went for 6. Could be costly as well. But United looking good today, looking good in this tournament. Bohemians, again, they're a bit of a wild card. They're a little bit unpredictable, as we see the scores here. Really good innings at the top. Bit of luck for Ruturaj, dropped twice, 21 off 9. Piyush Baghel, the pick of the batsman, along as well as Pramod Begorley, who had to retire hurt. 50 for Baghel, 29 off 9 for Begorley, and little contributions there from Ayush Sharma and also Abhimanyu Singh, the captain, right at the end. A couple of wides, 6 extras all up. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Good up top from Javed Iqbal as usual. Wickets for Kakaria and Zishan Azim, but Azim went for 20 off his over. Suplen Mukhtar, very economical in the middle overs, but it's a bit expensive from the others. 130 for 2, 131 to win for Bohemians. Very capable. We'll have to bat well though. We'll have to get a good start against a very good and very motivated United team. So we're going to be back in a few minutes' time for the second half of this game from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match 17 between United and Bohemians. 131 to win for Bohemians. They have to bat well. United, it's been their day so far. See you very shortly for the second innings of this game.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, good morning, actually good afternoon, and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series in Czechia. Match between Bohemians and United. And the tale here is that United have posted 130. A very competitive score against Bohemians. They'll have to bat very well to get there. They're going to be facing a very good bowler in Ali Sitar, a new addition here for United. Very good one. And he'll be bowling to the Czech Martin Verndl, who is based in Bristol in England. That's called a wide from Ali Sitar. He showed a bit of promise, did Verndl. He's a very correct batsman. Hasn't produced the runs yet, but seems to be pretty strong on both sides of the wicket. Sitar comes in again and just poked down to the covers for a single. It's a sharp one, well taken. It's gone through the keeper, well backed up. Just a single. 2 on the board for Bohemians, but 130. They'll have to get a good start. And this man, Sahil Grover, he's a good batsman in good form. There's Grover, the captain. He's taken a lot of responsibility. He's captain, his wicketkeeper. He's opening the batting. Maybe it's too much for him. We'll have to see. As Ali Sitar will be bowling to a very offside field. Wanting to keep it outside off stump, which he normally does, just like that. It's been cut straight to the man in the gully. Smashes into his legs. Good stop, save 4. That's exactly where he wants to put it, Sitar. But Grover, he likes to hit straight. He normally gives himself a lot of space. Sometimes almost backing away to give him space to hit over the top of the covers. And can't reach that one, called a wide. But he's been part of his play. I think a lot of teams have been targeting his body, and he's been tucking around the corner or hitting quite well on the leg side in this tournament. Hit, I think, a 73 odd earlier in the, or yesterday. Did very well, Grover. Sitar comes in again. And gets a good piece of that, just past the cover fielder in Sunil Zucchi, and that's 4 runs for Sahil Grover. Not far away from the fielder, who's took a few catches in that cover position. He's pretty good there, is Sunil Zucchi. Couldn't hang on to that. Might have been just away from him. There's a couple of little drops falling here. Nothing too serious yet in Prague. This one's a bit full, called a wide again. His hand up as a bowler, Sitar. It's bowled 3 wides already. It's been not quite the start we'd expect from Sitar. He was brilliant in the game against Spartans previously. Get the run rate down. So he comes in again, bowling to Sahil Grover, who pulls him to the man who just can't reach it. It was well hit, just rocked back and smashed it over cow corner. There is a man out there, just couldn't quite reach it, and he's a good fielder out there, Piyush Singh Baghel, and that's 6 runs, and it's been a good start here from Bohemians, and they've turned up to play. Grover, he's on 10 off 3. Verndl at the other end, he's just watching his skipper as Sitar comes in. And it's a better ball. Just a bit of a wild swing outside off stump. They'll have to do this every single over, Bohemians. Getting around that 13-14 mark to get the target they need. 131 to win. Comes Ali Sitar. And again, a big swing and a miss. Good shape there from Sitar. He gets it, brings it back a little bit towards the end of that over. And after 1, Bohemians are 14 for no loss. Vinny, pretty good start for Bohemians.
Yeah, they'll definitely take it. I mean, Verndl, I'm excited seeing him live for the first time. 270 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, if we do think this target is more or less par, 130, maybe a few more, and who's to say that couldn't break the tie here? And from memory, I know United had 2 Golden Balls. One was against PCC Rooks. Got a feeling the other one was against Bohemians.
Could have been, you know.
Yeah, you know, let me just go back to my notes. But that's in the depths of my mind. So give me a second to work that out. But yeah, Grove up, just clearing the field at deep mid wicket, getting 6. Now Verndl, the left hand up, will face up. Over number 2, no Bagoli out there. So Bindra is going to open the bowling.
Yeah, we saw Binder open the bowling in the first game they played, and he's had good patches as a left armour. Verndl, he's on holidays in the Czech Republic, visiting his parents. It's a nice shot through the covers and just patted down there by Bagel. Yeah, he's going to be a big loss. Pramod Bagoli. He batted beautifully, but also bowled really well in their previous game. And he's always a consistent performer, as Pramod Bagoli. He's done something to his leg. I don't think it's anything serious.
I hope not. I mean, he came off under his own steam, but he did come off. And especially considering how well he was batting. You just wouldn't normally see that.
Yeah.
I've got to correct myself slightly. I knew that today had a Golden Ball flavour about it, but it wasn't Bohemians United. It was actually Spartans United that played a Golden Ball back in 2021.
It's been cracked over the shortest fielder on the ground. It's unfortunate. He went down to pick it up and got a Tortuga bounce. Have a look at this.
It's the one bounce. It bounces once. But, I mean, poor Bindra, I mean, he's a guy, he's about the same height. So he couldn't have, if he was there, it would have been exactly the same thing.
It's unlucky. He was hit hard by Grover, though.
Yeah, it was hit hard. But yeah, it's this one bounce, and it's just dry as you like out there. Have a look at this. One bounce, poof, trampoline Tortuga, up over the top. And they say go over the top in the power play. That one took a detour, but still ended up going over the infield.
Comes Binder again, left armour. And this one's going to be called a wide. Just push it across Grover.
Good call, I think. Straight over the tram line, even though Grover tries his best to get closer to it. Yeah, so that was our first ever Czech Golden Ball. It was on the 4th of May. It was Prague Spartans Vanguards versus United.
I think that was my first ever as well.
Yes. I remember what you said.
Cut to point. Good fielding and could be out, you know. I think he's gone. Verndl. He was didn't slide the bat. I think he looked like he stopped a bit.
He's gone here. I'm telling you that right now.
Really good pick up and throw, and the United players are very happy with it. Let's have another look at this.
Perfect throw for Abhimanyu to handle. Look at that. Bang.
Oh, it's close, isn't it?
You know, it's out. But I'll tell you who hasn't done himself a service here is Ghanshyam Singh. Because for me, I still think you can see, for me that's conclusive still. Because you can't see the bat coming under his arm. So for me, it's good enough. You might actually see when his bat comes over the line. But
there it is.
Yeah, for me it's out. You know, I think that this might give us another look. But
a little bit of hesitation. He's a big man.
Again, he'll block this with his body, but he's not in. I'm just telling you that right now.
There's no way he's in.
But he might get the benefit of the doubt. But it's only because the fielders block the camera. But here, he's definitely out.
You can't see the bat. No. And it's got to be out. And then you see the bat. Oh, he's
giving it not out. Well, okay.
Let's have a look. Have a look. Just between his arm.
The thing is, the bat. You can still see the gap. Yeah, there. That's the one.
He's
heaps
lucky.
Out. He's heaps out because you actually see there when the bat crosses the line. But the doubt was created by Ghanshyam Singh just needing that extra camera time. He's cost himself a wicket there. Anyway, last ball the over.
Well, it didn't really matter because he's out now, and he just hit a rank full toss, and he didn't need all those replays.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of natural justice about that. I mean, Verndl won't be too happy with it regardless, but he just pats a full toss, mistimes it completely, and Yeah, so United have the wicket after all. In fact, if you ask Bindra, he'd much prefer that way to get a wicket. Because he'll
Absolutely.
get the credit for it. Magari with a simple catch.
It was a full toss. It wasn't a no ball, was it, Vinny?
Nah.
Ruturaz
Well,
with the
having
catch.
said that, no, we wouldn't be able to tell because probably Kumar would have been in the way of the camera. It's 21 for 1 after 2.
It's a good wicket there to
The
take.
universe, it's got funny ways of making things right, doesn't it? Hey, so Bohemians, they're certainly not setting a cracking pace so far. If they went to get this one, they'd be 1 and 2. But it's all about United here, making the running 4 and 1 if they can defend this. They've started well, but still a lot of work to do. Bullion comes to the crease at number 3. We know that he's a guy that can hit a long ball. I think he'll enjoy the conditions. So this becomes a key partnership for Bohemian.
Absolutely. Look, these are probably the two most experienced batsmen in the lineup. Zahid Mahmood's in today as well, who actually batted well yesterday, Zahid, which is a good return because he's been out of form for the last 2 years. But Zahid batted very well yesterday. Was a little limited in stroke making, really tried to push it through the leg side. Here comes Ali Sitar bowling to Sahil Grover. And cracks it just over the top again of that cover fielder, the shortest man in the ground. First one gets a Tortuga, second one just over him. Smashed by Grover. And
It's a teaser. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't need the assistance of the infield on this occasion. It's giving a little bit of width, and that's going to bring Abhimanyu Singh up to the stumps. So how's he trying to keep Sahil in his crease, put him under a bit of pressure?
he's moved a bit
Got
to
the stumps.
moving all around the crease. Hammers it through the leg side. That'll be 4 again. Nice shot there from Grover. Well, he's really attacking this this bowling. It's a good bowler who's attacking in Ali Sitar.
I mean, I know it's kind of giving what he wants, but it would have been tempted to go just Yorker at the base of the middle stump there and, batter it on the move.
I mean, Ali Sitar is. I had a chat to him, and I mentioned this with Phil. That his greatest strength is also his weakness because he's very consistent in his line and length.
Yeah, true.
And look where Grover's standing. He's exposing all 3 stumps. He's in the air. Player coming back, and just drops it. That's Shaimel Joshi.
Joshi. He had so much of that as well. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought his chances of catching it when he took off were somewhere between slim and none. But this one sticks for a while. I think he kind of panics as he tries to close his fingers around it, because look at this.
Oh, so close. If you remember well, Shaimel took one of the catches of the tournament a few years ago in a similar way.
That's why I had a flashback right there. Hey, Buyan gets the strike for the first time.
I just prodded back to Sitar.
Wow.
But,
crazy stuff, really.
Grover gets alive. Sazib is a powerful hitter of the ball, though. So, well, looking at this bowling lineup with no Bagoli, Ghanshyam Kumar took 4 for 4 yesterday, but was against the Tigers. Path also took 4 wickets. And, dodgy inside edge. Just be a single, I think.
They pegged it back, though, in this power play, haven't they? And the concern was early, 14 runs in the first over, but then Bindra bowling an over that just went for 7, and the boundary in that over was a bit fortunate.
Yeah.
This over did start with a couple of boundaries, but pegged it back well. I'd just be going literally Yorker at the stumps, but let's see if Sitter's got it in his arsenal.
Oh, good ball.
Good keeping as well. End of the 3rd over. So both power plays in the 30s in this match, but United win the power play 39 to 31, as it is 31 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, pretty good stuff for both teams. I think they'd be pretty happy. The only person who wouldn't be happy would be Martin Verndl, who
I liked
went cheaply
Wayne
again.
in the chat saying, can't see, but you know he doesn't have a 3-metre long bat. And then Rob Thompson from New Zealand said long handle. But I think actually we finally got the shot of kind of when the bat went into the crease.
Yeah.
So I think we got there eventually, but it's a bit of an unusual one. But if you get Costa run out because your own field is in the way, then that's just so you've made an error as a fielding side. Not something you're thinking about normally, obviously, while you're out there. But it looks like Piyush's going to get a bowl here. I actually think Piyush is a pretty good bowler. I saw him last year doing some good things, and I think that we're seeing him bowling at this stage partly because of that injury to Bagoli.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think, well, Piyush Pagal bowled really well last year. He hasn't bowled yet at all in this tournament that I can remember, which is surprising. I think it was that surprise that sort of sticks it in my mind that he hasn't had a bowl. But he's a good bowler, is Pagal. He's height well too. Oh, slow ball.
It was like a rolling cutter. It was actually pretty well bowled. You thought it was going to be a big full toss, didn't you? But it just dropped into the block hole nicely. So mention Sharmil Joshi. He's actually the 12th man for this game. He's on the field for Bagoli. He found himself in the centre of the action a couple of minutes ago.
Been a great catch if he could have held on to it. That's smashed away from Ruturaj. No chance. And that's 6 runs. Just picked up on a half volley.
He got away with the first one, didn't he? Because it was a bit of a surprise the way it acted, but then it's the same ball, this time with a bit of width. And Sazib absolutely pounded that one flat and all the way for 6.
If these two can stay around for any great length in this innings, and Bahamians will be up towards this target pretty quickly. They're both very aggressive. So you see another one that's gone for 4. Smashed it through the covers.
Well, it's not great fielding by the batting team there. This has gone through about 7 people, but probably an indication of how hard it was hit from Bhuyan, who goes 6 and 4. And there you go. It's gone through about 6 extra legs on the way through the bush.
Martin Verndl, he might live in England, but he's got a proper check mullet.
Is that right? Haven't seen it.
There's still definitely a thing here. They're a thing in Australia for some reason.
The mullet.
The mullet. It's hit down towards cow corner.
I think the mullet's kind of universal. People know what it means now, even like the US.
But
try and describe it.
I think it's kind of some people wear it ironically. Others just wear it as a fashion thing.
It's just kind of like describe for people that might not, maybe internationally don't know what
party
about.
Party at the back, business at the front, party at the back. It's it's been absolutely hammered through the leg side, square by Grover. And it's another 4 runs. So I know that in Norway they call it a hockey, which is a hockey, as in Czech hockey players, especially Jaromír Jágr.
Yeah.
It's it's cut so it keeps your hair out of your face, but also at the back it's quite long.
What do you think about kids with mullets?
It depends. Usually the dad's got a mullet as well, and sometimes the mum, a femme mullet.
I mean, I'm not the kind to call Child Protective Services, but there have been a couple of hairstyles that I've thought perhaps.
I've got a kid in one of my classes who's got the
child.
greatest mullet. It's absolutely awesome.
Bit of the over, by the way. Mullet chat will resume after this, but right now it's 47-1, and that's pretty good over. 3 boundaries in it, and 16 in fact in the end come off the 4th over. Just gives that worm a little bit of an uptick.
It's a very even contest for me, especially if these two can bat through the next, say, 3 or 4 overs. They'll be right up towards where they need to be, Bahamians. And as I said, a little bit undermanned with the bowling because of Bagoli's injury. And it will be Apan Shukla who'll take up the attack. He took a bit of stick in the last game.
Yeah, so that's the question here. It's the bowling depth. Already bowled 1 over of Bargel. Didn't really exactly go to plan. Shukla comes in a bit earlier than he did last time, I think, as well. So here we go with over number 5.
It's a pretty good start outside off stump. Got Sahil reaching, didn't really use his feet.
You know, we were talking earlier about the Kerry Bairstow, and you said you know my take on it. My take was it was fine, but let me tell you what I didn't tell you. I was going to mention it, but I forgot at the time. Wait for this ball though from Shukla. He snuck the first one in. Drive, just pound it down. It's going to go through everyone. That's going to be 4. And Magari's such a good fielder as well, but I suppose maybe this field's in the back of your mind that it could do something surprising. The only surprising thing here was instead of 1, it was 4.
We have seen a few around that area just pop up, and Ruturaj not getting down to it, but you do see a few.
Might have been Bitter last year that got one jumped up and hit him in the face.
Might have been actually. And this is going to be 4 again. Pick the gap there. Hit it hard along this fast surface. And that's what you need. And the cheering here comes from the Bahamians.
Such a good run they're on. They're just on a roll at the moment, aren't they? And Grover's leading the way, 37 off 17. I was going to say, though, I made a promise to myself when I was keeping back, I would never throw at the stumps again.
Oh, really?
Because I'll tell you what, how it normally plays out. I'd file it under V for Village in a way. Yeah,
It's tucked around the...
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right, tucked around the corner. 4 runs again. So many runs in that area if it's straight to 2 straight.
Yeah, sorry. Just interrupting you there because I was living in the past.
Big news.
Oh, pies arrived.
The pies have arrived. In fact, I don't have a pie today. I don't know what I ordered.
I've gone
actually,
for some sort of
it's
beef.
chicken biryani.
All right, enjoy it.
Thank you, Raj.
Yeah, Raj, good man. He's looking after us here. All right, so to come this over.
Oh, hammered again. Picked the gap. 4 runs. Might have been all the way, actually. Could have been 6. Let's have a... I think they're having a bit of a chat. We'll see another replay. It's very close to that rope. Does it hit the rope again?
Really close. That rope's taken a pounding today. It is 4.
4 runs.
Wasn't as close as we thought. But yeah, the reason is generally what will happen is 99% of batters, 99.9, they're not going to be caught unawares, even at first grade level. And that's what made the Bairstow thing so much more surprising.
Yeah.
And if you're accurate, you hit the stumps, you're just wasting everyone's time. Umpire comes up, you look like a bit of a goose for trying it.
I tell you what, though. Oh, tried it then.
Oh, wow.
And they took another run. Good running.
So, yeah, let's check out this on the replay. Yeah, I guess he was neither accurate. Right. And to be honest, that hits Grover. What's he meant to do? You know, I think his partner was already keen to run, and it was probably a run anyway. And to be honest, that's one of those where you can't then claim sportsmanship. No. Like when you just try to sneaky and it's hit the batter, he's got every right to run there. Anyway, this is what's coming up tonight. We've got Porto Wanderers taking on the Knights. Porto renaming their club to, or adding Wanderers in. So, yeah, interesting to know if there's a bit of a backstory behind that. But 2 teams we have seen before, but 2 teams we're seeing for the first time this year in that series because they didn't play in the ECS in Santarém earlier in the year because of the distance. It's about a good 2-3 hours away. Yep. So, yeah, 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India. Here's Ghanshyam Kumar to bowl the next over.
Yeah, I said he took 4 for 4 yesterday against Tigers, but it's a little bit different. Got through the soft underbelly, the Tigers. This is a different Tiger they're dealing with here, with the Bohemians. One that's got the claws out.
Fuji's asking for pie cam. Wait for it. 2 if they want it, but only one of them wanted it, and we might have trouble. And a better throw, maybe a throw that carries, even though it was a long throw. I think Sazid could have been in trouble there. Interestingly, Grover was the one running hard here, which isn't an expression you say very often.
He runs okay between wickets, actually, to Sahil Grover. And he's a good cricketer. He knows what he's doing. This has been dragged from outside off stump. Just be a single. Yeah, going back to the Alex Carey thing. Look, I don't have an issue with it. I don't think the majority of people who understand cricket have an issue with it. The English public did. The English press had more of an issue, which was horrible.
It's ridiculous,
but
to be honest, how it's going.
Down leg side. And look, the crowd, I mean, the crowd are...
get a few drinks into the members, and next minute... That's
what was disappointing.
It was full caveman.
That was so... The long room was an absolute disgrace. This is in the air, could be gone, player under it. Joshi takes it, big wicket. End of Sahil Grover. It's gone for 46. It's a good innings. That's a nice catch there. Good safe hands from Shaimal Joshi. And that's a wicket there for Kumar.
Yeah, you would expect him to catch that, but let's just say a couple of nervous bystanders after he spilt one before. That one's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, Joshi, subfielder, in the action again. And Grover knew straight away he was in strife. And so Joshi just had to come in a little bit at the end, but made the adjustment. And so Bohemians lose their second wicket now, 69 for 2.
Yeah. So anyway, just the last point with this Alex Carey thing for me. All right. The crowd going off, fair enough. The whole cheating Aussie thing, it's just a bit of banter. The booing, fair enough, because it would have happened the same in Australia, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's just getting things up. Broad, I think, took it a bit too far.
There's so many side stories to this.
Yeah.
The
But
broad-
the
yeah,
long
go on.
room was what was disgraceful.
Yeah.
Because this is the epitome of cricket. This is the origins of cricket at Lords.
Yeah.
And you're getting the members who are, I don't know what was said to Khawaja, but he reacted, which you'd never see. It's a cracking shot. There's a man out there. It's Bindra, and he's got a good arm too.
Yeah,
It's-
I think Khawaja is pretty open with his emotions. You know, I think he's one of the real. He's a real
True, but-
sportsman. You know, no, but I mean, I think like it wasn't anything particularly at Khawaja. Khawaja was the one that took issue with it, right?
But-
and
But have you ever seen that in the long room?
no, that's why. And I got to tell you about. It got me reading a book. This whole thing got me reading a book. As we get to the end of the 6th over, and it's 71 for 2. Yeah, don't sound so surprised that I'm reading a book, but I do like to when I get a chance. So I'm going to touch on a couple of little points that you touched on there. Broad having an issue with it. A
Yeah.
guy who nicked a ball the first slip and didn't walk, and that was one thing that I found amusing.
Yeah.
The McCullum thing, who yes,
Yes.
he's sorry now. You know, video doesn't lie. He's done 3 way worse things than that. And I mean way worse. And okay, he's sorry now. But that's fine. At the moment when he was put to the test, he failed the test. So you can't really say too much. Ironically, Paul Collingwood is his assistant coach, was one of the guys that he did try and run out that way. Or did, I can't remember. But the other thing is how the press covered it, before I get to my book.
Yeah.
And the headline, if England had done it in English press, would have been, you know, aloof Aussie caught unawares, or something like that.
exactly
You know,
right.
maybe a bit high. It's pretty straight. So it would have been, and not just that. Bairstow himself tried it 2 days before. Bairstow's done that one, which again legitimate up to the stumps where someone's missed it off a spinner. He's held it, waited for the foot to maybe raise as the batter's readjust himself.
Yep.
And did that in a county game a few years ago. Again, no issue with that. As a batter, you should be, hold on, let's just wait for this, because Sharma has got the fumbles a little bit so far today, and that one goes straight through him. Bohemians catch a break.
To be fair, he never looked like he was going to stop it. He was waiting for the bounce. Probably should have come forward a couple of meters just to give himself a chance, because he didn't quite know where the boundary was. But that's 4 runs.
Found the gap in the long barrier.
It's called a wide.
Yeah, so there's all those issues, right? And like I said, as a batter, even at a grade level, any sort of semi-professional level, even high-level amateur, you need to be aware of what's going on behind you.
Sure.
Just because the ball's past you doesn't mean it's finished. I mean, who knows? Like, Kerry could have fumbled that ball, could have gone for 4 blinds. This isn't 4 blinds, though. In fact, the keeper won't be required because Bindra has blasted through Sazib, who is gone, and that means that 2 set batters gone in quick succession. Bohemians hitting a speed hump, 676 for 3.
Fantastic bowling. We've seen that quite often actually in this tournament with left armers. Saw it yesterday from Bindra. This let's have a look and see if it's an in-swinging Yorker. Let's have a look. And it is exactly what it is. Through the gate of the right-hander. Beautiful bowling. Saw Big Joe Cope do that a couple of times.
That's a great in-swinging Yorker. It
Absolutely.
definitely comes back, bounces right between his feet, and that's the genuine Yorker.
There's been 3 or 4 of those. This is the second one Bindra's had. Joe Cope has done it a couple of times, but we haven't seen, there's not that many left-arm bowlers in the Czech Republic. They all seem to find that the right-hander's gate. So, fantastic bowling from Bindra. It's a big wicket as well.
Yeah, I like Bindra with the ball. You know, I think he's pretty accurate, has that natural movement. Yeah, it's going to be Rohit Kungar coming out for Bohemians. Yeah, so there's all those issues. Just, that's one thing. But some good came out of it, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
And, well, number one is that you should pay attention. Like I said, Kerry could have missed that ball. He might have fumbled it. There might have been a run on, and then he throws it back in. Another good Yorker. But it got me reading a book, and it was actually one that Damien Fleming recommended, and it was called, it is called Never a Gentleman's Game, and it was published in around about 2012. I think Malcolm Knox, who's an Australian author, wrote it, and it basically takes you through the spirit of cricket. It's a myth. We've made it up. It's super interesting, and it pretty much deals with the first ever Test cricket, or what we now know as Test cricket, in the late 1870s.
Yeah.
I'm into the 1880s at the moment. It kind of deals with the period up to World War I, when the game was taking shape, and it's, I suppose, the modern form. Swing and a miss, and Bindra does a good job, 2 for 13, his figures. After 7 overs, it's the walking sticks. Bohemian 77 for 3, and it's gone up to the point of no return now, 18 and over, but on this field, I mean, you can do it. But you see, UCC, the runs on the board standing up at the moment. Spartans Bohemian then, that's coming up in match 18. 2 teams potentially without any points today, and with their tournament not really going the way that they would have hoped for early. News from the toss, Bohemians winning the toss and electing to bat. So I think there's been some good signs with the bat, maybe just not sustaining it over the 10. But yeah, I think that both those teams, particularly Spartans, I think they'll be disappointed with the way that they batted in the first game. They've got a bit to prove. And that game's starting in around about 35 minutes time, which is probably about 20 minutes after my pie finishes. Right now, Kumar comes back on, throws himself around. Yeah, so don't want to spoil it, but I do recommend it. It's called Never a Gentleman's Game. We seem to think of this in the old days. It was played in the greatest of spirits, and this is a modern thing. It isn't. You know, it's been around as long as cricket itself. If you dig deep, I'm not saying the spirit of cricket doesn't exist or shouldn't exist. Oh, another 4. Well, they're doing everything to keep Bohemians in this contest at the moment. Piyush gets down and doesn't get down far enough as Kungat manufactures a 4 from nowhere.
Well, Vinny, if you manage to finish it before you leave Prague, and you've got a couple of weeks, you're more than welcome to leave it here until you pick it up next year.
Well, it is virtual on my phone, so I should warn you.
Well, leave your phone here if you...
But it's, yeah, I don't want to give too much away, but I'll try and give you a snapshot.
I do forget that people don't use books anymore. I still do. I've got a book in my bag here.
Yeah. Wayne, I like his comment from Australia, saying it's crazy to think they let those English convicts in the long room anywhere near our Aussie team in the first place. I like that. But, you know, 1870s, 1880s, game was dominated by bookies who were at the ground doing deals with the players at the time. This is whacked away. And now that's a good foot fielding. And it's going to be 4 this time. Not misfielded. I tell you what, I've been critical, to be fair, of some of the ground staff's foot fielding. This is just a little bit of the old party tricks. Not a great ball from Ghanshyam Kumar in the first place.
Yeah, you're right, not a great ball. And big swing and a miss.
I'll give you one more. Again, I've talked about this a little bit in Malta last week, but in case some people missed it. The game that led to the Ashes, what we now know as the Ashes, which weren't really a big thing for 20 or 30 years after the first thing, but people started basically calling the series by that and kind of dating it back to that date, 1882, that the Australian batter, his name was Scott, had just basically hit the ball got thrown in, but to open space near a fielder who didn't really field it, backing up, was W.G. Grace. And the ball's pretty much dead. Not technically, because no, it was still there, but the batter touched his bat, looked at W.G. Grace, gave him a little nod, and W.G. Grace gave him a little nod. Batter went out to tap the middle of the pitch. W.G. Grace just ran him out, as you do. Causing huge arguments and causing Australia to really fire up, causing, let's just say, some colonial-style language being used by the big fast bowler, the Demon Spofford, going through, giving England a piece there. Fred Spofford, giving them a piece of their mind. And, yeah, it's a really clever book. And it's not the only thing. There were riots. There were Sydney in one of the early test matches, crowds coming on, the English team having to hide behind the stumps in case they have to use them as weapons. You know, this is coming our way, and that is going to go all the way. Maximal. Well, we said they got to the point of no return, but with hitting like this, who knows? Maybe they could still chase this down.
So Hayden were trying to kill us there by smashing it towards the marshmallow.
That would have been an awkward one, actually, if it was straight at us, because I think all the fielders have been done by a bit of variable bounce.
I mean, Zaid Mahmood, as I mentioned, with the very first European cricket series, the Czech cricket series we had here, a Super Series, was excellent with the bat. And just, you've never seen him bat well, have you?
I've seen bits.
Glimpses?
Yeah, I've seen glimpses from Zahid, but I mean that was power.
He's a good batsman, is Zaid Mahmood. Oh, it's just over the top on the legs, on the offside, and over the top of Bindra, and 6 more. Shukla's getting hammered.
Yeah,
and, Zaid Mahmood is really taking it to them.
Really doing a good job to pull this back from the beyond. Yeah, I saw Mahmood score 50 against Burno last year. Obviously, Burno are a pretty good side, and problem is, apart from that, didn't have a lot of success. Often it didn't seem as high up as maybe he could bat.
This is hard again, straight to Rudraj, who takes a good catch, stays inside the boundary, and that could be very significant. Absolutely hammered by Zahid Mahmood, and Rudraj with a fantastic effort on the boundary.
That was cracked. That was, I mean, unless you're here live, you won't appreciate how hard that was hit. And of course, with the dimension, he's a bit closer than usual at long off. This is never really getting above, a metre above his head all the way. And he just kind of hopes, you talk about soft hands, you need hard hands there to make sure it doesn't burst through. And potentially that's a game-winning catch, because the way Mahmood was going, he maybe could have stolen this late in the piece for Bohemians, but that'll just settle United now. Just have a look at, this is right off the middle. And Magari, he just hopes he's still in the field. First things first, had to catch the ball. Mahmood goes for a quick fire, 12, 99 for 4. Pardon me, ends up with 18 runs to his name.
That hasn't ended the chances of Bohemians, but it's dented their hopes significantly, because he's just hit 2 sixes, and that one would have been another one if it had gone through Rudraj's hands. But he kept inside the boundary as well. Fantastic catch. It's bowler again, Shukla, he's taken a bit of stick. It's called a wide.
Yeah, it's wide. Yeah, Sakle Mukhtar is the new batter. Yeah, Wayne just mentioning rule number 1, guys. I think that one that went past the marshmallow. Rule number 1, you know what it is? Protect the equipment.
Protect the equipment.
Protect the equipment.
You know, there is padding on each side.
Yeah.
We've had a couple have hit the marshmallow. And this is hit in the air, and it's going to go back a long way. 6 caught by a Spartan. And that's
Jinu that's caught it.
Jinu, it is Jinu.
Well, also, it gives me a chance to congratulate the panel at family, because I know that Jinu will be watching this. So, yeah, they have a little daughter, Zora, born last month. Oh, hopefully he's as gentle with his hands with Zora as he was with that catch over the boundary.
You're right. And called wide again. So Shukla, he's taken a big wicket, but he's taken a lot of stick here, Shukla, in this over. Still got a couple of balls left. He's gone for 36 off his 2.
It'd be tough to lose it from here, but we've seen boundaries coming in clumps, haven't we? And one more clump of them could present trouble for United.
And tucked around the corner, gone past the fielder, 4 runs. That's good batting from Mukhtar.
I think all of these problems have come from not being able to nail a good Yorker. You know, I think that's another one that's on a length, gives him a chance to get inside it. Even these shots, they're good shots. They're not the worst balls that have been driven down the ground, driven to cover. That one probably the exception. But nail your Yorker, that doesn't happen.
That was outside off stump. And what Mukhtar has done well is gone right across and just tucked it around the corner, it's just guaranteed runs around there.
Couldn't have done it though if the ball was pitched up on the crease. You know, like he needs length to be able to do that. Now only 20 required off the last 7. Make that 19, make that 18. No, they won't take the run. Don't need to go straight to Josh. He's a bit of a ball magnet in this innings.
It's another wide. It's been a long over from
the rate required at one point was up to like 21. You know, it really got up past the point of no return.
19 off 7. They've still got a big chance here. Bohemians, they're such a dynamic side. We don't ever quite know what we're going to get from them. Volatile, I think, is the word. And there's volatile again. 6.
Wow. What an over. I mean, Shukla ends up going to the cleaners, 47 off his spell. And in the end, that was supersonic. 31 coming off the 9th. It certainly did all happen in the 9th for Bohemians.
And a wicket.
Yeah, exactly. 118 for 4 after 9. And now they find themselves needing 13 off the last over.
Piyush Baghel will be the man most likely to take this over. In fact, he will. That's all golden ball. Never thought of it. No chance.
Do you know what I think from experience? The most likely scenario for a golden ball is when you need 13 off the last over.
Really?
You know what they need? 13.
Oh.
13 off 6, 12 to tie. It's on.
You know, the
Certainly
only
a possibility.
the one and only reason why I don't want this to go to a golden ball is that I've got a biryani in front of me. You've got a pie.
I'm looking at my pie from the down under, and yeah. Well, I'm I'm prepared to eat it while we're waiting for the golden ball. There is a 3-minute
There's a gap.
timeout.
3 minutes.
There's a 3-minute
Chicken biryani.
strategic timeout.
Oh, it's cold anyway.
All right, so Piyush, who didn't have a great time of it earlier either, he went for 16 when he bowled the 4th over. Again, no Bagorli really hurts him in the bowling. Here, he went off with that injury, retired hurt in the first innings. Anyway, 13 off the last required.
Oh, fielding and out! Oh.
Well, that's a huge moment because it was Mukhtar that was doing the damage. He's 16 off 3. So normally you'd say, well, why do you throw this? Because you're not saving a run. Well, the reason is you want to get the guy, this specific person out. And Bagel does well to get down to it. Just think about all the misfields we've seen in this innings. This is one that he does field. And Mukhtar has just caught no man's land. He knew he had no time to get back.
He could have taken a step and taken the bails off, but he launched just theatrically launched it at the stumps.
Pretty good hitter coming out as well, Javed Iqbal. I mean, they really do bat all the way down here, don't they? But I think Suck Lane, in that previous ball, he was just running on contact. He knows, like, he's feeling hot, right? He's gone 16 off 3. He's got 2 6s and a 4. He wants to get down there, but the only time that you get in trouble doing that is when it gets hit back to the bowler.
Well, the thing is that normally it'll hit the bowler's shin and go for 4.
Yeah.
But it's brilliant fielding from Bagel. Oh, this is launched. Not a good ball. 6.
Wow, what a shot. And it wasn't a good follow-up from Bagel. It's this kind of rolling leg cutter, just kind of drifts in, gives him heaps of length to work with. Kunga says, thank you very much. And so the run out doesn't end up haunting Bohemians for too long. And really, they're heading this game by a fair distance now. 7 required off the last 4. Piyush has to get it right. Thrust into the role of death bowler here.
Right, Kunga. He did bat number 3 for Bohemians yesterday, so he's no mug. And Javed Iqbal, he'll swing from the rafters if he gets to face.
Huge delivery.
And gets it wrong. And I think that is 4 runs signalled by the umpire. But I don't think it's going to matter now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I thought this one was going to tie the scores. When I saw where it bounced from Bagel, he just cannot get his line right here, cannot get his length right, mostly.
It was another game. Bohemians' only win has been against United in this, which was the first game of yesterday.
3 off 3, and they could win it right here, right now.
And a wide.
It's been a dramatic comeback, and there's no other way to say it. When you consider that they were 77 for 3 off 7, they were. Yeah, so at that stage, they still needed, what's that? They needed 54. They needed 18 and over. And then they didn't have a great 8. They only got 10 off that, so it went up even more.
Binder's coming in from the boundary, but they've really not plugged any gaps.
The run rate required was like 22 and over required.
Oh, this is in the air. It's high. Player doesn't see it. No way he's catching this. That's 4 runs and game for Bohemians. Great victory. And they're very happy about this win. It was never looked on halfway through the innings, and Bohemians have come out of nowhere and won this by 5 wickets against a very good United side.
What a game, and what a chase by Bohemians. I mean, they're a team, they do have ECN silverware. If you remember back to the Czech Super Series back in 2020, they were last year's losing finalists and looked for all money that they were going to drop another game early in this series. And to give you an idea, I mean, they were pretty much on track. They were 64 off 5, so you double that 128, about the pace. But over 6 from Kumar went for just 7. Over 7 from Bindra went for just 6. And then the 8th went for 10. But then 31 off the 9th, and then 15 off the 10th, and they end up doing it. They do it with 2 balls to spare. Quite incredible in United. Oh, they'll be scratching their heads about how they lost that one. But Bohemians, what a boost for them going into the next game.
Absolutely. Well, as I said, they're just unpredictable, the Bohemians, and they can beat anybody in this competition on their day, and they've just beaten a very good side in United. So in very dramatic circumstances.
Well, you've been doing a great job, so I'm going to suggest, why don't you get into your biryani while I take you through the highlights. And it was a pretty decent start, to be honest. I think that Grover looked on early. Verndl, unfortunately for him, didn't have too much go his way. We thought he might have been run out on this occasion. But just with the obscured camera angle, They decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it didn't matter because he went the very next ball as he just chipped a full toss, mistiming it to Rudraj Magare. Yeah, but Bouyan came out there, played some nice shots, so did Zahid Mahmood. To be honest, the middle order did a really good job for Bohemians. No one really wasted a lot of balls. Joshy almost took a miracle catch here. He was on for the duration of the second innings of the match because that injury to Pagoli, and certainly hoping it's not too serious for Pramod. Sending him our best wishes. I don't know what will hurt him more though, the injury or the fact that they blow a winning position here essentially. But you've got to take your hat off to Bohemians, but just count these misfields. There were so many of them that should have been just a single, but they found a way through a stationary fielder across the rope. But yeah, so he went and just went for one too many. Joshy that time had time to get under it. But yeah, this is another one. I mean, Ayush is normally pretty reliable. That one went straight through his legs. Bindra though, he bit back, and that was a good Yorker, getting that ball to swing just a little bit. But you could see that the fielding woes continued for United. Late in the piece, things seem to have gotten out of control because we know the rate was up. It was 18 and over required after 7. It was 22 required after 8. Looked like that could be a match-winning catch for Magari, who caught a speeding bullet and blew a kiss to the universe. Thanks for coming. Some good catching in the crowd as well with Panelet. New father, obviously getting plenty of sleep at the moment, taking that one without too much drama, without the gloves as well. But yeah, tell you what, while the death bowling under G for Gundy sometimes as well, because there's just too much length given. This seemed like it was going to be all over Red Rover with that piece of cricket. I think you thought, okay, well maybe United catch a break there. They got what they thought was a danger man, but the danger was ahead as Kunga then took over. You could see how much it meant to him. And in the end, they do it with 2 balls to spare. Quite an incredible run chase. And the Bohemians turn their tournament around potentially with that victory that they snatched from the jaws of defeat. Looking at the scorecard, you've got Grover top scoring with 46 off 22. 20 for Bouyan. But you can see what I'm talking about, that middle order. All the top 6 really, with the exception of Verndl, scoring runs and scoring them quickly. 20s for Bouyan and Kunga, like I said. Kunga hitting the winning runs. 18 for Zahid Mahmood, he was important. And Mukhtar with a lightning 16, for he was pretty unlucky to be run out at the non-strikers end in the last over. But 10 wides in the innings. I count probably 12 to 15 runs in fielding errors as well from United come back to haunt them. Having said that, Bindra put in a shift, didn't he? 2 for 13. Shukla with a wicket. And Ghanshyam Kumar with a wicket. Yeah, Shukla's supersonic over that he gives up in the 9th ends up coming back to bite United. Sits up. He's decent enough early. He took none for 24 off his 2 overs. United, they'll be disappointed, but we'll see them later in the day. They're playing the 4th match of the day against the Tigers, so we'll keep an eye out for that one. For now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the 3rd match of the day. Bohemians riding high, and they're going to start with the bat as well in match 18 against the Spartans. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. It is the ECS Czechia and we're heading into match 18 next. So we've already seen 2 matches here today. We'll see 3 more before the day is done, before we take the show to Portugal. Right now we'll see a couple of teams we've already seen today here on day 4. It's going to be Prague Spartans taking on Bohemians. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher is out in the middle with the 2 captains.
Okay, your call, Brett. Tails. Tails is the call. And it's ahead. We'll go for bat first. Bat first. All right.
So the news from the toss is that Bohemians have won the toss and they're going to bat first. So that's something they weren't able to do last time because they were chasing against United. But we know this is a very fast scoring field. We've never really seen it drier or faster. And we're talking pars of around about the 120s. And so I'm sure that's the minimum that Bohemians will be trying to do. They've got some good players in there. Got to say, Javid Iqbal never seems to age. He's over 40, but you wouldn't know it. Also, you've got Sazi Bouyan. He's a real live wire. A little bit off with the radar with the ball, but I think he's certainly somebody that I expect to click sooner rather than later. For Spartans, though, they relied a lot on Kranthi, the skipper, didn't they, with the bat this morning. They were disappointing against United in a heavy loss first up. They want to make amends for that. So you've got 2 sides here. They both have had previous success in the group stage in previous tournaments, but hasn't really happened for them so far for the most part. Let's see who can win this crucial match. Match 18 on the way. News from the toss is that Bohemians have won the toss and they're going to have a hit. Over to Danny Hudacek as we get ready for the first ball.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and good afternoon and welcome back to this European Cricket Series from Czechia. It'll be match number 18, a game between Prague Spartans and Bohemians. Bohemians with a fantastic victory against United in the last game. Some lusty hitting as we see the 2 teams. Prague Spartans going down to United in the previous game. There's not much between any of the teams in this the last 2 days. As we see that Bohemians have won the toss and elected to bat. Sahil Grover, Martin Verndl, I'm sure, will be the opening 2 batsmen. Sazi Bouyan. Also, there was a very good contribution from Saklan Mukhtar in there. And Spartans will no doubt open with their old stager, Niraj Taigi. And it looks like the supercomputer expects a Spartans win. But I don't know. It's just so even. We saw in the first couple of days that you could have made a couple of predictions. These ones are just... You just don't know who's going to win each game in this the side of the draw that we've had in the last couple of days, and it will be Verndl, who's been a bit unlucky. I think he got a first baller. He got an embarrassing duck on his very first appearance. Got run out in the last game, and then he didn't get run out, and he got caught the very next ball. So I'm sure he's due for some runs. Looks good, the left-hander. Sahil Grover, though, has been brutal with the bowling. And in fact, it won't be Niraj Taigi. That's the first one. It's Aditya Rayaprolu who will be opening the bowling for Spartans. Bowling to the left-handed Verndl. And hopefully he'll keep it outside the off stump for the left-hander. Anything down leg side is either going to be called a wide or going to be flicked away. Very fast ground here in Prague as the first ball from the bowler. Really good bowling from Rayaprolu. That's pretty quick. So we can hear a tractor in the background going up the road. And a good start. Left the left-hander. Comes in again. And hit up in the air. Could be caught. Arias underneath it. Could be a collision. Catch gone. Verndl misses out again. It's a duck for the Czech. And a very nice catch out there for Ashutosh Arya, who's been good under the high ball all tournament. And that's a duck for Verndl, who goes second ball. And not the start the Bohemians would have liked. Wicket. And that's the end of the tall Czech Well, really good catch out there from Arya. He took a couple yesterday, and he's very reliable out on the boundary. I had a bit of a chat to him earlier, and he complimented Phil Knight, talking about the mountain of Jeep. He runs a tour company, takes people up to Czech Switzerland. So if you need to, if you're going to come to the Czech Republic and go further away from Prague, get in contact with Ashutosh Arya. And Aditya Rayapolu has been impressive. A couple of balls only in his spell. Right on the money, takes a wicket, second ball. Brings a new batsman out. Of course, even the batsman crossed. Now the new batsman will have to face. And big swing and a miss. Been a good start here from Rayapolu. And lots of chatter with the Spartans. They haven't been at their best, the Spartans, so far. As you can see, that one just snuck inside the tram line. Haven't been at their best in the tournament. They're a good side. Zaid Mahmood is the new batsman who charges. Gets it past everyone, really. Mishit it, slammed it into the pitch. And this ground's so fast. It's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. First boundary for Bohemians. First runs, actually. And Zaid Mahmood, not the most convincing of shots. Got an under edge, 4 runs. It's been a good start for the Spartans. Big wicket early as well. That's right, Prolu. Hit down the ground, straight to Niraj Taigi. He got right behind it, had everything behind it, didn't have to move. And that's a dot ball. Sahil Grover still hasn't faced a delivery. Comes Aditya again. Big swing and a miss there from Mahmood. That's the end of the over. Very good over. Wicket from it. Only 4 runs. And at the end of the first, Bohemians are 4 for 1. So it'll bring Sahil Grover to the to be on strike. It will not be Niraj Taigi. That's the. I don't think I've seen a Spartans game where Niraj Taigi hasn't taken the first couple of overs. As we see here, the European Cricket Championship, 31 nations from all around Europe, starting on September the 25th. It's the Euros of cricket, about a month's worth, 67 days to go. Looking forward to that one. And I know another man who's looking forward to that is Vinny Sandhu. Vinny.
I certainly am, yeah. It's nice to be back, and felt a bit like a Cabbage Patch Kid in the introduction. Got to say, I do miss having the canola there with yellow. I think it's something a bit different, but yeah, nice time of year to be in Prague with the summer kicking in. You can tell people really enjoy it. Ishan Mugam Ravi is going to start with ball that I think's a wide. Umpire agrees after a while. Remember, if you don't completely get the ball inside the tram line, it'll generally be called.
I think summer is well and not just kicked in, it's well and truly kicked in.
I spend a bit of time here, as you know, Danny, and I love it here. And there's a genuine joy that I just get. People walking in the park, having a coffee. You got some kind of vineyards kind of in the city limits.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? So you can sit and have a glass of wine. I may have done that yesterday while you're saving away during game 4, game 5.
Was that in a park?
It was in the park near,
it's Grebovka.
That's the one.
Yeah, Havličkovi Sadi. It's fantastic there. It's beautiful.
It's a reward for the walk to get up that high.
There's a weird little grotto as well there as well, but it is fantastic there. And this is in the air. Aditya's under it and takes a catch. Another wicket down. And that's the end of Zahid Mahmood. Well,
yeah, you picked up Zahid Mahmood as well. And to be honest, yeah, we have seen it in patches. That's what I said earlier. But this time, he gets it 95% of the way there, but not all the way. And yeah, we saw some catches missed. Pretty much, fair few power plays. We've seen a lot of missed opportunities. But yeah, this was a well-taken one because Aditya had a lot of time to think about that and see it come down from the sky.
Yeah, look, a good catch, and again, hitting in the air. I know it's a power play, but there are only 2 players back, and they've managed to find 2 of them already.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, you probably play that on instinct if the long on, long off, wide-ish. And on this pitch, I don't know. Like, the ball seems to be flying off the bat. So if you get it right, it should go for 6. Just didn't quite get it right. But hindsight's 20/20.
You wouldn't settle for 4. It's safer.
Well, hold on. Hold that thought. Because Tadinya's going to go back. And,
great catch.
That's 2 in a row. And I tell you what, it's equal measures of joy and a bit of relief and perhaps a sprinkling of surprise rolled in because he was skating around the boundary. It almost popped out, but that's an unbelievable high catch. And it means the Bohemians, they're 6 for 3. And just like that, and we might see a hat-trick here.
We could see a hat-trick. Could be the same man as well. But I tell you what, there's a man who's not very happy. He's standing, leaning on his bat in the middle of the pitch. And there's the captain of Bohemian, Sahil Grover. He's just seen 2 of his batsmen hit high in the air. Both been caught by Aditya. Fantastic catch that, Vinny. And Sahil Grover is he's having a chat to Saklan Mukhtar, and he's just saying to him, I think, just don't do that. Don't hit it in the air. Don't hit a catch, especially to Aditya.
To answer your question, what I was going to say is some balls aren't that easy to hit on the ground. So if it's a genuine half volley or even a full toss, it's pretty easy to hit along the carpet. But there's a certain length that's kind of short of that where you're driving on the up. There's sometimes it's easy just to continue and hit it up, and get that power. We saw it tried a couple of times. We saw it backfire. Here's a hat-trick ball for Ravi. Almost sneaks back in and takes the stumps, but Mukhtar deals with it.
Helix in the chat saying yes, well judged for the first one. I think great catch for the second one. So it's really good effort on the boundary, and they've caught well, the Spartans, and they've got Bohemians in all sorts of problems.
Well, I said that the long off was quite far around and straight was safe, but not when it's that high. And he ran a long way to get there, but good, I think 20 metres plus. And
just news from the sporting world from outside here. Australia has scored in the football.
Ooh.
Steph Cately with a goal against the Republic of Ireland. 1-0 Australia.
And this will be handled eventually.
There's so much sport on a Thursday around the world that I'm keeping up with now, that I have to keep up with because it's
a good time of year for it as well. I mean, so Wimbledon just finishing, for example. Good bit of in-swing there. That'll end the over. And so Ravi, 2 for 2 off that over. Pretty good effort indeed. Well, we're talking about United going 4-1. Well, that last turn of events from Bohemians where they came from well behind has thrown that table into a bit of disarray there in the middle now. We can see Bohemians perhaps catching United by the end of the day, depending on how the other results go. As Spartans, of course, they were disappointing earlier against United, only able to strike 80 with the bat. And Sahil is hoping that he can set a target a lot bigger than that. He's going to face up for the start of the third over.
Well, this is the man who's in the centre of all the action. It's Aditya Rayaprolu. It's right in the block hole, just a single. We'll bring Saklan back on strike. The wind's picked up a little bit, Vinny.
Yeah, a little bit. I was hearing tales of the sideways rain yesterday coming in. Hopefully we don't have any of that. Felt a couple of drops about an hour ago, but they were just stray drops, I think. Oh, this one takes over. That could be 4 byes, Yeah,
talking about stray. That was a stray delivery there. It's pretty quick, but just got it wrong.
Yeah.
And it's gone down to the boundary for 4 wides, 5 wides.
It's amazing. Some of the areas where this bounces between the popping crease and the bowling crease, because that's where bowlers land ordinarily. I've just noticed around Europe, some of these pitches, when the ball actually bounces there, it can just take off, it can roll. It's one area where the pitch gets a fair bit of wear, but that just went way too quickly for Chinu to deal with it. So a bonus for the Bohemians. Need the help at this stage. This one probably would have been a wide, but in the end, gets the end of the bat and gets 1. Yeah, so much cricket, like you say. Not just cricket, but other sports. Say Football World Cup, Women's World Cup starting in Australia today. That's exciting. Ashes, the Google kind of match predictor is saying it's pretty much a 50-50 or up in the air. This is hanging. Don't think anyone's going to get to this. And it's going to win the race to the boundary. So Grover gets his first boundary. Not really in convincing fashion. But again, 4 more to Bohemians. This time, the ball's hit.
Again, from around the world, England lost an early wicket there, 28 for 1 at the moment. I don't know if you saw that before.
I heard about it, but I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably catch the highlights tonight. Of course, when I'm in Prague, I like to go to the Down Under to watch the Ashes.
Yeah.
I was here a couple of weeks ago for a night before I headed to Malta. Oh, it's either wide or it's out. So it's not Nick, so it will be a wide. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to Phil G, who's in the chat as well. James Stewart, watching from Estonia as well. Yeah, but everyone praising Phil's fantastic job in the commentary. And who knows? Saturday we have the 6-game day, so we've kind of organised for us to do 4 each. Phil might be around in the afternoon to do a game or 2 with me. Anyway, right now this is going to be lifted over the top, so he'll be more happy with this one. It's a lot more out of the middle. Nice strike over mid-off. And I suppose the difference here is the mid-off up in the circle makes that a bit easier, because that was probably straight to the fielder if he was back, but he wasn't, and that's 4.
He's been in sparkling form in this tournament, has Sahil Grover with a bat. As Aditya comes in again. It's left outside. I've called a wide. Well, let's have another look at it.
Yeah, I think this one probably straight over the trailer.
They've been very consistent with the wides, the umpires.
I think that's the way to umpire it, even though it's harsh, but it's easy to be consistent. When you start saying, oh, some are, some aren't, to touch the line, or it's this far in or not. See, I think that one's just inside. And just watch this one bend away late. So, yeah, the key is it can't touch the blue line at the point it passes the first white line.
Fine.
That one's just inside. It's actually the perfect ball because it left Grover at the last moment. Last ball, the over coming up. Oh, this is going to be trouble, though. It almost finds the fielder there, but this one bites into him, and Grover's able to turn with it pretty easily. So good finish to the power play, but a few wobbles in there for Bohemians to lose 3 wickets along the way after 3 overs. Scores 27 for 3.
Going back to pie talk.
Please do.
I had a chicken biryani, which was pretty good. But it was not a chicken biryani pie, Keanu. It was just a chicken biryani. I know we're here for 2 weeks, and sometimes I like to vary things up a bit.
You got regrets though? I mean, whenever you choose a non-pie option here, sometimes you get the remorse at the end.
No, I needed a change. That was fine. We're getting a sandwich later on. I think we're getting cucumber sandwiches at the sometime during the afternoon, which is a nice little bonus. But the pies, no, I love the pies.
I've got to be careful not to snack too much because I've got a bit of a hit list of places that I'll be going for dinner. And this is my first day in the suit actually for about 3, maybe 4 weeks, because I had a couple of weeks off, and then in Malta left the suits in for dry cleaning. Oh, edge and wrong foot's the keeper. This is going to run away for 4 as well.
So no suits in Malta?
No, it was short sleeve only that weather. It was boiling. Let me show you this one. But he's kind of drawn to the left, you see, and this is what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid being wrong-footed. So for an in-swing bowler like Shanmugam Ravi, I'd actually be starting, if it was me, I'd be starting almost with my left foot outside the leg stump, just because I'm trying to avoid that situation where my weight is being drawn with the swing of the ball, and then an outside edge, you see, just had no chance of getting back and stopping that. It's a little subtle positioning thing. Well, nothing subtle about this because he's just horned this one over long on. It's gone a long way. Maximo! Once again, we see an edged boundary, but then a pretty convincing boundary from a Bohemian batter.
We saw quite a bit of big hitting from Saqlain Mukhtar in the last game where he came out and first ball he played pretty much exactly the same shot, and he did lose his wicket. But
nice looking cut. This is through the field as well. This is going to be 4 more. So Mukhtar getting going, and Ravi, after having a dream first over, he's having a bit of a nightmare second in the 4th over of the innings. Yeah, so I took the opportunity to leave all my suits in Prague to get dry cleaned. And so it's all nice and fresh today. But yeah, Malta was certainly short sleeves only weather. But yeah, what I was going to say is I need to still fit in them. And I know that some of my favourite places in Prague, such as the Dumplings place.
Oh, yeah.
I do put up some big numbers there. Back pad and gone. And so, well, they get Mukhtar in the end. Ravi gets the right of reply. Did hit him on the back pad, so there's not too long to go between the impact and the stumps. But he's bowling in. I still think that's going to hit the stumps, though. Good decision. And so that'll be the 4th wicket down, 41 for 4.
It's a good partnership there between these two, Saklan Mukhtar, Sahil Grover. And it's brought them back a little bit, the Bohemians, after losing 3 early ones. But that was, Ravi's been bowling very well. He's getting a lot of in-swing, and that one just trapped the batsman right in the crease.
These pitches in Prague suit his bowling as well. I do think that he can just get the ball to deck back a bit in addition to that natural swing that he gets. And so, he bowls pretty well here.
The breeze is going from left to right as well, so that does help him a little bit. Just push it across.
Yeah.
So, and just in the chat, Helix, I'm not, actually, you toffed Danny with the cucumber sandwich. Well, actually, they're not. We're getting either ham or vegetarian, but they're not cucumber sandwiches.
I
do like.
I don't want to be framed as like an elite. I love cucumber sandwiches.
I like food.
And those stuff that comes out on trays. As long as I can have an unlimited amount, I'll smash those things.
Oh, talking about smashing stuff.
Oh, what a ball from Murgum. And took a bit of tap, but now he's giving it back with interest as Rohit Kunga. He was a hero last game, but now it makes a big difference in ECN cricket. And this one drives straight through the gate. And Ravi might even get a 5 for here the way he's going. This is the perfect first delivery to a new batter who doesn't know it's doing that much. That one did plenty. Bowled him for a golden duck, and it's 41 for 5.
Yeah, well, if he gets a 5, he gets a hat-trick as well. As he's got 1 ball left in his spell. This is just absolutely smashed the stumps. And he did turn around. I think he appealed.
Yeah, well, it's always nice to ask the question, but Kunga's not liking what he's seeing there. Wow, Derek's right up in his face, and he's grown about 60%. So, wow, tell you what, that's why we can't have a duck mascot if you want to know. There's some talk we should get a duck mascot for Cardamom.
I've heard about that.
Because there's a fair chance it'll end up with the bat wrapped around its mascot head if the batters have any chance to say about it. Anyway, another hat-trick opportunity for the second time. Ravi's on a hat-trick. This time, it's Zishan Azim that's going to face up the hat-trick ball. You know what? If he delivers one like that, I think he could probably do it. Last ball also for Ravi in this match. A little bit too short from what he wanted. So Azim gets the single, and memorable spell, really. Yeah, look, I know he goes for 17, but funnily enough, 14 of those came off the first 3 balls of the over. The other 9 balls, he takes 5 for 3, or 4 for 3, I should say. Anyway, it all works out at the end of the 4th over. It's 42 for 5.
Yeah, it's a very good spell there. 4 wickets and 4 big batsmen as well for the Bohemians. Are now dismissed by Ravi. Really, really good spell. I'm going to see who they're going to bring on next. In fact, it is the old stager Niraj Taigi. He's been such a consistent bowler for this Spartans lineup for so many years, and it's interesting he didn't open, but he'll want to keep it tight in these overs. Oh, dodgy outside edge, and well done out there. Well, almost well done.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you to reconsider your well done. I mean, it's not as bad as on Monday morning when there was no went for 20. It said it wasn't too bad, but I think we meant it wasn't too bad for the subset of overs that went for 20. But seriously, you mentioned Chagi normally opens, so he's pretty good to have up the sleeve. That was, when we talked about the Football World Cup, Parth had one that went through his legs this time. At least it doesn't go through his legs, but he does kick it over the boundary.
Parth is a very tall man. As this gets punched through the covers for 4. Another good shot.
Yeah, that's just, again, showing how fast this outfield is. And Azim has time to put together a rescue job here. 50's up now for Bohemians. They'd still hope that they can get something like the 120 or something that's quite defendable against a Spartan side who struggled with the bat earlier. Let's not forget to say, against United, they could only manage 80.
They have lost some big wickets, though. Silent Grover's still there. He hasn't faced many deliveries. He faced 6 deliveries out of the so far.
Elevates leg side, could be trouble. Fielder comes in. Oh, well, it was Australian football style, wasn't it? And that's Saxena, who basically rushes at it like some sort of blitz defense, and in the end, it's on him before he knew too much about it.
That was, he looked very keen. He's on the boundary there, and
I like attack the ball, but it was over attack.
To be fair, it's lucky he didn't cop it in the face.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes when you're playing on these slightly shorter boundaries, you're not used to it. You don't realise because you start it back on the boundary. Normally, if there's a miss hit, you rush in. But sometimes these miss hits, they hang up a bit longer than you think. And yeah, you can actually kind of run in and run under the ball. It carries further proportionally than you think. It's well bowled though by Chagi. So we'll see if that comes back to bite the Spartans, who ended up, well, they were topping the table in their group last year. I think it was Group B.
Yep.
But then, yeah, straight sets in the finals. They ended up finishing in 4th place. Lost to United, in fact, in the last game last year in ECS cricket. It's a thick outside edge, but it's going to be away from the fielder. And that one is thankfully fielded. And it'll take us to the end of the 5th over. So the score at the end of 5 is 53 for 5.
Yeah, it's a pretty even. Apart from those 5 wickets, it's pretty even at the moment, I think, between these two teams.
Yeah, I think the run rate's not really a problem, is it? But anytime you lose 5 wickets in the first half, you're kind of relying on a partnership to develop, because if it doesn't, you really get down towards the bottom and you start kind of eyeing off whether you're going to bat out the 10 overs or not. But yeah, certainly enjoying being back here in Prague, enjoying being back here with you.
Likewise, Vinny.
First time we commentated together. Actually, wasn't here
Milan.
in Prague, was it? It was actually Milan early in 2021. But I certainly remember with fond memories the first time we had a series here together. I'd seen the Super Series on TV, but being here, was something a bit different. But yeah, we had some extreme weather on that occasion. I think being here in July, not having as many of those issues. Anyway, Chagi goes for 10 in the 5th, and now we're ready for the start of the second half of this innings.
Yes, I go ready. The new bowler, again, been a good bowler for Spartans for a couple of years. Former Barbarian, and he always keeps things fairly tight. Can spray a couple, but he's a good bowler.
I gotta love Helix's comment in here as well. Even though I just admitted that I like cucumber sandwiches as well, but he's launching at you. Edged and gone. Nice catch taken this time by Panelet. And Mataretti throws one wide. Azim takes the bait. And yeah, nicely handled behind the stumps. And he likes it. You know what? That one's for Zora, his new daughter, only 4 weeks old. And yeah, Jinut Panelet takes a very good catch. And Bohemians, we said they needed a partnership. Well, that didn't last long because it's 53 for 6.
Yeah, that's, well, 6 wickets down. Can Bohemians bat out the innings? And just going back to Helix, I'm more a beer and pie man rather than a cucumber sandwich and tea man.
I'm going to give you the comment in a minute that I'm laughing at. But first, I mean, look at that little baby celebration. That's nice from Jinu. He's enjoying his cricket out there. We know that Spartans so far haven't really had too much to celebrate so far on day 4. But anyway, this will be Javad Iqbal again. Very good guy to come out number 8. So they do bat deep, but they're going to need to, because you don't really have that insurance policy. And Sahil Grover, he's had more partners than, I don't want to say what, but he's gotten around, because now he's on to his 7th batting partner. Anyway, Hannah ready to continue. Oh, this one bites back a long way. But nice little late cut. Just a single. Helix saying, yeah, do you also have a cup of tea out of a nice fine china cup with your fingers in the air with your cucumber sandwiches, Danny?
Well, that's what I said.
Very posh.
My reply to him, I'm more downing a pint and smashing a pie type person.
Is that just the image you're cultivating? I mean,
I don't know. Have you seen me eat a cucumber sandwich?
No, but
cup of tea?
I believe you. And right now, Grover has got his hands full trying to keep this innings afloat. He gets a little inside edge and ends up with 4.
Phil's saying Danny drinks his beer like that, though.
Yeah, well, actually, we do spend a bit of time here in Prague together because I do like to spend time here if I do have time off. And so you've actually been an invaluable resource. When I first came to Prague in 2021, we had a lovely walk on a Sunday.
Yep.
Back in those days where there was no cricket on Sundays. They showed me a lot of cool places, and you're a bit like me. This is up, it's in the air, it's going to find grass, it's going to run away for 4. So, yeah, Grover, he's been the one that has had a bit of luck on his side, and they need it at the moment. He moves into the 20s.
Yeah, it's he'll need to get going. Will Sila Grover, and we saw him just in the game before absolutely hammer the United bowling. He just doesn't have enough strike. He's going at 200 or more. So Sila Grover just hasn't had to face many deliveries.
Yeah, true. This is another one that he might have nicked, but he didn't. But yeah, you're like me. You like the kind of the food and beverage scene.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why we get around when we have time here.
Have you been
One
to
of our favourites, Cheese's Crust.
Cheese's Crust is fantastic.
Great name as well. All right, goes big, but is it big enough? I don't think so, and he's gone. So Grover, he looked like the one guy that could stay alive, but Kranthi picks him up at mid-off. Just a mistime shot. I mean, the shot was on because mid-off was up, but he just wasn't able to get enough contact on it. So Grover, the next man to go. And now it is alarm bells for Bohemians. End of the over as well. Matt already gets 2 in the 6th at 62 for 7.
Well, they're former teammates at Barbarians as well, so they know each other's game inside and out. And I think Sagar will have a bit of a chat to Sahil a little bit later on and thank him for giving up his wicket. But Bohemians, as I mentioned, they're just they're hot and cold, they're volatile.
Yeah.
And you saw them against United, who are a very good side, who have won, I think, 3 already have United. And they hit 130 off them. And here they're struggling.
One thing we have seen, though, today, dramatic turnarounds, or one in particular, with Bohemians. He looked sunk in that game against United and turning it on towards the end. So Wani is going to bowl now. He was the one guy that did kind of penetrate earlier in the day with a couple of wickets. So yeah, he's a bit different, as you can see there. Wani, I called him a fake leg spinner before because he's not really spinning the ball a lot. It rolls out.
Oh.
That's super close, you know. He's gone, yeah. Well, this was the wrong one. And I got to say, if this hits him in line, for me, I think it's out. He plays for a bit of leg spin. Then not only does this kind of jump on straight, it actually goes a bit left to right. I have my suspicions about this one. Look at what it does off the pitch.
That's good here.
See how it comes in? But where does it hit him?
Oh,
I reckon, to be honest,
I think that's pretty good.
I think that you can actually see the line of the off stump through his legs. And I think that if you kind of superimpose that I think it hits him in line.
Yeah.
Actually, it's an umpire's call for me on the impact.
My first reaction was that he clamped down on it. I didn't realise that it hit his pad. But
Yeah. So here we go. If we roll forward there, see, you can see the off stump. So there you can see it hits on off stump.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a good decision.
that's a good move.
And it's actually good that he's realised it hasn't hit the bat, hasn't hit the gloves either. And yeah, I think that's a good bit of bowling first up from Wani. Don't know if it was a deliberate wrong on or not, but it's certainly deviated in. And now he's got a wicket and 62 for 8.
Yeah, 8 wickets down. I mean, the run rate's not too bad. They're looking at about 100, but they're just going to run out of wickets. Ravi Bisti is in with Kamal Singh, and there's only, well, they face 1 ball between them.
And now you've got 3.5 overs to bat. This is where you got a bit of a choice. Do you still try and attack, go for glory? You see it, take a sweet shot. Well, I get a single. Yeah, do you go for glory and still hope to get kind of 10 and over at the risk of getting bowled out, or do you kind of eke your way to 80? I think sometimes it can also depend who you're batting against. Remember, you are playing against a team that struggled with the bat this morning, so depends whether you think, like, run a ball from here is basically, I think, 85 Do you think that's enough to win you the game? Maybe against Spartans the way they batted earlier today. Maybe it is.
Well, at least it's a target, but it's not a bad shot. It's got through the fielder, and Kranti is just in front of us in the covers. He puts his hands on his head. As to the poor fielding out there, it's Shanmugam Ravi actually, who's well, he can be forgiven maybe.
Yeah, they catch a break though, don't they, Bohemians? We saw them turn it around, like I said, towards the end of their batting innings in the last game. It'll have to be pretty dramatic if they can do it here. 67 for 8-1. Takes 1 for 5 off his over.
Yeah, it's a good over here. No, it should have been even fewer, but got away with it.
Hey, also noting the scores in the T20 World Cup qualifiers today, which was started in Scotland, and Austria are over there. They're in Group D of the ECC. It's the Euros of Cricket starting on the 25th of September. We saw that it's under 10 weeks away now. You know, also Jersey are in that. We've got the Ireland 11, Scotland 11 in there as well, and various others. But as far as T10 action, it doesn't get higher than the Euros of Cricket. So yeah, join us for that, September 25. And yes, you mentioned a few times in the commentary earlier in the week, and I remember when you, Phil G, and Terry all came to watch the Czech Republic back in 2021, and you drank us out of beer.
It was a pretty good effort, I think.
I don't think it was even lunchtime by the time they ran out either.
Oh, come on.
But anyway, trying to save this innings. Matt already has 2 already. And he might have a 3rd here. Up in the air. Keeper wants it. Up a Bermuda triangle. No, it's a Doosra. And, well, Parth was so focused on avoiding a collision that he didn't spot that the ball had taken a left turn at Albuquerque, as you'd say, and somehow Bohemians get 4 for that.
Well, I mean, the ground's so fast down there. There were 3 of them converging, and the ball had, look, they're going back, and then the ball just takes, as I said, left turn at Albuquerque.
Yeah, think about Parth. It also takes a little bit of time to change direction, and he wasn't able to turn his heels there.
Yeah,
a big swing and a miss.
He's a big unit, Path. He does high things very well, low things not so much.
I'm not saying they're trying to hide Path in the field, but let's say they are. I think that region, there's just so many balls going down there.
Yeah.
That's not the spot. Sometimes you see, oh yeah, 3rd man, throw someone down there. Now this is sliced away as well. Is it going to get over the infield? Well, it doesn't, and Shanmugam Ravi can't hold on to it. A tough catch, trying to run with the flight. And we've seen these almost caught today, but this one just spills out at the last moment.
Yeah, it's been good catching straight. I saw Arya take one before, and then a couple of others taken by Raraprolu, but just evading the fielders now. And he's been dragged. He's been put in the covers. New point fielder. You watch this one go to the covers. Comes Sagar again.
Well, doesn't go anywhere. Now they're going to take on a run. That's pretty astute running by Ravindra Bist. And yeah, a lot of things being yelled around right now. I've got to say, a lot of kudos for the umpire on that LBW, on that ball from Wani last over. And yeah, a lot of positive reinforcement there. It's good to recognise them when they do make an outstanding decision, which I think that was. End of the over at the moment. Matt already finishes his allotment. 2 for 15, his figures. It's 74 for 8 after 8. Hello to Mike Seal as well, who's saying it'll be criminal if they don't see out their 10 overs. Yeah, see, that's kind of true, but I also think that sometimes, you know, when you've got guys down the bottom that can bat, then sometimes there's a time to still gamble with your wicket a little bit if you think that you can get more runs than the standard. Again, it's situational. You need to know your limitations. But, you know, if they've got genuine batters down there and you still think you can go, say, get to 100 from here, then you've got a decision whether you actually need the 100 or whether you're kind of happy going run a ball to 86, almost 0 risk.
Yeah, it
depends who you're playing. So against PCC, for example, that's the example I use because it's an obvious one. You know, 80, forget it. You know, you're going to need 100 plus. So even if you get bowled out for 70, going for more, then maybe strategically that's the right thing to do.
In the group stages, I mean, PCC have been so dominant so far. In the group stages, it's a bit of a free hit against them. You might as well just have a go at them because they're going to make the final 4. They'll probably be the top team. They're 6 from 6, but anything can happen on finals Friday. So that's when you turn up your A game for them and you try things. Whereas I think it's so even with all the other teams in this tournament.
Saxena gets the ball here. First one was a bit harsh, I think, on the angle. And it was called a wide, but Bohemians, like I said, they need the help. Yeah, I thought, well, now we're going to get an overthrow, and maybe not just one, because that was horned in by Kranti a second time. I'm a bit curious they didn't go back to Wani, who I thought bowled really well. They've gone to Saxena, who hasn't bowled yet. Maybe the plan is to bring back Wani in the 10th, but I would have thought you could have bowled Saxena in the 10th.
Has Tiagi bowled too?
Tiagi has only bowled one as well, so
curious.
Sport for choice here maybe at the moment. Because the other thing is, you normally bowl whoever you think. So you'd bowl either Wani or Tiagi now, because you could take 2 wickets and you don't even need to worry about a 10th. You know, so you normally put your key bowler on, but Saxena's pretty handy. He almost gets a wicket here as it turns past the off stump, but only just.
He's taken a bit of stick though, as Saxena.
You got to get across to him. That's the thing.
That's it.
He's very unlucky to get an LBW. Don't know if that's a genuine stumping chant, because the batter knew he missed it so early that he pretty much got back by the time the ball reached the keeper. But the other thing is, you got Padlet here. It wasn't right next to the stumps. He was probably back about a foot. Anyway, shouldn't hurt him too much. Last ball of the 9th. I think that one's just okay if you look at the angle. As Kamal is playing some sort of impromptu game of Twister. Now, is that the end of the over? Maybe not. Well, we've got it as the end of the over. In fact, I think there was a wide that the scorers did pick up. So there was definitely they haven't scored a wide in this over. So yeah, it was the wide that I thought. I don't think we even saw a replay, but to my eyes, I thought it was a very harsh call. So.
Chris in the chat, it's been brilliant bowling by Spartans, outstanding catches too. They've been very good. A couple have gone through them, but generally it's been a really good performance by the Spartans, and the wickets have gone down very frequently. They lost 3 early as a little partnership, and then now they're 8 down. As again, these two, Ravi Bist and Kamal Singh, are getting some runs just to boost this total. 74 for 8 at the moment. They can get about 85 or 90. I think they'll be competitive, and it's not out of reach.
Need a good start, basically, as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's what put the Spartans behind the 8 ball in the first innings of the day. So they're just fixing that up. So I think we'll see now that the score will just click up by 1. So the score will be 77, I think. And there's still a ball to go in this 9th over. But yeah, it gives us a chance to say hello to everyone. Hello to Mike Steele. Again, great to have you with us. I know a lot of sport, a lot of cricket even going on around the world right now, but it's great to be a constant. I've got to tell you though, this year we kind of started with the idea of, well, when we had our first full year in 2021, it's a 43-week season. And I know because I did all 43 weeks. In 2022, we went to kind of 45, 46-week season in the end it became. This year, it was kind of planned as a 46-week season. Started a little bit early. It looked like it went to 48. But the way things are looking, and then it went to maybe 50. Can I tell you something that's a bit scary? Sneak preview, and this is unconfirmed. The next week, when there's no ECN cricket, is never.
I've heard rumours of a New Year's tournament.
Yeah, that's one thing. But literally, when I looked at the proposed schedule, again, it's not confirmed, so we don't know for sure. Again, trying to plan holidays and things like that. But it's looking like we may just roll straight through. End of the season starts, and the next day another one starts. This is what's coming up in the fairly short term. At the moment, we've got cricket from Czechia, watching the ECS, and we've also got the night series. Rico will be on standby tonight, where we'll see the Porto Wanderers taking on the Coimbra Knights. I think we're good to go now. Switzerland is our next stop in the ECS. And so this will be the end of the over now.
Well, you're saying never, but there are actually a lot of overlapping series as well.
Yeah. So it's not even
so
that.
it's actually
It's
double
like-
layered never.
It's like 60 weeks a year, to be honest. Anyway, that's the end of the over now. And the score is 77 for 8. Well, that's what I'm being told anyway. 10th over coming up. So, yeah, you're right. There are overlapping series like now. We had 3 series overlapping last week. Great to show some international T20 cricket as well.
And women's cricket as well, I think
Yep.
is a fantastic move.
Again, at the club level, it's not quite where the men's game is yet on the continent, but that's, I suppose, following the worldwide trend. So we're super excited, and there's planning behind the scenes for years ahead that one day we might have a mixture of men's European cricket series and women's European cricket series.
Yeah.
Same for all of our events. I know there's already plans. It's not 100% confirmed yet, but it's sitting with the ICC for their approval for us to do an ECCW at the end of the year. So
Great.
European Cricket Championship women's event. So again, probably not quite on the scale or the amount of nations that's involved with the men's Euros of cricket, but and that could be at Khartoum as well at the end of the year, which I think would be sensational. Obviously, we've been branching out into the ECIWs this year, which is 10 over internationals, first ever 10 internationals for women. So yeah, that diversity I think is really important in growing the game as a whole. 10th overtime, it is Chagi that gets the nod. Yeah, it's a bit of a slightly, what's the word? I'm trying to think of a better word for ugly.
Phil uses agricultural.
Yeah, that's one thing, although it didn't harvest much. Ungainly. There you go. Try again. Well, he does try again, gets a bat on it.
It was the same shot, wasn't it? Just hit it that time.
Again, if you can play through cover, that's where you should be trying to hit that.
Yeah.
And then you hit a gap, or you get it in the air, you get it over the infield. Yeah, so we probably won't have too much time to talk about it, but yeah, we are planning the T10 marathon. We've probably talked about it a couple of times. It's just missing. So 48 consecutive hours of cricket and over the New Year's period, which is, by the way, there's no cricket in the world on those days.
There's probably good reason for that, though.
There's only one.
Most people are gathering with family and friends and having a few
We can do
drinks.
that and play cricket at the same time. It's the Woodstock of cricket. I know you're a music fan. Doesn't miss by much either. Yes, that's the Woodstock of cricket. Get the family, get the friends there. It's going to be a celebration. It's also going to be a bit of an endurance test for us. And it should literally run over the new year.
Whereabouts is it planned for? Can I ask that? It's somewhere definitely not here.
Correct. Top of the list at the moment is Gibraltar, Europa Stadium. 2 to come. Yeah, got to run hard here. They like the idea of 2, and to be honest, they'll get it on the fumble, or they should get it. They will get it. So, nice job by these 2 to fight it out. Bohemians have dragged themselves into the 80s, whether that's enough or not. Might be yet to see that. Yeah, but lots of plans in the works. Yeah, so to go to a 52-week consecutive season is different. All right. Well, don't see how you're only going to... Well, how you're not going to get more than 1 here. So, 82 will be the score. Chagi bowls a really good last over. Keeps it one side of the wicket. In fact, we don't see a boundary in the last 16 balls. So, pretty good holding job. They did the damage, though, with those wickets taken, didn't they? And I think that Spartans, without a win today, they'll feel this is kind of a must-win to stay in touch as well, because they don't want to lose another one with just the solitary win so far in the series. Bohemians, 82 for 8 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, it was a good effort from the Spartans, and they had a disappointing performance in the first game against United, as you mentioned. But I don't know. I don't think it's enough for me, especially considering the last game was both teams hit 130.
Yeah, well, that's right. But, I mean, it's a different game, different nature. We know that the power of taking early wickets can make a big difference. And there were some brilliant catches by the Spartans in this innings. As in particular, I think Raya Prolu is about to take a couple of a couple of really good ones. But Shanmugam Ravi, he was making waves early, even though this one got hammered. He was able to pick up a couple of wins in consecutive balls. I mean, this one, it was a pretty good catch in its own right. He was hanging up a long time, but Raya Prolu was going to outdo himself off the very next ball. It ran, but he ran all the way to the other side of the field to take a hanger. And yeah, this is where Spartans really did the damage, even though not everything went to hand. I think that Grover obviously came back through the bat in the middle of the innings, despite not having a lot of balls faced. But when it's all said and done, I think Spartans, they're pretty happy with their efforts in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Vinny. And nothing went perfectly at all for Bohemians. There was never one of those partnerships we saw in the last game. No one really took it. They tried to take the attack to the Spartans. It's just good bowling, very good in-swing bowling there. And Ravi taking 4 for 17. Sagar Reddy also 2 for 15. And it's mentioned in the chat that they bowled well and they caught well, but the ground fielding could have kept the Bohemians down to a few more. But 82, it's not bad. This one was a strange one. Tried to launch himself at the ball, drop the catch, but Sagar Reddy with a nice catch there from Banalet. He came and bowled well as well. It's a nice sharp chance high to his right. Talking about his little baby there is Juno. But the wickets just kept on tumbling. And that was Sahil Grover. It was a big wicket, and he never got going either. So it was on the back of some pretty good bowling. So you see this one just dropped there by Ravi. But good effort all in all by the Spartans. We'll have a relatively meagre total, especially on this pitch. You see the scorecard here. Verndl missing out again. Sahil Grover 22 off 11, but no one really going on with the score. Never really big partnership. Saklan Mukhtar on 50 with 15, and Azim with 11. Right down the bottom, Kamal Singh with a nice little contribution with Ravi Best. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Some pretty good figures there. Shanmugam Ravi with 4 wickets for 17. Raya Prolu, I thought, bowled pretty well. Took a wicket, a little bit more expensive than the rest though, but look at those economy rates. 7 from Taigi, 2 wickets for 15 for Sagar Reddy as well, and a wicket for Wani, who I was surprised didn't come back for another over. Saxana was chosen instead, but he only went for 4 of his overs, so it was a good choice by the skipper Kranti. So this is an intriguing game. If Spartans can get off to a bright start and keep wickets, they should get there pretty comfortably. As we see the summary of this match, 82 for 8, and I think the 8 part was reflective on how well the Spartans bowled and caught, but also how the Bohemians struggled in this game. 83 needed of 60 balls for the Spartans to win this game from the European Cricket Series in Czechia. There's match number 18 between Bohemians and Prague Spartans. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. It's great to have your company. European Cricket Series action continuing. And now we're just past the halfway point of week 1 in Czechia. It's our third, in fact, I think it's actually our 4th European Cricket Series here, in addition to Czech Super Series in 2020. It's our 5th big series here on ECN. So we've got big history, and history will be made over the next week or so, a week and a half, as we'll continue this series. And for the first time, we'll have T10 international cricket from Prague as well. So we're seeing Parth Baladia, who's going to open the batting for the Spartans. He's out there right now, sporting the shades, even though I wouldn't say it's particularly sunny at the moment. Some people do have that preference. Remember, Zanku Gurusina from Sri Lanka was probably the first guy to consistently bat in the sunglasses. Jinu Panelet, the keeper, will face up though to the first ball. And yeah, just have a look at the surrounds of this iconic cricket ground. Scott Pagefield. Scott, something we've talked about a fair bit recently on the network actually. He's a big contributor to Czech cricket, sorely missed. Anyway, this field lives on in his memory right now though. It's Iqbal who's going to open up for Bohemians. He might have wicket first ball because Grover doesn't have to move, and that is gone. So, well, a bit of luck there. I suppose it's more than luck, but regardless, it's the perfect start when you're defending 82. As Danny Hudacek comes back into the commentary box, worst possible start for the Spartans.
Yeah, not a great start, was it? Straight up in the air, and an embarrassing duck there for the batsman. First ball of the innings. Let's have a look at Javed Iqbal. Short ball.
Yeah, no real footwork. I mean, it's a decent bounce in that it's outside off stump. Sometimes these catches, they're so easy, it starts to enter your mind. There's no way I could drop this good. But well, not just a normal duck. That's actually a golden duck that's going to stare him down. But
an embarrassing duck.
Embarrassing duck is what you called it. Well, I mean, Panelet, I suppose if you're going to make a duck, maybe the golden duck's the best one to make, because at least you leave plenty of balls for your teammates.
Junior Panelet has not had the greatest series with a bat. That's to pull it mildly. So here we come with Javed Iqbal. Bowling to Kranti. The skipper. This could be 2 and 2, just out of the reach of the fielder. And it's a big man as well in Martin Verndl.
Yeah, no, it's not Kranti who's out there either. It's Cassie Balakrishnan.
Oh, it's Cassie, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's come out. And
he looks exactly, because Kranti does have that dark helmet as well.
yeah, they've got...
My
yeah,
apologies.
They do look similar at the crease, you're right. But anyway, 1 for 1. Early days. Iqbal to Baladia for the first time. And he's hit back over his head, and he's hit pretty strongly. That's going to be 4. And you can see that the Spartans, in particular Baladia, is keen to attack the power play.
He batted very well yesterday, did Parth Baladia, for the most part. A couple of big innings, and he's really taken to Javed Iqbal here, who will no doubt come back with a short ball, as he does.
Dan Casey back in the chat. Hello, Dan Zilla, back from his Czech lesson, no doubt. But first, here's Iqbal.
Oh, good ball right in the block hole.
By the way, an aside, but you gave me the best advice with Czech. You said, if you're trying to learn Czech, give up before you start, and that way you don't waste any time. Although I've been trying to pick up a few words. But yeah, Dan Casey saying that with these 3 teams we've seen so far today, it's interesting how Spartans seem to have Bohemians' number, but the Bohemians have United's number, but United have Spartans' number.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a nuclear triad style situation where it all kind of balances out, or like a rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario. But I mean, there's a bit of time left in this one. Bohemians, we saw them change the narrative very late in the previous match against United, who we'll see again in the Tigers in the 4th game of the day. But first, we have to deal with this one.
It does show that there's very little between all of these teams,
Yeah.
And including the teams we saw earlier in the week. Apart from PCC, who really had got onto a bit of a flyer. This is down leg side, called a wide, but all the other teams are very, very evenly matched. And then we see the Tigers as well, who weren't at the races against United, but then ended up beating the Spartans in the final game in that shortened delay, and they hammered the bowling as well.
Tigers are one team that they've got a couple of players at the top that can really win games for them. Remember that last year? But I think in that United game, though, I think they lost all 10 wickets for 18.
Yeah.
31 without loss, bowled out for 49 yesterday. Right now, Spartans lose an early one, but still get 7 out of the first over. 7 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, it's one of those funny totals where you don't want to go too hard at it, but you don't want to leave it to the last few overs either. What, 271 matches since a golden ball?
We got close-ish first game of the day, didn't we?
We did.
United are around, so I always feel like there's some chance. Now we're talking about types of duck in cricket. It's still a bit of a discussion because Kroom counts that as 6 royal or platinum ducks, or you used to call them embarrassing ducks as well. But there's other types that you never really use, like silver duck for second ball, or bronze duck for third ball. Like,
no, that's just a duck.
That's a bit unnecessary. I'll give you one that you wouldn't have heard of, probably. That's reasonably accepted in some places. Azim comes on and gets first one past the bat. A laughing duck is actually when you get out on the last ball of the team's innings.
Oh, okay.
No one knows why that is. Maybe because you can laugh about it because it was last ball anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's a laughing duck. But that's one that I hadn't heard of before.
I've never heard of that.
A laughing duck.
Not a kookaburra.
Titanium's the other one we talked about earlier. This one comes back and oh dear, gets to the field, and now they're going to take a run off the misfield. It seemed like he had that covered, but they do get one in the end.
He's having a little bit of a mare with his hands, is Javed Iqbal in the field. He's seen a couple dropped and go through him. But, that must be the age catching up with him, because physically he just looks exactly the same as he did 12 years ago. Bowls pretty much the same as well.
Yeah, wish we could all have that. That chain. Anyway, yeah, Azim, looks like a good pickup for me. He can hold the bat as well. And I like kind of just where he's putting these balls. Look at the footwork there from Cassie. Kind of puts his front foot outside the leg stump, and then you can't reach this ball. So I think for here, if I had one bit of advice to batters, it'd be hold your ground. Don't back away. Yeah. Because also, if it is down leg side, sometimes you just get yourself in trouble when you step away to leg stump and balls hit you that probably should have gone down leg side for wides. He hits this one. Ooh, okay, and it's knocked up and almost lands on the back of the fielder there. I mean, it's a pretty good stop. That's come up, I think, at mid-off. He kind of dives, gets 2 hands to it, can't hold on. But this actually hung up in the air for a surprising amount of time. In the end, it'll be a single.
Yeah, it was a good effort by the fielder. Made good ground, got 2 hands to it, knocked it down, saved 3 runs, definitely. So a pretty good result there for Bohemians.
There's an American football viral clip in the NFL where something like that happened, but the ball landed on the guy's back and a teammate came and caught it. So it turned out to be a catch, but the guy couldn't move because he went to break his fall. The ball went up and just landed perfectly on his back. And that's what that reminded me of. I thought that'd be something we haven't seen yet on ECN. Maybe one of the few things that we haven't seen.
Talking about American football, a good friend of mine, Tyson, who you know as well.
Prague Lions.
Prague Lions. And they switched quarterbacks midweek last week.
Okay. Last ball over from Azim. End of the bat job. And fielder is going to go with a flying kung fu style kick. In fact, kicks it all the way back to Biss, who pursued it from the infield. End of the over. And so it'll just be a long single, I think, in the end. It's 10 for 1 after 2. Really good over from Azim. Just 3 runs came off it.
Very good over.
So they switched quarterbacks.
They switched quarterbacks.
This is NFL Europe, by the way, so it's actually quite a high level of competition.
It's called the European League of Football, and it's a Europe-wide league, and it's actually quite fun. So Prague Lions, it's their first year in. They've struggled a little bit. They've been competitive in some games and not in others. As we see the table here, United are still in second place. They're Bohemians will
Pretty
probably...
congested though.
It is very congested,
Yeah,
but look
apart
at
from PCC.
well, the run rate for United is very good as well, so
Yeah.
it's looking good for them as long as they can keep their form up next week.
Tigers probably in a bit of strife. Bruno just didn't quite get their best team on the park the other day either.
Well, to be fair, Tigers have only played 2 games.
Yeah,
The
that's
net
true.
run rate's not great. But,
That's a good point you make.
Sazir Bouyan is the who loses control. Going back, so the new quarterback is from the University of Nevada. And he's
Have a look at this. Where's it go wrong here? Oh. Yeah, go ahead, sorry. First, let's see Bouyan. You can bowl one that goes forwards. Long way across here. I feel like there may have been a bit of bat. No, it's given leg bias, but I'm just going on the leg side.
So it's from originally from, well, he played last year for University of Nevada, which is a good school, a football school. He's the tallest ever college quarterback, and in old parlance, he's 6'9".
Wee, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's huge. Wow, this one is not huge enough to be a 6, but good enough for Kasi Balakrishnan. Once again, bit of disappointing, bit of fielding from the ground crew. They've been a little bit below par today, but regardless, it'll be another boundary as the Spartans. They're chasing a kind of target that they actually set this morning against United. I think they're a lot more comfortable chasing it than being in the other situation. Okay, so it was just a new player they picked up, and that's why they changed the quarterback. It wasn't because of an injury or anything like that.
No, they switched out a few players.
Oh, that one's absolutely whacked, and that one is huge enough to go all the way. It's going to take some fetching. One thing about the fast outfield, it means there's some long chases for the ground staff here as well. Maximo Krishnan gets into his work.
We had the ground staff, the Yellow Jackets there. They were searching for oxygen in the first few days with the big hitting, especially from PCC. So this is punched out to point. Javed Iqbal picks it up, just a single. But yeah, so they changed quarterbacks, and he only had 5 days with the team, so the offense didn't really work very well. The defense was okay.
Is the season over now?
No, there's still a few games. There's one on the 29th, but we'll be doing international cricket here. There's a few games left.
It's unfortunate. They didn't catch that. So that's really big in Germany as well.
That's it. Well, most of the teams are German. Leipzig, unfortunately, well, it's Prague's only win because Leipzig folded just before they were supposed to go up there.
Used to be a bit of a Frankfurt Universe fan.
Oh, yeah.
But I think I've been converted to the Lions now. Met your friend Tyson. He's the head coach. End of the third over, and it's 22 for 1 after 3.
Not the head coach. He coaches the wide receivers.
No, in my mind, he's the head coach.
He looks like a head coach.
Yeah, okay, coach of the wide receivers. That's very specific. I suppose it's that kind of game.
It is.
It's like having I'm a long off fielding coach.
Yeah.
long on, long off fielding coach.
It's really weird.
Not an infield fielding coach. Yeah, so I mean, tracking okay at the moment. They could only really get in trouble here, the Spartans, if they lose a whole bunch of wickets. But we've seen that happen a few times today. We've seen some big collapses.
I'll tell you another story from the Lions season. I was at a game in Prague, and they had the halftime show was they had the kicking
Beyonce?
competition.
Oh.
Kicking competition.
Was it Rihanna?
No.
Justin Timberlake?
I wish.
Janet
I wish.
Jackson?
There was a dance school that formed cheerleaders. So they had about 12 cheerleaders there.
Cheerleading is one of the fastest growing sports in Europe. Did you know that?
It's a good sport.
Yeah.
And so there were cheerleaders with pom-poms, and there was a goal kicking competition for youngsters. Okay.
Cool.
Then the next week I travelled down to Vienna because it's not far away from
4
Prague.
hours maybe?
Yeah. We had a bit of a trek down there, and I'll tell you the story continue the story after this ball.
Yeah, Mukhtar comes under the attack and gets thick edge. Pretty well fielded actually, because he needed to make the block, and he's never quite sure what the outfield's going to do at the moment. But yes, he went down to Vienna. Wait for this ball then from Mukhtar. It should just be one well knocked down in the infield.
So we went down there. I can't remember if it's Rapid Vienna or Austria Vienna. It might be Austria Vienna, that stadium that we went to, which was half full, which is pretty impressive. But 10,000 people down there.
Yeah.
Right. And we walked in, and there was a full military marching band
Wow, really? Block hole. Should be handled. Is out there. Erndl. A bit disappointing with the bat so far, but I suppose he's got a few more opportunities to show us what he can do.
So there's a full military marching band. There's a set of cheerleaders that were doing flips and standing on each other's shoulders and all sorts of things. Ooh.
I think the foot's always down here. This actually bounces off Sahil Grover's knee onto the stumps. They probably want to have a look at it, but for me, I don't think the back foot actually ever leaves the ground. Let's have a look. This is about as quick a stumping as you can get.
No worries.
It moves a bit, but doesn't leave the crease, and umpire actually doesn't even need the assistance. He's pretty confident. Tell you, he might need some assistance to Sahil.
Maybe
That one.
Well, there's no magic spray come out. He's a tough man, Sahil, because normally they will be screaming for the magic spray here in Prague. They absolutely love it. So I'll continue with the.
Gets through his overs quickly here, Mukhtar. And now you've got a chance. Okay, so you went down to Vienna. to
Yeah,
watch
Vienna
some NFL.
Vikings. Watch the Vienna Vikings, who are the top team in Europe, the best funded team in Europe, right? So they've got this these professional cheerleaders pretty much.
Inside edge onto the pad. And this will be the end of the over. 25 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, T-shirt cannons, just like in the US. There's a
yeah.
T-shirt cannon, and then I missed something. Oh yeah, when they ran on, so the Lions ran on, the Vikings ran on, and then their stars, their quarterback, their wide receivers, and they came on to flames, like giant flames coming out.
Oh, wow.
And then every time there was a touchdown, and there were a lot of touchdowns.
Okay.
And the halftime show was 2 guys on motocross bikes doing flips off a giant ramp. And then we found out a bit later that they had to cancel the skydivers because there was too much wind.
See, I'm all for the razzle dazzle, but again, if you try, your sport should still be the central theme of what's entertaining.
Yeah.
Having said that, sounds like quite a show. Anyway, it's going to be a new over. Kamaldeep Singh comes on. It gets a little bit short. Good footwork from Kasi. Another misfield from the ground staff, but regardless, it's going to be 4 runs.
There's a little bit of rain here. So,
Yeah.
But
What's with the surprise rain this week? It
know,
wasn't in the
dunno.
forecast yesterday, and it absolutely bucketed down, didn't it?
yeah, it did.
In the afternoon.
It's a little bit of just a light sprinkle, nothing much.
Should pass.
Should pass.
See a bit of blue sky at the moment as well. The one day I forgot to bring a towel, by the way. Grover, a good job up to the stumps this time. Kamal Singh just shapes this one slightly away from the right-hander.
So the Lions scored 3 touchdowns, which is pretty good. 21 points, but it was Vienna scored 69. It probably went easy on them, to be fair.
High scoring. It's hard to get sometimes in evenly matched contest. Well, I actually think he hits this more than once, but he's going to be out, that's for sure. Kasi is going to go. He got a long way across. Just the way it looked to me is he hits it and then hits again in his follow-through. I don't know, but regardless, I know that he is out, and Kamal does get the wicket. It's 29 for 2.
He's not happy with himself as Balakrishnan is smacking his bat afterwards. But contributed some runs toward this total. Let's have a look.
No, it's just the one. But yeah, he just gets it all wrong, doesn't he? And yeah, fairly simple catch. The amount of times batters go walkabout, I think it messes them up more often than the bowlers.
How did he manage to hit it there, though?
Yeah, it's just a filthy leading edge, almost off the back of the bat. Skied up, and Ravindra Best took a good catch. So, I mean, this isn't a done deal yet. Remember, Spartans had some woes with their batting earlier, but now we'll see Kranthi at the crease. And he was the guy that just steadied it for them before. He made a pretty good looking 40. So let's see if he can keep a cool head in this situation.
Looking at it, it's just under, it's about 9.5 and over at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's been tough going.
Caught it wide, just a little bit too wide. But yeah, rain falling. I'd say steadily, but it's a definite sprinkle. I'd call it a sprinkle at the moment. Hopefully it doesn't get to more than that. Not just saying that because it's getting pretty hard to protect the equipment here. This unexpected shower.
I've got news from the qualifiers as well. I'll tell you that in a minute.
Hello to Helix as well in the chat. who's about to head off, but don't go too quickly because we've got some breaking news coming shortly.
Okay, so I can tell you now. Jersey comfortably beat Austria. They got the 104, the 105 they needed in 9.2 overs, losing a couple of wickets. Italy, though, it's still up in the air.
It's a great take by Grover, actually. There's Miles down the leg side.
So Ireland hit 158, and Italy are 7 down for 123, 3 overs left. So 36 off 18.
Tough.
So 12 and over. It is a possibility.
Possible, but I think on those fields, probably a tall order with any amount of wickets in hand, to be honest. Notice a real trend towards people trying to bowl slow. You know, so unless you're an out-and-out fast bowler that you're kind of beating people for pace, you're so much better just being naggingly accurate and forcing the batters to make the pace, and that generally forces errors. Let's see, Kamal got that right last ball. And now, well, he falls in his follow-through, and that's why he now gets a bit of free coaching from his 10 teammates. But to be honest, it's because he actually, in his follow-through, I think he hits the edge of the pitch and he loses his balance slightly, and then he doesn't realise the ball's tapped past him. Just look here, and then I heard something coming past me. Is that where the ball went? Anyway, no real harm. Last ball of the over coming up. Or not, because that'll be a wide. So, I mean, Bohemians, they have a shot here. I think we haven't seen Buyan with the ball yet, for example. Who else haven't we seen yet? We've got Javed Iqbal just had the one. Zishan Azim just had the one. No, Buyan has bowled the one over, pardon me. Bowled the third, of course. Bowled 5 different bowlers in the first 5. This one's the one he takes all the air out of, and that'll be the end of the over. Decent enough over from Kamal. It's 33 for 2 after 5. Just quickly, more cricket coming up tonight from Portugal at the Miranda de Córdoba Stadium in Coimbra, so just outside Porto. And yeah, Wanderers taking on the Knights tonight. Join Rico Fall in the ECN tonight. It's European Cricket Series Knights. And it starts 4:30 p.m. GMT at 6:30 in Central Europe and 10 p.m. in India. For more information, you can always go to europeancricket.com. I know all the crew there. They're having a nice time. Can catch a bit of cricket during the day. I've done a few night series, not too many, but it's a different kind of vibe. Sleeping in is just something I wasn't used to at all. And then by the time you finish, it's pretty much kind of midnight. You go home.
It's not too bad.
Can't really get into trouble. Oh no, he's run straight past this one, and this could run all the way for 4. Gone. So Kranthi gets his first boundary to a ball that just pretty much got tapped to point. But we have seen the field is struggling a little bit with the extreme pace of this outfield, even under the light rain right now.
I mean, this ground in the previous years has a reputation of the bounce. We used to, Hugo Banks was the groundsman, and we used to jokingly say, "Oh, another 4 runs to Hugo," every time the ball would bobble, and oh, this has gone past the fielder, and that's 4 wides, 5 wides. So not what they needed.
Built the pressure for so long. I mean, Grover just can't get across to this. So the key with these, try and keep your head in line with the ball. So because it's wide, just have a look here. You see, he just moved his hands, and then if you misjudge the pace of the ball, Zazib actually able to knock one down. Yeah, but the previous one, you can see that Grover needed to actually move sideways and get his whole body behind it and his eyes behind it. When you're just going with your hands to the side, which sometimes you have to because the ball's too quick, then if you make a misjudgment, the consequences are pretty big. The rain gets heavier now. I don't know what's going on with these surprise showers at the moment. It's very Melbourne.
We've had the last month has been absolutely no rain.
Yeah.
And then not in this part, not in at Vinage at least. And then obviously, well,
At least this is straight down rain, so we're staying pretty dry. Hopefully the wind doesn't pick up. In the end, the thick edge. This will run away for 4 more. And Spartan's running away with it at the moment. And Kranthi gets his second boundary.
Yeah, that run rate, it was about 9.5 and over, and now it's come down to about 8, which is, it's manageable, especially if these two stay in.
It's where it started though. It started at 8.3 and over. But it's gone for a few.
Oh, that's out.
Yeah, looked pretty adjacent, didn't it? That could be a big moment in the chase as well, because Kranthi's the only batter to really stand up for extended period of time today. But yeah, I agree with you, because it just seemed to be straightening down the line. Mukhtar's had a pretty rough time of it, but to get Kranthi, I think it's a big wicket. Yeah, that's about as out as you could hope for. The umpire didn't waste too much time making up his mind. I think he gets it spot on, so that'll be another wicket. As Kranthi goes for 10, he's 48 for 3.
It's still up in the air, this game. It really is, because the run rate's not great. They've just lost their best batsman. Baladia's still there, and he hasn't really gotten going. He was fantastic yesterday, but just not really getting motoring. He's 8 from 11. And I wouldn't say they're running out of batting, the Spartans, but they're running out of batting, the Spartans. No, they're not running out of batting, but some of their better batsmen are already in the sheds.
They're putting themselves under pressure.
That's what they're
probably
doing.
You know, that's what I would say. They can still get out of it, but Bohemians pull another one out of the hat here. They were miles behind against United before turning that one around late in the piece. This is another ball that's going to run away. That's the thing, though. This field is so fast, and that pressure relieving shot is just a bit easier than normal, I think. So that one brings up the 50 for the Spartans as well, and it's the end of the 6th over. It's Saga Metareddy who's off the mark as well. 52 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, Saga's a big hitting batsman. He hits the ball very, very hard, and he's pointing in his bat. He's speaking to the umpire. I'm not sure what that's about. So maybe it's a little bit of tape or something that's falling off. As we see, we almost saw there we go.
There we go.
We saw the scorecard, and Panalat missing out again, getting an embarrassing derrick. Baladia's been there since the start, but little contributions along the way from all batsmen, and but no one really, a little bit like the Bohemians innings, no one really dominating the bowling, no one going on with a bigger score, which is it's been a cagey game, this one.
The thing is that all the bowlers have been pretty good so far. They bowled 5 different bowlers in the first 5 overs, which just basically means you got heaps of options going forward.
Yeah,
so
true.
Mukhtar's bowled out now. Finishes 1 for 22, but it's going to be Iqbal to come back and bowl over number 7. Needs to be tight. He's pretty tight. This will just be a single.
Yeah, nicely played by Baladia. And well, they won't be able to do it in singles, but there is the odd boundary coming up. And all it is a wide ball that goes through the infield, or a clever flick somewhere. They're just not dominating. Sagar, though, he does swing pretty hard at the ball. Here comes Jawad Iqbal, and a good bouncer.
That's a slippery one. Maybe it is a bit slippery. You mentioned that a little bit of moisture in this pitch sometimes kind of binds it together with that clay base. That one got upstairs pretty quickly on Matareddy.
It'll skid a little bit off the surface now as well, because just that surface water, it won't stay long because there's normally a bit of a breeze in the sun, but it will skid, and it does change just the surface, and so at what you're being used to, you have to adjust it a little bit, get behind the ball a bit.
Gets a bit on this one. Matareddy takes off straight away, gets away with a single.
Brings Baladia back on strike.
I suppose at this stage, if you're the fielding side, you're just trying to take the game as deep as possible. Anytime you can take to the last over, even if they just need 3 or something like that, you know, you can really build some pressure. Maybe go for a slightly different type of field. Full toss though, and that's going to race away once again. This outfield is so forgiving for batters. That's certainly not off the middle of the bat, but the pace of Iqbal coupled with the thick inside edge sends the ball screaming away to the backward square leg boundary.
Yeah, it was just the attempted slow ball there from Iqbal, and just got it, just over pitched it, and we as I said, we have seen a lot of full tosses. I've got to say that probably at least 90% of the full tosses that we've seen, 80 or 90% have gone to the boundary, because you just need to turn it around the corner, and you get that 4 or 6.
Good comeback. That's where he should have been the ball before. That's the thing here. 2 wickets could change the face of the game. Kind of do to the Spartans what the Spartans did to them.
Yeah.
It was the wickets that got Bohemians behind the 8 ball. They did end up batting out their 10 overs, but had to be careful towards the end.
We'll still need 25 off 19, so it's
Dot here, they're pretty much exactly on the rate where it started. Won't be a dot though. It's another full toss. Well, that full toss boundary hit percentage could just go up a notch that you mentioned, Danny, because Baladir cashes that one in as well. Iqbal just lets himself down a couple of times with the fully. It's 62 for 3 after 7 overs.
Yeah, it's still pretty even, but just those couple of boundaries will help the Spartans along the way. 21 off 18 needed, 7 runs and over. It seems pretty easy, but all it takes, as you said, is a couple of tight overs. And here's a bowler that does bowl tight overs. It's Sazib Bhuyan, who's a national team player.
This is what's coming up next. We'll see the Tigers for the first time today. United hoping to take them on. The first ball is a single. Yeah, so United, they've won the toss against the Tigers and they've elected to bowl first.
Interesting.
So something tells me that's a little bit to do with what happened yesterday when United batted first, when Tigers batted first, pardon me, and kind of collapsed.
I've got to say that the Tigers are a different animal in the game against Bohemians, where they started with a wicked maiden. It was a shortened game, as we see here, the Tigers and United lineups, but Ajay Alam bowled a wicket maiden in a reduced game to 9 overs.
Yeah.
And there was 1 over after that went for 6. And then the rain came down, and it was a 5-over game. It was adjusted with DLS. And,
Yep. And it's just a handful more runs, maybe 2-3 more runs were added to the total.
Yeah.
Because of the interruption during the first innings, right? Went from a 10-over game to a 9-over game, then the 9-over game to a 5-over game.
Yeah.
Sahadat Sagor, though, I mean, he's a player that I always love to watch.
Really good player.
And, yeah, let's just see what sort of Tigers outfit we see. But, yeah, do worry about their batting depth. Oh, it's flying away. Good luck stopping this as well. It's going to be 4. It's so fast. I mean, a little bit of rain or no rain. It's like you're playing in the Sahara out there, really.
Yeah.
So the vortex is a place in Bulgaria we talk about in the third man where it runs away so quickly. But to be honest, this whole ground's a vortex at the moment. And that gets Spartans 4 closer.
Growing up in Australia, we play on fast grounds as well, though, because there's never any, like in summer as well, it's you get 40-degree days, and it just...
You get fast grounds, but the dimensions obviously are a bit more forgiving for the fielding side.
Not in the leagues I played in. I've played. There's one ground I used to play at, and again it was a weird council ground, and they put a pitch just in a strip where they could actually put it. And so I remember fielding at square leg on the boundary, which was just a regular square leg. I was right next to the umpire.
Doesn't look side. I think they thought might have hit his leg, but didn't.
So I was right.
Okay,
right next to the umpire,
like
at square leg.
Boundary. I've seen a couple of those around the traps.
I've seen one where the keeper was almost on the boundary.
Is that right?
But there's local council grounds, competitive cricket, concrete pitches. So you can bowl a bouncer pretty easily.
Big swing. Takes it just above run a ball again. I saw an Instagram page. I think it's called Abandoned Cricket Pitches.
Oh, yeah.
So they go around. They look at pitches maybe from 100 years ago or 50 years ago. A lot of them are in really rural parts of Australia as well.
Okay.
Some of them pretty impractical these days.
Yeah.
Like fences built like 1 metre away and stuff like that. But obviously, yeah, if you stick a concrete pitch in, even if you repurpose the ground, unless you've got a real reason to, often the pitch will just stay there.
Well, the first pitches I ever played on was before AstroTurf. So show my age a bit.
Whoa,
on the matting.
70 for 3 after 8. Now tell me what came before AstroTurf.
Well, it was on the matting. So
Oh,
we had
yeah,
the coconut matting, and then and that was interesting because it was 2 bits of matting, and there's a big join in the middle. So it was called a no ball if you hit the any of that join.
Yeah.
And it was I enjoyed batting on it actually. I didn't think it was bad at all. It's actually quite quite fun to bat on, except if it did hit that one in the middle, the gap in the middle, and then it could fly up or it could just go around your ankles.
Yeah.
Never quite knew. But
I've seen some pictures in Germany as well where they have the wooden base with the matting over the top, and sometimes they just have one half of a wooden base, so 10 metres. So all the overs are from one end. Obviously, just do what you can. You can do with the resources you've got. Anyway, Azim needs to have a great over here. 13 required off the last 12.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah, he's hit it into his own.
His own head,
I think he might have.
He's not rubbing anything.
I mean, he does hit into the ground, so that should take off a fair bit of the pace.
He's a tough man, Sagar, but it looks like it smashed him in the back of the head.
The way that it bounced sideways so far, I think this does get him in their head. But let's see what we can see here. So he hits into the ground. Here it comes. Bang. And then he takes off the run. Oh, he's hit it a second time. No wonder he's not too worried about it. Oh, he's gone. And that's a wicket now for Azim. That just might make things a bit interesting. Maladia just tries to push it back past him for a single, but he doesn't time it at all. And Azim, to his credit, he had to change direction in his follow-through, but he did. He took the catch, and Spartans within sight of the target, but they lose the 4th wicket, 71 for 4.
It's a big wicket at this stage. I mean, Maladia is going at about run a ball, and it hasn't been as fluid as what we've seen him, but you'd back him to score a couple of boundaries at the end of the innings, and so it brings a new batsman in, and it's Ashutosh Arya, left-hander. He opened the batting for most of this tournament so far. He's apart from one lusty hit where he smashed it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. He's not looked in great form as Arya. Probably a good man to bring in though at this stage, because he's a genuine bat, but just not been in good form. Sagar ready at the other end as well. He can hit the ball hard, and it runs late and if needed. But it's happening in the 9th at the moment with that wicket. And
almost another one. He plays all around it. It's great movement across the left-hander by Azim. I got this comment from Wayne. Talking about the guy shoveling sand in the background, and Wayne said, sign him up for ECN. He's been shoveling sand for 4 days straight. That man is a worker. Get him on board. Good pickup, Wayne. That's a good work ethic, isn't it?
I can't spot him from where I am. This is in the air, and
never going to carry. It's just one. It's not a disaster. He's over there. Can you point it?
Okay, gotcha.
See? So yeah, that's where he's working.
He's digging bunkers.
You know, I mentioned this when I was here a few weeks ago, but it's so weird to see golf actually being played here now. Because in the time, how many years? This is a golf course that kind of surrounds this, but it was out of business. It was under construction. The funding fell through or something.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
8 years or more.
Something like that. Yeah. I'm sure that Dan Casey knows more about it, if he's still on the chat.
Oh, Grover cops in the boot, which will concede 1 extra run.
The story is that this property belongs to Hugo Banks and his family.
I met Hugo actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Nice guy, Hugo. And one day Hugo was down here. He was mowing the grass. He was going to mow the grass, and there was people on the here and measuring things. I'll come back to that in a moment.
9 off 8.
Whoa.
Make that 8 off 8. Now they're going to run. They probably shouldn't have. Oh, would this have hit the stumps? Maybe there was a backup fielder, but Azim just decides, no, give me the ball.
Grover's
not any extras.
Happy. Grover still has not moved.
To be honest,
staring daggers.
Probably shouldn't be giving a buy away in the first place. Should be able to get the guy at the keeper's end. But I think, you see, again, has trouble getting down.
Oh, that might have hit,
Might, yeah. I had my instinct, my spider senses was telling me it was just going to fade away at last moment and maybe just miss, but we'll never know. So, 8 off 7. Well, this has gotten tight, hasn't it? They're going to be okay for time, just. I'll get 1 here and no more. So, look, he's 7 off 6 required. And he gets a full tackle from Kunga for his trouble. Azim, brilliant spell from him.
Absolutely.
1 for 8 and 76 for 4 after 9.
So going back to this this golf course, there are people measuring stuff here on the ground, and Hugo's like, "What are you doing?" And as we see that, Kamaldeep Singh is possibly going to take the last over. That's
well, last time. Okay.
And they had to advise them. They said, like, "What are you doing? This is private property." I said, "No, we've just bought this. It's part of the golf course." As we see here, the golden ball.
Chance.
Very big chance.
6 for a golden ball. I mean, boundary probably kills it, but we'll see. Okay, so there's like a dispute, or the golf course owner?
The dispute said this is private property. We own the land.
Yeah.
You don't. And it's a 27-hole golf course. So it's pretty big.
Wow, is it?
But then they didn't like us from then. And one
said
woman in particular who was quite spiteful made all sorts of issues for us. But anyway, they went.
So it was just a misunderstanding from the golf course people.
No, whoever sold them the land added this little bit as well.
Okay.
And then so they had to go back and have a look at it and change the plans for the golf course.
Look at this. They're not going to go to Kamal. They're going to go to Surab Kakaria for the last over. So anyway, I like the field here. They've got the cover in super tight. They got mid-wicket in a little bit. The only way to win this, you got to create 1 or 2 dot balls. Obviously prevent the boundaries. Here we go. Ready. He bangs this, and I think this is into the gap. Whoa. No, it's a great bit of fielding by Suckling. They will get 2, but to be honest, without that bit of fielding, it could have been 4. It would have killed the game.
Look, to be honest, most of the time this week that would have been 4.
Yeah.
Really good fielding there from Suckling, and a bit of backup there from Javed Iqbal.
All right. And the thing is, it gets Matter ready. He looks the more confident of the two. Gets him back on strike. Well, he's going to almost be caught. Now they're going to get 2. So it's literally slipping through the fingers of Bohemians there. I mean, Iqbal did really well. He sprinted there. He just kind of hoped that the ball would plop into his hand, and it almost did. But instead, it's going to be another 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a valuable 2 runs there.
Well, I say 2. Yeah, it is 2, isn't it?
Yeah, they ran 2.
Yeah. Sorry, it scored of 1 originally, but yeah, that is 2 runs. So now 2 to tie, 3 to win.
Javed Iqbal is wondering why his teammates aren't moving in.
Wayne's asking if the lady that had a problem was her name Karen. But anyway. Yeah, I just think they're still trying to sort that out. I think originally the scorers thought it might have been 1, but it's definitely 2. 3 or 4. It matter already. He just looks likely, doesn't he? He's hitting the ball well. And this one is going to end the game. So a boundary does it. They had the right guy on strike, I think, given the late potential for drama. So the Spartans continue to have the wood on Bohemians in the end. Another game goes to the very last over, Danny. It's the Spartans that get their first point of the day. So the final score is 84 off 9.3. Spartans defeating Bohemians 82. But you mean, out of the 3 games we've seen and the 3 teams we've seen this morning, 3 different winners. Shows you how even this competition is.
Well, absolutely, and every team we saw yesterday, the first time we saw them, each of those teams had a victory, or at least 1 victory, and but it's a very, very tight competition all up. So I'll see some of the highlights here, and there's Javed Iqbal to start, and does a perfect start with an embarrassing duck there for Junior Panalet, and it was pretty good tight bowling all up. That one couldn't quite hold on to that. Kamal, it was a good effort, saved some runs. Not sure what Sazib's doing there.
Thing is though, I mean, pressure's a funny thing. So yeah, this does seem like kind of 120, 125 kind of a field. But you're always going to get these innings where the pressure tells on the batters.
Yeah,
You've got guys that are coming out maybe a bit nervous, obviously pretty itchy to score, and it just doesn't happen. And we saw the Bohemians fighting with the ball and in the field to defend this below par score, and it's below par by a long way, but they almost did it.
Well, sometimes low scores breed low scores, Vinny.
Yeah.
And that we've seen it quite often where teams have not been able to get modest totals, or to get to those modest totals. And it changes your mindset when you think, we
we only need to do this many. We
Yeah.
only need this many. Yeah, that was a weird one.
That
It was right off the back of the bat, almost very thick leading edge to Ravindra Bist, and then this one was interesting as a bowler. Basically followed through and lost sight of the ball. It kind of snuck past him. Springer snuck past him in that one from Grover, hurt a little bit. He wasn't able to get in line with it. And when you consider this went right down to the wire, you start micro-analysing little moments as well, don't you? But despite the slight rain shower we had, the field kept its integrity. It kept being lightning fast. Iqbal, a couple of full tosses here in this over. Cost him a few runs as well. So I think the Bohemians, they shot themselves in the foot on a couple of occasions, but ultimately it was the fact that their batting didn't really perform as well as they would have liked. That's the reason they don't get the points here. And it just kind of takes the wind out of their sails. We thought that might have been headbutted away. It was actually off the bat. But yeah, Bohemians, after a dramatic win against United, probably lucky they did that now, because despite that performance, they lose the next game. Tried to pull a twist out of the tail with Zishan Azim taking a nice caught and bowled. And although that was also a good bit of fielding from Sakalain Mukhtar, the fact that they were able to get back for two a couple of times, get Matareddy back on strike, gave him the opportunity to win the game. And then that's exactly what he did, with just, not too many balls to spare, just the 3 balls to spare in this one. Looking at the scorecard, Matareddy, well, he was a steadying influence at the end, wasn't he? Probably the pick of the batters, 21 off 12, and came up with the winning runs in the 10th over. Pair of 19s for Baladia and Balakrishnan as well. No luck for Padalet, like you said, off the very first ball of the innings. And Kranthi contributed 10 to the total. But yeah, the 14 extras, I think, looking at that, there are probably a few opportunities for Bohemians to sneak that one in. And really got to hand it to their bowlers. They were the main reason that they stayed in the contest. I just think there were a few occasions the fielders weren't able to back them up.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at those bowling figures. Zishan Azim per fantastic spell, 1 for 8. Trevor Iqbal with that 1 wicket first up, a couple of wickets for Mukhtar and also Kamal. But right at the end, they ran out of bowlers slightly.
Yeah, they could have gone back to Kamal. They decided not to. I want to say a big shout out to the player of the match, which was Shanmugam Ravi for his 4 for 17 in the first innings, where he was on a hat-trick twice. So it's the Spartans that get the points, but coming up next, we'll see United versus the Tigers. Tigers on the prowl for the first time today, so join us. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into that one. Match 19. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek back just after this with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Vino's Cricket Ground here in Prague. Checking out time for the fourth match of the day, but still so much cricket still to come. 2 more matches from here, 2 matches in Portugal tonight. But right now it's time to welcome a new side to day 4 action at least, because the Tigers are here. It's going to be the Prague Tigers taking on United in the next match. Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Yep. Head. Heads is the call. And it's tail.
We'll bowl first.
Ball first.
We'll bowl first.
Match 19, coin toss, run and won by United, and their captain Abhimanyu Singh has elected to bowl first. So a bit of a change of strategy from United, who decided to bat first earlier. They put 130 on the board and they looked to have that sewn up, but Bohemians found something in the ninth. Supersonic ninth led to United actually losing the second game of the day. That's after a comfortable win first up against Spartans. So it's been a big day for United. They'll play their 3rd match of the day in this next one coming up, and I'm sure they want to finish with a win. And although they did lose that last game, it's not a total disaster because of their performances yesterday. They can still, push right up towards the top of the table. Let's talk about the Tigers though, and we know that they made their ECS debut last year, and it was pretty incredible because they ended up pulling off the best ever defence in their first ever day of cricket. I still remember that last year. They scored 60 and we thought, well, that's it. There's no chance. Then they held the Barbarians to 34, and that's a record that still stands over a year later. Having said that, they had a few issues yesterday. I think the biggest issue with the Tigers, the depth in their batting. Once they lose their first couple of wickets, they can lose them a lot quickly. And in fact, they lost all 10 wickets for just 18 after putting on an opening stand of 31 yesterday. They were bowled out for 49. So I think they're going to have to work really hard to avoid something like that happening again. I think that's another reason that United decided to bowl first and really try and get into the Tigers. We'll see if they can tame them soon, but first let's go to Danny Hudacek, who's in the commentary box with the news from the toss in match 19 that United have won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back here. And good afternoon here in the lovely city of Prague. The European Cricket Series here from Czechia. This is match number 19 as we see the 2 lineups. Prague Tigers against United, and United won the toss, elected to bowl. So we get to see the top order of the Tigers. Sadat Sador really, Sagor very important to this this Tigers lineup, and the general manager Hassanat. We saw some lustful hitting from him, but and I think they'll really need to knuckle down and put a good score together here against United, who are a very good side. As you can see, expected scores 77 each. Looks like a very tight game. Looks like a golden ball game for the from the supercomputer. Let's see if there's actually the wind has really picked up again. Let's see if there's something in this from the supercomputer that we don't know. But Tigers have to play pretty well to beat a very good United side who are 1-1 today. 3rd match of the day. Fatigue might come into it a little bit. It's been a long day for them. Tigers, they'll be fresh. They're playing a double header in the last 2 games of today. So the Tigers openers are just walking out. As we see the umpires getting ready as well. Not as hot as what it has been in the last few days here in Prague. The wind picked up a little bit. It's overcast. There was a little shower a few minutes ago, but really it's not much at all. I think it'll affect their conditions of play. So both these sides based in Prague. United been around for about 3 years, and Tigers only came in a couple of years ago. Good to see new clubs being formed in the Czech Republic. A couple of other regional sides. Ostrava played their first season this year. There's Barracuda, the Budějovice Barracudas, České Budějovice Barracudas, Pilsen Guardians as well. So really, really good to see new teams coming in. Golden ball prediction from Kroom. I think the supercomputer is agreeing with you, Kroom. As we see, it'll be Ali Sitar, as per usual. Very consistent bowler, bowling to Sahadat Sagor. just awaiting a start. And here we go with the fourth game of the day. And Sagor absolutely hammers it to the boundary. Long way over it, in fact. That's got about 40 metres over. The ball still rolling. And the perfect start here for Prague Tigers. Just a little bit short by Ali Sitar. And a big 6 first up from Sagor, who looks in the mood today. Wasn't in his finest form yesterday. And Ali Sitar, I'll give him something to think about. Comes in for the next delivery and clamps down on it. Well played. It was, I know that Charles Croucher was telling me quite a while ago about Sagor, where they arranged a friendly for the Czech national team against some fringe players, I guess. And the opening bowlers for the Czech Republic just came in, bowled it, and Sagor was hitting them to all parts of the ground. So it was a little bit of a surprise for them. As Sitar comes in again. And this is in the air. Player coming around. I don't think he'll get there. Just bounce in front of him. It's Piyush Bagel. Made good ground to come in from the boundary. But couldn't get to it. We'll bring the general manager Hassanat on strike. He does hit the ball very well. It's been high strike rate, very short innings from Hassanat so far in this tournament. It's a bright start for the Tigers. 7 at the moment. And side off stump, bit of a slash. Practices a completely different shot as the batsman. And it's a dot ball. Interesting decision of United that they won the toss and decided to bowl. I think they would have set a target like they did earlier in the day, but they did have a very comfortable victory over the Tigers yesterday. Sitar again, and got away with that. I think it's hit the pad, gone to the keeper, so no run, but that should have been launched into the cabbage field or the car park. Just got away with it. Can't afford to stray down leg. There's very little protection on the leg side. There's no one down at fine leg. Not that that position helps as a run-saving position, because it is the quickest part of a very quick ground. Comes Ali Sitar again. And high in the air. Long 6. Well, that's it. The general manager, lusty hitting. And that's what he does very well. You just want to go on with it, though. It's really something that he needs to improve with his game, is just the length of the innings. But fabulous shot. That's the end of the over. And at the moment, after 1 over, Prague Tigers, bright start, 13 for no loss. I think they're going to go to the left-handed Amandeep Bindra, who bowled pretty well in the last game. There are upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. We have, after this tournament, we have international games here in the Czech Republic. Portugal running at the same time with Rico Fool. That starts at 6:30 local time. Then Switzerland, and lots of women's internationals as well. Full toss, smashed, 6. Well, you can't do that to Sagor. Just over pitched then Bindra. And another one of those full tosses goes the distance. And this is a fantastic start for the Tigers. They've got good quality up top, as you can see. And not the greatest effort there with Bindra. Comes in again, better ball, almost the same result. Won't quite reach this time, only 4. But really just hitting through the line of the ball, and fantastic from Sagor. No one back there. There's 2 players back on the boundary, because it's still well within the power play. And now there's a man exactly where he hit that shot. Goes over cover. No, he doesn't. Gets caught. Tried to go over cover. and he found the man there who took a nice catch. And that is Gasham Kumar, just about over his head, and Sagor is quite disappointed with that. Thought he got over the cover fielder, who's just near that circle, and a nice catch, first wicket down for Tigers, and disappointing for Sagor. Bringing new batsmen in to join the general manager, Hassanat. But what a shame for the Tigers. 23 for 1. Still only halfway through the power play, going 15 and over. But you just saw the way that Sagor was hitting the ball. Just didn't quite get over that cover fielder. And that's a big blow for the hopes of the Tigers. So Hassanat is still out there, joined by Amin Hussain. 3 balls to come. Bindra gets another wicket. Rolling left arm over the wicket. And they've launched an attack at him already. There's a man out there. They're really going for this bowling. Going at this bowling are the Tigers. Just not holding back. Batting with no fear. A bit like what they did against the Spartans last night in that rain-reduced game, where they just launched attack after attack. There's Binder again, and beating that side off stump. Not happy with himself is Hassanat. It's 11 off the over so far, but a huge wicket, that of Sagor. Binder got his revenge after being smacked for a 4 and a 6. Final ball of the second over, 24 for 1 at the moment. And this is in the air. Don't think anyone will catch it. It's gone between the bowler and the man at square leg. Miss-hit well enough just to get a single. And at the end of the second over, the Prague Tigers are 25 for 1. So it's a bright start. Did lose that important wicket. As we see the table, PCC up top, but United, they've won 3, lost 2. Now going 4 and 2 if they win here. Tigers, they'll want to get themselves off the bottom of the table. As you can see, they've won a game, so they're equal with Brno and Vinarati, who have, in the first couple of days could only manage a win each. Brno it's a bit of a worry for Brno, actually, one of the tournament favourites. Yeah, have lost 4 games as Ali Sitar comes in again, bowling to Hassanat. And a big swing and a miss, called a wide. Ali Sitar, it's uncharacteristic of him for going for so many runs in his over. Went for 13 off his first. Bowling again to Hassanat, who's a big hitting batsman. As you can see, this one's absolutely smashed onto the other field. And that's gone a long, long way. Right in the slot there by Sitar. That's his strength and his weakness. Is Ali Sitar. He's very consistent. But if it's in the hitting arc of the batsman, then it can go that sort of distance. Comes in again. Just left outside off stump by Hassanat. So that's 13 off 6 now. 13 off 7. As the sun comes out again. Bit of a Melbourne day, as we'd say in Australia. 4 seasons in one day. As Ali Sitar comes in again, bowling to Hassanat. Gives himself some room. Misses that one though. I did see there was news from the international between Ireland and Italy. And Ireland held on. Italy was 7 runs short of the total. It was a good total, actually, of 158. And so a win for Ireland, but Italy just missing out. Sitar comes in again. And punched out to cover. Just fumbled a little bit out there by Sunil Azuchi. He's been really good in the covers all tournament for United. Patrols that area well, taking a few catches as well. That'll bring Hussain on strike. They've brought in a man from deep on the offside. They dropped too deep on the leg side. It is the final over of the power play. It's just poked to point just for a single. Neatly played, and well fielded. So, Alisitar, as I said, he's gone for about 22 so far off his spell. And characteristically expensive. Oh, got that one out. But good batting, you'd have to say. That was a big wide. Only one ball left in his spell. And they are missing Pramod Baguli, United, with a leg injury. He's a big loss for this this side. It's like Shamal Joshi is the man included. Sitar comes in again. And just played down the pitch watchfully by Hassanat. End of the over. And a pretty good power play there for Prague Tigers. They are 35 for 1. We have a look here. 13, 12 and 10. It's pretty good going from the Tigers. Plenty of batting to come as well. 7 overs to go. They'll want to get up to over 100 mark minimum, especially with this good start. As the umpire Pete Vincent signals the end of the power play. And it will be Amandeep Bindra, the left armour, to continue. He'll be bowling to Hussain. Hussain is 2 from 2 at the moment. But I think he needs to play a bit of a support role to Hassanat. Bindra comes in again and just played on the leg side, just towards square leg. Just a very comfortable single. Bring the dangerous Hassanat back on strike, who doesn't mind launching an attack. Bindra, again, he's been a good bowler for United so far in the last 2 days of this tournament. Their first 2 days of United's campaign. It's turned around the corner. Didn't get all of it. Did Hassanat, just a single. Keeper picks it up. Vinny, what do you make of the start from the Tigers?
Yeah, we talk about their top order being super important. I think more than any other team in that competition, it applies to the Tigers. So kind of carrying on where they left off a little bit, despite the 1 wicket. Run rate's good. United, they'll be shaking their head if they walk away with just the 1 win out of 3 matches today. If they lose this one, especially after they were in such an impregnable position against Bohemians earlier.
Good ball there from Bindra, right in the block hole. Well kept out by Hussain.
I like Bindra though. I just think he's reliable. You can set your watch to him. You know, he just consistently gets full, doesn't give them too much length to work with. He gets that little bit of shape down the line. Hussain did pretty well to keep that one out, to be honest.
He's a wicket-taking bowler as Bindra as well. He's got that in-swinging Yorker getting through the gap. Ooh, that was pretty close to what I just mentioned. That couldn't have missed by too much.
Got to say, I love the umpire shirts as well, the official Czech cricket umpiring shirts. And I was gifted one. It made me think, next time I'm in town on the weekend, I volunteered to do a game. Here's my shirt.
Are you qualified, Vinny?
Funny you say that, because I think about 20 years ago I did my level 1 umpiring. Because I remember hearing some things that now I vehemently disagree with that they were teaching back then, such as, you know, there was questions about, you know, the stages of LBW and the checklist you should be going through in your head, which I think makes sense. That was from one of the prospective umpires. And the umpire coach back then in Perth, developing cricket country or city, was, sometimes you just, if you feel like it's out, it's out. I said, I don't think that's very clever. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 38 for 1. Pretty good one from Bindra. Yeah, no, I think that's just what I remember. That's how I remember that I did it at all. So I've never done a lot of umpiring except for, I suppose, did a lot of indoor cricket as to pay the bills when I first turned 18.
Yeah.
And mainly, not because I haven't wanted to, I think mainly because I've been playing my whole career until then. Now I've ended up commentating. But yeah, umpiring is something that I have a keen interest in, only because I suppose I've always been a bit of a nerd with the laws of the game and playing conditions and things like this. And obviously, after commentating for so long now, kind of see every little technicality, or almost every technicality. So maybe if Pete gives me the go, he already seemed optimistic about it when I said I already had a shirt. I think that was half of it. But yeah, I think the importance of having good umpires is super important, and we've got a really good crew, good mixture of experience and a few greener guys out there, but I think they've been really good so far.
They've been very consistent, very good. It was interesting that there was a chance for a run out, but got home pretty safely. I think we had issues with umpiring here, like we do in most places, that it was always the batting team that would provide an umpire, and there were some intimidating characters in teams and clubs.
It's an awkward vibe. You know, I'm one that's kind of ambivalent about walking. It's nice if guys walk, but if you've got a batting teammate umpiring you, then I think you have a moral obligation to walk and not put your teammate under that kind of pressure.
At the same time as this is smashed towards the boundary, good fielding out in the deep. I remember playing a game. I was playing for Barbarians against Finnerati actually, and I think it was Ash the Pie Man who was bowling, and he was bowling really dodgy leg spin, I think. I'll come back to that. And
two here if you rush. They did not rush.
I remember he's pitched one. It was pretty short, and it was about I don't know, 1.5 foot outside leg stump, and he turned it, and I tried to play a shot. I played right back to open everything up, and I missed it.
I feel like this story does not have a happy ending.
Not for me, at least. and so what happened was I missed it. It was going to go on to hit the stumps, no problem at all, but it literally pitched at least 1.5 foot outside leg stump.
Was it so slow that the umpire had forgotten about that by the time it hit you in the pad?
There was a big appeal, and I was given out, and I kind of strangely look at the umpire, and that was hit for 4, which is a lovely shot. And then Mick Starry said, "Mate, what was that missing?" I said, "Mick, where did it pitch?" And he's like, Oh, yeah.
I got to say, 47 for 1 after 5. My favourite bit of that story is that it still grates your gears. How many years is this later? So
absolutely.
At least you've let it go.
Okay.
And now you've put it out there on global television.
It was, well, I still remember the characters involved. I don't remember the umpire.
Respect.
But,
respect to all the officials out there. And in the ECS, they've got the added, I suppose, complexity of using the technology, the communication with the scorers, with the third official and the tournament referee as well. But anyway, I want to welcome you to the broadcast. Tiffany Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Danny Hudacek with me. And yeah, two teams that can certainly use the points. United seem to have it sewn up against Bohemians earlier today. So they're 1-1 for the day. Prague Tigers first we've seen of them today. Talk about a mixed bag. They were rolled. It was a terrible collapse yesterday in this very fixture where they lost all 10 wickets for 18 after they were 31 without loss. They were bowled out for 49. But then in that 5-over shortened game, they found their mojo. But yeah, the key is keeping wickets in hand. They've done that pretty well so far, just losing 1 wicket in the first 5 as the general manager, as we like to call him, GM Hazenut, gets a single here. Now, last year when I saw the Tigers, obviously Sahadat Sagor was incredible, but also Imran Butt was playing for them, and I haven't seen him so far.
He will be here, I think.
He was the other real key.
He's been in good form as well. So yeah, just going back to that umpiring story. So what we did, it kind of got me thinking about how to raise the level of umpiring. We did an umpiring course and a scoring course quite a few years ago. This one's pushed through a bit quicker by Zucchi. And my suggestion was to have a local certificate, basically. So we're all qualified umpires, right? Just level 1. But it's gone through the keeper. It's going to be called buys.
Yeah, this is all about the eye line. So look at how the batter gets in Abby's way. So Abby's kind of just caught not watching the ball. And it's a really tough one to deal with, see? So then by the time he has a peek, I don't think he sees a lot of it, to be honest, because the bat's flying around as well. I suppose if you're really not sure, don't be right behind the batter, because that's the last place it's probably going to, if you're behind the batter, it's probably going to hit the batter. But yeah, tough one. Anyway, I want to hear more about this.
Yeah.
It's out.
Could be close. And it's given him.
A master of theatre, Pete Vincent, because I think he probably had made up his mind pretty quickly, but he ran through reasons and not give it out. But I think Zucchi gets that one spot on, kind of hits him on the crease. I don't think it's going on to miss the leg stump. So a second wicket goes down.
It was missing leg and hitting middle, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, you see, hits him literally on the popping crease. Maybe saying, hey, come on, it's got to be out, it's got to be out, it's got to be out. But yeah, maybe we can have a look at it. But this is all about the line. And I think that Pete gets it exactly right. And I think it's actually having a bit of a laugh with him, saying, I thought for a minute you weren't going to give that out. So now you're saying because of that, there was a bit more of a process added.
So the idea, I came up with an idea of why don't we do an internal umpiring course and internal scoring course. Right, so experienced umpires who we've had, because I did quite a bit of umpiring, and I did that level 1, right, and also Terry did the scoring course, and I did the scoring course as well. I wasn't very good at the scoring course actually.
I love scoring.
I like it as well, but this was a bit more serious, where you had a lot more to fill in.
Right,
so
more boxes.
More boxes.
Yeah, I think scoring, you can choose the 1 pen course, the 3 pen course, or the 10 pen course.
Yeah. I'm very much in that 1 pen category. And so Terry did the scoring course for a while. I did the umpiring course, did a couple of them. And basically all we did is we got like a local certificate for umpiring. It's progressed a lot since then. And pretty much since Pete Vincent's come in, as we see the scorecard here.
Pete's doing a good job. Obviously takes it really seriously as well.
Really good job.
He's passionate, as we are, about the development of officials and creating that team environment. So now I've got to work out, is it like, when you're a doctor or a lawyer and you move countries, you've got to work out if your qualifications hold up. So does my level 1 Australian umpiring, does it meet Czech standards, or am I having to do like a bridging course? Maybe we'll find out. Here's over number 7. And it's going to start with a filthy little edge for 4. So, the Tigers, who knows, they might not need so many. We know that they're the master defenders. But right now, they're being tested through the second half of this innings.
So, basically, I mean, things have changed a little bit. And we're still doing, I think they're still doing turn courses as well as other courses. And you'd like to ask Pete Vincent about that.
Okay.
As bowler comes in again and just beats the bat that time. But what it did is it made a separation from the teams and from umpires. And so we had neutral umpires. They paid, it's not a nominal sum, but it's not a lot of money.
Yeah.
To give up a... That could be close, but no big appeal. Yeah, to give up a Saturday or a Sunday to come out and stand in the field.
Yeah.
You give them a little bit of money. And
you got to realise what you're asking people to do.
That's it, yeah. And also, there are a lot of students who play cricket in the Czech Republic, so for them it's just a little bit of income.
For sure.
But it's been fantastic, and there's been a lot of people coming in scoring and umpiring, and there's its own federation as well. I think, or I think it's a federation. Well, again, we'll ask Pete about it. But it's a really good initiative, and it just separated the players and the officials.
I think it's
slightly.
important. I mean, you're always it's difficult not to have a crossover in a lot of European cricket countries, just because of the kind of the community group, and so obviously you want people that are capable. I mean, that's really, really important.
Yeah.
But also, that impartiality is pretty important as well.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, let's get back to the game. This has just been pushed into the gully area just for a single.
Yeah, well, going back to the game, Tigers, this is a very Tigers type innings. They seem to be off to a flyer and just have trouble sustaining it. Now, they've just gotten to 60. That is a very Famous score for Tigers.
It's down leg side, and Manu destroys the stump, so it didn't have the ball.
Because last year we saw them get completely smoked in their first game, and then they had a doubleheader. I wonder if Abby takes this, if there's a chance, because I don't see how he's going to get back.
It wasn't much of an appeal. He just didn't have the
He
ball.
didn't have the ball, but I was
No.
just curious if he did take it, whether he would have had time to get back to the bails before the batter got back. The batter turned around pretty quickly. But yeah, then in the second game, I remember because it was almost pie time. This was on a Saturday last year. Ooh, sweep shot. Takes it on, and he's going to get 4. So nice finish to the over for the Tigers, and they get after Kumar that last ball. The Tigers 65 for 2 after 7. So, yeah, let's have a look, actually, because here we are over 1 year later, and they're still at the top of the lowest totals defended, so best defences. And they held the Barbarians to 34 when they made 60.
Yeah,
so
that's
here we
crazy.
were thinking it's going to be an early pie. Barbarians are just going to knock this over in maybe 5 overs.
Yeah.
But last year, they did it. And well, one of your favourites at the bottom, the Dragons, Miranda Dragons, 66 against the Coimbra Knights. You pointed that out pretty quickly.
I think there was one of the elder statesmen of Portuguese cricket who ended up getting, was it 2 off about 20? I think in one of those games.
It might have been Greg the Wizard Bullock.
I think you're right.
Or it might have been, Paul Stubbsy Stubbs still holds the longest duck record, 0 off 13. And that was in that game where they made 14 for 8.
Are they still playing?
Well, I think now they come under the Coimbra Knights organisation
Okay.
in that tournament. So, Coimbra Knights as well, the reason we didn't see them in the ECS this year, I think that they're kind of operating a bit outside the league structure now for the most part. They're kind of playing a bit more social cricket there, but kind of depends on the area, I think. Oh, that's very wide. Maybe doesn't want to get a finger on this.
Such a great series to watch. Well,
Guess
just
what? There's more of it coming tonight, Danny.
So entertaining.
Yeah, Greg the Wizard Bullock was... I think we started putting that on the screen for him, to be honest, as well back then. Different times.
This is high in the air, and 2 players coming around, and takes it. Ayush Sharma is the most relieved man on the field after juggling it a couple of times. And that's at the end of another batsman. It's Hussain who'll have to go. Well,
Yeah, it's lucky, basically. At least he knew it was his, but he goes slight crocodile. And then it's almost like you find out a magician that he had it tied to his hand the whole time. There was some trick to the way he did this, Sharma, but I think it was just more good luck than more good luck than good management that he ends up holding on to it. So the Tigers lose the 3rd wicket now, 67 for 3.
Yeah, the new batsman coming in. We'll just have to quickly check. Is Samuel Alam wearing a different number to what I've been told?
Yeah, that'll happen.
It's the confusion. Why do they change shirts, Vinny?
Many reasons. One of them is that they stink.
Yeah, they probably do. It's a wash day.
Can't confirm or deny if that's the reason. Anyway, first ball hit pretty well. Knocked down the ground for 1. That's the... I mean, you and Rico, I think you're the only 2 commentators that are older than me that I work with. But you're also the 2 that are least likely to embrace the electronic team sheet. Oh, shot. It's going, and gone. And gone a long way. Maximo, and I thought that the marshmallow was under attack. Turns out we were safe, Danny. That was miles over us.
That's a lovely shot. Just picked up off just a bit too full off a half volley. And Sobjit Meyer, we saw him yesterday with some good hitting in that final game. And that's got to be out. Oh, umpire. Is it missing leg? Vinny?
I had this just missing. Yeah, Pete not being swayed by your immediate demand.
Oh, it looked pretty close to me.
It is definitely close.
He's got a better view of it. We'll see if we can have another good look at this one. Let's have a look. And
to be honest, I'm swinging. It's umpire's call for me. You now look at it, I'm more convinced than when I saw it live that it's hitting stumps. Remember, Pete saw what I saw. what we saw live.
You have to give if there's any doubt from the umpire, you've got to give it not out.
Could have just missed. Looking at the replay, it was for me is probably hitting, but I can certainly understand why there's an element of doubt there. So I got no problem with that.
I wouldn't give somebody out, and probably it was that advice I got from a friend from years ago that I know you hate.
I'm not saying I hate. I just think you can never be sure about anything in life.
Oh, this has gone miles.
Oh, well, I'm 100% sure that that's 6. That is absolutely moose. Mia's just lit it up here. Starts in the ninth. Shukla is going to get his only over. He might want that one back.
I tell you what, Sobji Mia, I don't think he hits small sixes. There's two of the biggest sixes we've seen in the tournament so far. That was absolutely massive. Welcome to the near bowler.
So what you
Up and Shukla.
What you were going to say was that unless you're 100% sure, then you can't give it out. I think 100's a high bar. I go 85. Do you know what it is? Oh, there's another 4, and this time Mayer is going to go along the ground. It's pretty clever. Kind of backs away, plays it late, gets it past the fielder, gets the boundary.
Yeah, really good shot. But the word of advice is, would you hang this man on this decision?
So this is where we have some common ground.
Yeah.
Because for me, I watched a lot of the Law and Order shows. Yeah. Reasonable doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Reasonable doubt is... So, like, it's not necessarily all doubt. Nice has gone to the gap as well as before. Oh, Mia's really kicking things along here. All happening in the ninth. And Shukla's gone 6-4-4 against him so far, as the Tigers might get this 100 after all.
It's good from Mia at the moment. Alam, just a spectator, loving it from the other end.
So there's 2 burdens of proof in the legal system generally around the world. And one is what they call balance of probabilities. And these are generally for civil trials. They're not criminal trials.
Is the other one if you've got enough cash?
Well, that's a whole other issue. But balance probabilities is it more likely than not?
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example. O.J. Simpson was found civilly responsible for those incidents, right? Which basically more than 50% sure.
Yeah.
But for me, when I was doing law, which wasn't very long, because
you were doing law?
I did originally, yeah. Wasn't for me. I was a bit too honest. But hello to all the lawyers out there, by the way. Tell you what, if I charged some commentary in 6-minute increments, I'd be doing all right. But reasonable doubt, if you had to put a number on it, and different people would have a different view, it's kind of like I'm 85% sure. Like you know, there might be some doubt, but it's only a little bit of doubt. So the thing is, 100% sure, it's difficult to achieve any time, because really, even the most plum of plum LBWs. I mean, are you 100% sure he didn't get an edge, for example?
There's a couple there that were 100% sure.
But maybe he got an edge we didn't pick up. You know, did we see it? You know. By the way, let's go back onto wind chat. Where's this wind come from?
It comes in. What's the time? Yeah, 3:48.
I have been here before when it's been windy, but
it comes in at about the same time. I know that in Perth, the Fremantle doctor comes in.
So we've got like a Prague doctor here.
It's something like that. I don't know. It'll have to find a name, I think, because it does pick up. Terry knows what we mean. I haven't seen Terry in the chat, but that was another incident from a few years ago.
Terry's pretty busy up there in Estonia now. Miss him here, though. Shot. That's going to go all the way as well. Mia, he's dealing at the moment, isn't he? Maximo! Shukla goes magical against his will. And have a look at that. That MS might stand for maximum speed on his back. Or it could stand for his initials, Mia Sajib. But anyway, last ball, the over coming up. Got to get a Yorker in here.
It's tucked him up a little bit, but it's a good single to take. Brings him back on strike for the final over. And they're almost to the 100 mark. They're 99 for 3 are the Prague Tigers.
So Terry mentioned something to me. I was commentating with him in Sweden when he was managing the Estonian national team. So yeah, hello to Terry. He's up there. And he mentioned something to me that I didn't give much thought to, but it makes sense after a lot of experience going around Europe. And you were talking about, you know, the separation of, you know, umpiring and playing groups. He has written up a whole bunch of procedures, and he spent a lot of time doing this when he first took up that position, regarding separation of kind of governance and team selection, for example. You know, the governance of the sport. And and actually, for example, national selection, because what can happen sometimes is people get in and they say, well, you know, I want these guys in the national team. It's not really their role. Their role is more of an administrative role than to be involved with the playing group and things like national selection. So just see it. It's difficult to do when a lot of these roles are unpaid or very lightly paid.
Sure.
No, he doesn't nick it. He's going to get a wide for that. Have to bowl that one again.
I mean, for instance, when I was the national team coach, I was also a selector. But there were two. Pete Vincent, as head of the umpires, was one of the selectors.
Yep.
And I'm not sure who was. I don't remember who else was a selector, but a player. And it was an interesting role because we sat down to see who was available and who was legal to play, because there were different criterias. And this is high in the air.
Oh, who's got this?
I think no one's got it.
I agree. And to be honest, the bowler might have reached if he went flat out, but he was also worried about getting cleaned up by an outfielder. I think that was a very valid concern for Vatsal Kansara. It's probably a good last over here, though.
It's been good so far.
After the carnage of the ninth.
Let's go back to our conversation later and let's look at what's happened in this final over.
We can talk about in the second innings, but yeah, separation. I think I was just saying it's hard to do in small communities to get those specialist roles.
It is. Oh, this is over the top, and that's going to be 4 down to third man.
Oh, another bit of foot
outside
fielding.
edge.
We should do a foot fielding compilation of the ball retrievers today. It hasn't been great, but that'll be 4. Kansara, I mean, not a bad spot to miss though. If he did miss, I just think batter gets a bit lucky. But yeah, you know, when you've only got a certain amount of people and there's not really a lot of money to flow through the system, you're going to have overlap of positions.
Sure. Yeah.
And that can be problematic sometimes. 3 to come.
It's a nice shot. That'll be 4 as well. Got a hand to it, the fielder, but
yeah,
couldn't get it
Piyush,
in.
he had to go basketball style here, didn't he? Where he kind of takes off from inside the field of play and bats it back. And yeah, he did get a hand on it, but he couldn't get it backwards. That was the issue.
So the going back, we had to have a full list, and Pete was the one who had the list, and he would see the players all the time. I wouldn't get to that many games, and this could be a run out. It will be to finish up.
Now, they still got a ball to go, I think.
Oh, they've taken another one.
Well, he's out. I mean, as long as the ball's hit the stumps here, which I'm sure it does.
Well, they've come out. He's either halfway back to the to the dugout.
He's definitely out because
he thinks he's out.
Yeah,
but they did take a sneaky.
I like
sank
the way he tried. But my issue here is that 23 Samuel Alam needs to hold the crease longer. You see, he leaves too early and he's out.
You see the umpire duck down as well.
Yeah.
So let's. Well, I'm sure we'll have another good look at that.
So yeah, I mean he's definitely out.
Let's have a look. You see the umpire knows something's on, and he's let's go back.
He's out by 1 metre.
Yeah, the ball's hit the stumps. There, he's just come into shot, and that's out. Good work from Abhimanyu behind the stumps.
But this is one thing I still don't see with runners in this situation, maybe because it's a bit of inexperience. But that's a clever idea to get Mia back on strike. But just don't take off until you're sure that your batting partner's going to get...
It's an indoor cricket thing as well.
Yes, it's an indoor cricket thing. But it shouldn't just be an indoor cricket thing.
Do you know when we saw that?
Recent this week?
No.
Back in the Golden Ball.
The Golden Ball?
Yeah, the Golden Ball. We have Amit Pangaka and Sharmul Joshi.
Yeah,
for United.
But he was involved. He was involved in both.
He's a Golden Ball specialist.
Yeah,
Amit.
both Golden Balls. And then
where is Amit? I'm going to have to
know.
find out. He's not on the side today.
But we did have a chat to him after the second one, and this was, this is going to be another run out, and it's
pretty good last over, actually.
It is a good last over. It's a golden.
It'll be a golden
duck
for Ajar Alam. But look, Tigers, they got runs on the board, 109, better than nothing. I think this is clever because you don't really care which end you get. It's probably easy to go to bowler's end because you've got the insurance of, the bowler catching an easy rolling ball. And yeah, the Tigers are going to make 109. Yeah, so holding your crease, I think making sure that your batting partner gets there safe. So there's a little tip bit of a complex, more complex one for you T10 fans out there, maybe if you're going to play in the European Cricket Series. But yeah, Tigers, we saw them sent in by United, who went tiger hunting yesterday, didn't they? But yeah, Peg Borrow was steal. They got 109 on the board. That was after a pretty decent start. We saw the balls flying off the bat. That was a nicely taken catch by Ghanshyam Kumar. We know the Tigers, sometimes they can lose wicket and lose their way. But I mean, for a team that's defended 60, they'll think they're a better than even chance, perhaps, of chasing 109 here, of defending 109.
Yeah, look, it was a good effort from the Tigers. 109 is a pretty decent score, and United will know they have to bat well. They do have a pretty strong batting lineup, but the Tigers, they really launched an attack early. But I think the quality batsman in Sahadat Sogor just has got that the one we misjudged it. The catch just didn't quite get over the cover fielder. But a good contribution from the general manager Hassanat, but also Sobjib Mia, who was the pick of the batters with some massive sixes. It's Ayush Sharma's little juggle catch. But as you can see, that was absolutely huge, that six. And bit of an attack, another six there, flat one from Mia. He's definitely the pick of the batsman, as I mentioned, but he was well supported as well for the most part. And, you see the last couple of overs, this one just over the top, and a nice boundary just to pump that score up a little bit. But the Prague Tigers, I think they'll be happy with 109. And United will have to bat well. Tigers are competitive in this competition. That good win yesterday over Spartans, that rain-delayed game. So we'll have a look at the batting card in just a moment. United will got a bit of pasting their bowlers. So Sago 17 off 6, Hassanat did okay as well, 17 off 18, and Amin Hussain 20. But Sojib Mia is the one who really took the attack to the United bowling. He was run out by Abhimanyu Singh just in the final over, as was Ajay Alam, who went for none, and 9 from Samuel. That's all of the bowling. So they really attacked Ali Sitar, who's a good bowler for the United team. Amandeep Bindra, the pick of them, that just 7 and over, took a wicket as well, and Zuchi with a couple for 12. Also very, very good, very effective. So 109, 110 for victory for United. This is the 19th game of the European Cricket Series here from Czechia, the 4th game of today. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see if United can get the 110 runs they need, or if Tigers can defend their 109. So we'll be back here in a few minutes' time to the conclusion of this game. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So welcome back here to Prague for this European Cricket Series Czechia match number 19. We're halfway through it. The Prague Tigers have set a pretty good total, 109 they scored, 5 wickets they lost, 110 to win for United. And they're be opening up with Ruturaj Magare and Piyush Paghel. It's a good opening pair. They'll have to bat well though. There's a pretty good batting lineup, even though they are missing Pramod Bagoli, who had to leave the field with an injury in the previous game. Well, the first game of the day for United. It's their third game. Tigers quite fresh, and it is Anja Alam, the opening bowler. Oh, it's a good ball. Going down leg, I think. Well, did he get a bit of bat? Looks like he got bat rather than pad. So, interesting target here, 110. And we'll have to bat well, the United side. I think the Tigers will be pretty pleased with their performance. Paghel now, he's taking his guard. This man back at long on, and also at third man. So one defending the hit on the leg side, the other one that dab. It's on the offside, just outside the offside off stump. Going down to third man. As this one's tucked away around the corner. Just be a single. Seen so much go down to that third man area, and also deep fine leg. There is a man on 45 as well on the leg side that might stop the occasional one, but this ground's so fast that if it's a couple of meters either side, it'll be very difficult to stop. Here comes Alam again. Good ball, pretty quick, straight to the fielder there, who underarms it into the stumps. Just a single. They communicate well, these United batsmen. They've also obviously worked hard on the communication and running between the wickets. It's so important in this format, in any format really, but just it's amplified because it's only a 10-over match here. Just it can be 1 over, 1 play that changes the outcome of a game. It's so important to be on the ball for the whole 10 overs. So Alam comes in again. It's gotten really windy. There's lots of sort of plant material floating across the ground. It's going to be difficult for the batsman, because for a right-hander it's coming a little bit behind them, I guess. It's not too bad. Difficult for the bowler running into this breeze. But it'll be good for the batsman hitting with the wind as well. There's Alam. This is over the top, could be caught. Chance goes down, 4 runs. He made the commitment, the fielder, and that was Akhil Vijayan at third man. He came in, went for the catch. It would have been nice if he'd taken it, but couldn't quite get there, and then gave up those 4 runs. Have another look at this. Yeah, you see a lot of fielders not committing to the catch. He did commit, and it cost 4 runs. Comes Anja Alam again. Good ball again, right in the block hole. It's been impressive as Alam. Very good bowler. It's the end of a good start for the Tigers in their defence. Only 7 from it. 272 matches since a golden ball. This one is a prime candidate for it. I think 110. It's not beyond United. They scored 130 earlier on the day. Vinny, what are the chances of a golden ball, do you think?
I'd say pretty good. You know, I think we're now, I have to check what the anniversary is, but it might be
it was
2 months.
I think it was May 26.
26, okay, so up to the 20th of July. So in a week, 2 months is a long time. It will be over the 300, I think, by then.
It's down leg side. I'll take a Take an extra one. We missed a trick in the last innings, Vinny. Croom in the chat. Last ball, it was a...
Talk to me.
Laughing Derek.
Oh yeah, laughing duck, yeah. But they're so common that you don't even really bat an eye. And that's a laughing golden Derek.
It was a laughing golden Derek. In fact, yes. Yeah.
Oh, no one's laughing there. In fact, you don't even have teeth to laugh with if you get a bad bounce like that. That's Ranzu Ahmed, who, to his credit, gets the body behind the ball. But look at that last bounce. Oh. Check out this one, Tony. I don't know if you saw it the first time. Let's come back to that. But yeah, reared up. It's a better bounce here. And luckily for Piyush, takes off straight away and gets in.
Yeah, they do run well between the wickets, these United batsmen, especially in the top order. And don't know if we're going to get another look at that replay. So what happened, Vinny? Did he?
Oh yeah, there was one bounce that wasn't too high, and then a second bounce just in front of him, and it just came up straight his head. We actually saw a pretty nasty one, Satvik Nadagotla. He'd probably know, the Romanian keeper.
Yeah.
He's one of the few that often will keep in the helmet even when he's keeping back, because he's pretty comfortable in it, just to stop him taking on and off. But on this occasion, he wasn't last week. And the new pitch in Malta that's been in there for about 6 or 8 months, it's raised slightly, and the throw came in and bounced bang straight up into his nose. So it seemed like it wasn't quite broken, but it put him out for the rest of the tournament, which is a bit disappointing for Satvik. So hopefully he's all right. Now they're going to go second one on the fumble. Oh, it's super close.
That is very close.
They like it. And Ajar Alam, well, he's 100%. He's high-fiving anyone that'll listen. But, yeah, I've got to say, this is tight for me. It's super tight. Magari. See, it was so many fumbles ahead. All right, let's take it on. He probably won't hit Willie. And let's see what we got. It's going to be super tight. He's not there yet. He's not there yet. He is. Oh, it's going to be so close.
That's not out for me. Oh,
I think I've got him out.
Hold on. Let's go back. And that's the line. That's still not there. And that's hit the stumps there.
I can see the line, and the fact I can see the whole line tells me he's just out.
I think you're right.
You know, like the fact you see the whole line.
Oh, it's so close though. I can't understand how Alams has just celebrated like that. He's been given not out actually. A bit too much doubt. Too much doubt.
The fact you can see the whole line.
You can see most. Can you see most of the line?
You can see the hot. You see an unbroken white line there, right? Anyway, he's super lucky to survive.
He's not out. Alam celebrated.
I reckon he might. Now they've zoomed it. I think Magari might be in hot water here. But anyway, let's see what they decide. They're still talking. The fact, this is the live shot now.
Super close.
For me, it's a bit of a keeper's instinct. When you can see the unbroken white line,
I get it.
Then,
but it's probably out. But is it 100% out?
Yeah. For me, it's 100%.
Okay.
Because I won't go into the physics of sliding your bat, right? But you've got the bottom corner on the ground, and then the top's in the air. So, but what we're looking at is just the ground.
Yeah.
So, maybe a bit of his bat is in the air over the line, but that's irrelevant. If you can see an unbroken white line on a bat slide, and then it's out. Now, that's actually a perfect angle.
But there could be an optical illusion, though.
A white line's a white line. You ask any rock star from the 70s. Anyway, it's the end of the over. I think Magari gets away with one there, but anyway, got to pump that HD into the ref's tent, I think. Well,
put
13 without loss.
Put it this way, I think it was closer than Martin Vernal's one.
Yeah, that's true.
Before.
True. Could have gone either way, I suppose. They decide it's not conclusive enough, and people might have their own opinions on it. I've got mine.
Yep.
But I suppose I spent way too much time looking at these replays in a year. So anyway, here's the third over coming up. Pierce flirts with it outside the off stump. Yeah. But if I took to a court of law, I'd be blowing that one up in front of the jury and saying, how is how can I be seeing the whole white line here? Because the bat should have broken it by now.
Really, it's again depends on how good your lawyer is. As that's been hit over the top for 4.
Yeah.
And,
More foot fielding. I tell you what, we might have to put some signs up for the ball retrievers with a big, like a shoe with a big red circle with the line through it. So please don't foot field.
Get them clown shoes. That would work.
Actually,
Big padded clown shoes.
I might have to. Anyway, Segur's coming back for his second over.
Let's have another look. And foot out again. At least he doesn't have to go in the weeds to search for it.
But for stumpings, that's how I started to know that if I could see the line, I know there's nothing grounded behind.
Yeah.
It was more for stumpings when, the heel's in the air and things like that. And you'd actually get a better look from behind the stumps, which is the view that we see at this end, than actually the side on umpire gets.
Sure. Oh, it's a cracking shot. Got through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Well, it's Piyush Baghel who's doing the damage at the moment with a bat.
Maybe that's a bit of luck for Udaraj, but I know that both these two with United winning promotion into Division 1 next year in the T20, national selectors looking at these two.
Sure.
They're looking at these two, and I don't think they've been capped before. Not sure if Piyush has played, but I don't think Udaraj has played yet.
Where would you put Rudraj in the lineup, though?
I think the Czech team's got so many all-rounders that then, if you're not sure, then you're more likely to pick batters. So then it gives batters above them, who might be batters and bowlers. It gives them more of a license to go for it because you kind of lengthening your batting order. If you have guys that kind of end up batting 8 or 9, potentially, and then if they do well, they've got every chance to audition for going higher. We've seen that before. And based on who's in form.
It's turned around the corner. That'll be 4 runs as well. Just short and hittable. And that's exactly what was done there. Piyush Baghel, is it 3 in a row, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, he's off to the races, isn't he? Yeah, there's a bit of a debate about, who do you pick if you've got your batters and bowlers, your best 5 batters and your best 5 bowlers, and you keep it sorted. Do you pick guys that are the batters? I think the most important thing is then pick really good fielders, because they can back up the bowlers.
Well, Dylan Stain would be a fantastic batsman to have
Definitely.
in who doesn't probably suit the T10 format.
I still think he can. He just lacked a bit of confidence when we saw him at the ECC leading the Czech Republic. Anyway, this is turn around the corner and put this one with the rest because Sagor has now disappeared to the boundary again. And Piyush has turned that into something pretty useful for United. It was 25 off 2.5. I think that's the end of the over that's come up. But yeah,
Go 29.
Yeah, 29 with that loss after 3.
Going back to Dylan Stain, I think this ground would suit him to a T because he holds a world record for the most 4s in a T20I innings. In Malta, and he hits basically he can hit 6s, but he loves to hit along the ground. He's very strong on both sides of the ground, especially on the offside. And this ground would be absolutely perfect for him because he places the ball well.
See, I don't even accept that he's not necessarily suited to T10 because in T20 he's effective.
Well,
and you don't. It's not necessarily a slogger's game. I just think
agree.
that maybe. Oh no, this is a full toss which has been somehow top edged over the keeper for a single.
I do agree with you, but psychologically, I don't think that. And this is going to take another one.
This one is a bit dirty for me because what's happened is it's actually hit Magari. He's saying, "Well, I'm gonna ride my luck here." But this is one we saw one earlier where the keeper threw and probably didn't have to throw. But this one's going straight to the bowler. It hits Magari and knocks away from the bowler, and he says, "Yeah, you know what? I'm in."
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That one for me is a little bit, I suppose, not necessarily in the spirit of the game. It's funny though.
Cricket.
Yeah, but it's funny. This is where cricket and baseball are different. In baseball, it's like throw or beware. Like he didn't deliberately interfere with that, so just unlucky.
Is there a spirit of baseball?
Yeah, I mean, they don't call it that, but they call it the unwritten rules, right? Pushed away for one. So it's funny because they have certain things that are fine in cricket aren't in baseball, and vice versa. So a throw hitting a batter and going off, they can advance, no problem. Not their fault that they, unless you obviously can't deliberately interfere with it. What are some other things? Here's how they deal with dangerous bowling or... the funniest thing about baseball is the beefs, the off-the-field beefs that then sometimes turn into... Yeah, they have more fights.
Yeah.
But in cricket, they used to have fights.
Really?
We don't know that anymore because it's been it's been rubbed out of history. You got to read this book. Never a gentleman's game. Very interesting.
There was a... Oh, this could be trouble.
Oh, they should have had Magari again here. Any sort of decent throw to the keeper. This is gone.
We did have an incident once when we were playing up in Poland against Switzerland, where one of the Czech batsmen said something. So let's have a look at this. And that would have been out by a mile.
Picture. He just has to throw even to the keeper. A good hard throw to the keeper.
I think it was Switzerland. I think we were playing Switzerland, and there was something said by one of our players that often got into, well, sometimes got into trouble with saying stuff to other fielders. And they didn't like it, so they surrounded him right on the field. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Need more details. So hold on, he was batting and he was chirping the fielders?
Yeah, he said something to a fielder.
End of the over, 34 for no loss? Well, let's go. I want to hear the story.
He obviously didn't like it. No one knows what he said.
Okay.
Obviously didn't like it. So they surrounded him, right? And then one guy grabbed a stump. So where our guys, especially Chris Pearce, who's feisty.
Hello, Chris, if you're watching. Hopefully you're well.
He went, they're grabbing stumps. Brigham Smith as well was another one.
Yeah,
who would not back down. And
but
so
they didn't grab a stump. The guy actually grabbed a stump?
One of the players, I'm pretty sure it was Switzerland, grabbed a stump.
Okay.
And when was approaching this player with a stump, and then it didn't kick off totally, but it got to the point where the Swiss coach went, right, that's it, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
As we see what's going to happen tonight, I'll come back to the rest of the story in a minute.
Yeah.
But Porto Wanderers against Coimbra Knights.
We don't know, I mean, if stumps will be pulled out of the
you
ground in that one. They're pretty hard to get out. I mean, of the rubber bases here. Rico 4 will be over there, 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 p.m. in Central Europe and 10 p.m. in India. Okay, take that off because I want to hear more about Stumpgate.
So yeah, so he's grabbed a stump, and which has caused our guys to go, well, no, this is non. So our guys had access to bats and stumps.
Yes, I was going to say the batting team has to come out by this stage.
So
sure?
it all settled down before it got swinging willow and timber. This has gone down the leg side. It's gone past the keeper 4 more.
That hurts, doesn't it?
That's 5 runs to the total. So,
yeah, it's a bit of a stretch from thinking about using a stump as a weapon to actually using it.
No, he was. He didn't. But the whole fact, I don't know what this guy said, but obviously it wasn't pleasant. But he did. He got to he was another incident with him in Romania as well, which was like handbags. And that was quite funny.
We had one last week that cracked me up. But first, this could be an opportunity. Is it going to carry? It doesn't. Hajar Alarm comes in, keeps it to 1. Okay, tell me about the Romania one. I'll tell you the one we had last week. Speaking of handbags at 6 yards, which is basically what this was.
Continental Cup, and Romania had tweeted something about getting into the final. Like, congratulations, Romania, getting in the final, right? And we still had 2 games to play. Come back to that. And that's a beautiful shot over the top of the covers. 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Bagel, who looks in fine touch.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's the kind of shot that shows me he's on. So the 5 and the 6 in this over now. It's just getting out of hand a little bit.
So what happened is that we'd beaten Turkey by a lot. We lost to Austria, but our net run rate was just astronomical. And we still had 2 games to play, one against Luxembourg and one against Romania. Come back for 2.
Really good running to get through for 2 there. I know these 2 have had some close calls, but making the running.
So, and net run rate's pretty good.
Okay.
Right. And so if we beat Luxembourg and beat Romania, we're in the final against Austria. But Romania get to the ground and they're celebrating and they're patting each other on the back, and then we beat Luxembourg, and then they slowly realise, they think, hold on, if we lose to the Czechs, we're out of the tournament.
Right.
Anyway, So, there's one of the players, the batsman gets out, and there's the same guy who was in Poland said, well, that's the last time you're batting in the tournament, right? And this guy came off in a huff, and he went up. I mean, there's nothing much about that, right? There's nothing in it.
It's a cheap shot.
It is a cheap shot, but it's a fact.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it was a fact. Anyway, as I say, he's pushed down towards point. It's going pretty quickly, isn't it?
Oh.
Fancy footwork.
I hate stepping on the ball, and only because it can make your ankle go sideways. He executed it only just on that occasion.
So yeah, so they come back, and all I could hear was their tent was right next to ours, and this big, this is what he said to me, and so they started heckling and saying all these things as well, and then the organizer who's there.
Gonna make my eyes water. I shouldn't look, but I will. 1 second. Ouch! Here it comes. Ouch!
Oh, it was soft feet.
Yeah. As someone who once stepped on a ball in warm-up Glenn McGrath style and heard crunches that I'd never heard before or since, and for a guy who didn't like to show pain, I think they thought it was an 8-year-old girl that had been tripped over because I was making all kinds of noises. Anyway, that'll be fine. That'll just be 2 runs. Yeah, okay.
So, yeah.
So you got a repeat offender. Can't wait till we turn the microphones off and you can tell me who this is. 50 partnerships up, by the way.
You know him from a while ago. Anyway, and so we ended up...
Hold on. 1 short, so it's only 1. So the foot fielding saves 3 runs in the end.
We ended up beating Romania, getting to the final against Austria, and this guy's he had a fantastic tournament, batting beautifully. He got out after scoring I don't know how many in the final. They're reviewing it still.
I don't think they need to. For me, like
he's
there.
got his foot, and
but
is he
it
still connected
is
to
this
the?
what they're saying?
Nah, that's
not,
fine.
That's not 4. They already gave it 1 short, which tells me they've seen it. They can't have 1 short and a boundary. What is it, 3?
The slugger or the bowler.
By the way, that's their un-50 partnership because they had it and now they don't because it's gone back to 49. And that'll be the end of the over. It's 49 without loss after 5.
So going back to that, we had a bit of a chat. The organizer was there. I don't remember his name. But he came up and said, so what did you think? And I said he probably shouldn't have made the comment, but it was harmless. As we see, this is what's happening in September, the European Cricket Championship.
Speaking of Romania, there they are in Group E. And coincidentally, Switzerland and Malta, who they just played last week, they're in the same group. And I reckon that's a really interesting group. Cyprus are in that group. We'll see them at the ECIs here in just over a week's time. And as far as the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship goes, isn't there a famous movie, 9.5 Weeks? It's pretty racy.
Pretty racy, yeah, for sure.
No, well, the race is on.
Is it
it's 9.5 weeks.
80s film, I think.
I think so. Yeah. I wasn't allowed to watch it. I think it carried a rating. But yeah, 9.5 weeks away from the ECC. All right, Thomason spin his Sajid Mia.
Well, that was a little bit of rubbish. They got a bit of Sajid Mia treatment. He did hammer them for a couple of sixes. That one's in the car park. That was short and rubbish and deserved what it got.
Yeah, you mentioned the lawnmower's kind of out of service, so those areas around the ground, particularly near the car park, it's pretty thick stuff you're having to get through to get to the ground in the morning. That's a better ball though from Sajid Mia.
So anyway,
okay. So you said, yeah, okay.
I said like, yeah, he probably shouldn't have said it, but it's harmless. And the guy kind of like nodded. Yeah. And then next day we're playing in the final against Austria. And the whole Romanian side is cheering Austria as hard as they can.
Yeah.
Like every time, everything. And then when this guy got out, he's walking off, and the guy who was dismissed the day before, the Romanian batsman,
got his revenge.
He said, well, sort of. He said, oh, well, that's the last time you're batting in the tournament. I'm like, it's the final.
That.
It's the final.
You know what? I appreciate that comment. You know, you have to have a little bit of self-awareness to say that because obviously it is, but I think that's quite funny.
I don't think he. I had a good laugh at him. I looked at him and had a good laugh, not with him but at him. So, It's a couple of good balls there.
It sneaks in, only just, if it does.
He hasn't got going at all in this innings, has Magare, considering how he's been batting. That'll help a little bit. Another full toss. Another one dispatched.
Classic reverse jinx you put on him there, because that does get plenty of bat on this. Full toss. Mia had some good stuff in the middle, but the bookends weren't very good, were they? And that 50 partnership is up, and so is the 60 partnership, in fact, because it's 61 without loss after 6. We had one last week in Malta. It was Imran Amir, not naming any names. He basically, he's a character. You know, when he'd take a wicket, he'd carry on a bit. And I know he was playing for Malta. Some of the French didn't really appreciate it. And then when he was out, did pick a wrong one to Mr. Universe, Dawood Ahmadzai. I think they gave him a little bit. And then there was this, when Imran was fielding, he was miles away. Well, he's like 6-8 meters from the batter, but he kind of shaped to like with his elbow. But like he's 10 meters away, like, you know. And then the umpires, you know, they weren't taking it. They were pretty quick on it, having a word, trying to like give him an official warning and this and that. In the end, I think he might have even got suspended for it. But that's not that funny. The funniest thing is what came next. Jahan comes on, gets this one past the batter and the keeper. This will be 2 wides. So then then he goes up to the batter, which was Action Jackson, and shakes his hand and says, no, I was just shaping to like throw the ball, like underarm nice and softly. And he quickly pats him on the shoulder, shakes hands and all that. But I think the Imran forgot that we're on TV, because we very quickly put the side-by-side of what actually happened and what he said happened. Because at the time, if he was Pinocchio, his nose would have grown about a yard. There were a fair few porkies going on. See, I'd fire that under this good competitive cricket. I mean, especially as long as it's nothing that, as long as it's left on the field and it's not. See, my line maybe is a bit further, having grown up in and played my cricket in the first grade system, which is highly competitive. And all these verbal things, they're like water off a duck's back. You know, if you don't make it to that level if you're bothered by it. Wow, what a shot. This is just placed by Bagel over leg side, and I think that's going to be a no ball as well. So from bad to worse as Bagel goes Maximo. And UCC, that one shot could put them ahead of the rate. They were just slightly behind before that shot.
That was a front foot, was it, Vinny?
Must have been. Let's have a look at the foot here. Yeah, must have been just, and was called by the bowlers and umpire. You kind of see his arm go out slightly. So, free hit in the end.
So, yeah. I mean, playing cricket in Australia, you grow up and you do hear some fruity language. And but I think Australians are difficult to offend. Well, they used to be, at least. I'm not sure about now.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true. Again, it's a bit of a culture clash sometimes. So, when Australians play Australians, it's all pretty... You know, it's on, but then everyone understands it's just kind of empty words, and after the game, it's fine. I've had some horrendous things said to me, and then the guys at T come and say, "Yeah, well batted," you know. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" You just for 2 hours, you just talk about any family members you could possibly think of, and this and that. But that's why I think sometimes you see in the international game, especially in the subcontinent, there's certain other unwritten rules of what you can say and what you can't. So it's, a lot of these things are just misunderstandings. I mean, I do think it's probably a bit unnecessary, all the verbal stuff.
I tell you what, though, the culture of Vinarati changed a bit when all the Saffers came in with Kyle and Ed and Sean Dalton. And apparently, because I don't think it's the same sort of sledging in the subcontinent, but these guys were chirpy and saying things, and you know, like I remember a few years ago.
I'm bringing a list of best sledges.
There was one of them. I can't remember who it was. It might have been a Pepsi Cup game, and this guy had the best Freddie Mercury moustache.
Okay.
And I think it was Kyle Gillam just kept on calling him Freddie Mercury, and this guy had absolutely no idea what he's talking about. It's like but it was the
Pop culture reference.
the 80s Freddie Mercury moustache.
That's one. I'll come out in a second. There's another.
Whoa.
His hands have been so quick, but too quick because he's picked out the fielder. So Bergel goes for 42. They're right on the red line. Maybe we are looking at potential golden ball. It is United after all. The Tigers fight back and they break the open partnership. Finally, 73 for 1.
Hit absolutely straight to him. Hit pretty well there by Bergel, and didn't have to move at all.
He's got very good hands. Bergel gets the hands through quick, generates a lot of bat speed. But yeah, look at this. Yeah, fielder did not have to move. Takes it right in front of his face. It's still a pretty good knock from Piyush. He's going to have to step aside. One thing about United, I do think that they've got a bit more batting in their lineup now. They have lost Bagoli though. That's a concern for sure. But speak Ayush Sharma to the crease, and probably a good time for him to come to the crease as well. He's very good under pressure.
Kroom in the chat says game abandoned on the pitch next to us a few weeks ago.
Oh boy.
Looked like it would be a fight, and said they trashed the wicket.
Oh, that's
not
groundsman's
very
not
nice.
happy there. That's when the groundsman comes in throwing a few handbags. Again, it's a line. I think that's definitely on the wrong side of the line.
I don't mind players getting competitive, but you're right, when things get personal, when things get now I think it's. See, Paula comes in again. It's
Well,
down
to
leg
me,
side.
it was always super strategic. If I felt I could unsettle someone by undermining their confidence or making them feel uncomfortable, so in my position as a keeper, I would have no hesitation in doing that.
Yeah.
No hesitation whatsoever. Where it got a bit strategic was there were some guys I knew, and you hear about this at all levels, that you give them a bit of that stuff. They bat better, they dig in.
Oh, yeah.
You're hoping that they can have a joke with those guys and maybe just get them to let their guard down a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
And
You
now, in my
pump
old
them up.
age, my senior years, playing wise anyway, I don't play very often, but I find myself just kind of enjoying good shots and saying good shot and meaning it.
I'm the same. I'm exactly the same.
75 for 1 after 7. This is what's coming up in the last game of the day. Spartans Tigers. Replay of that last match last night. It was rain affected. So Tigers this time they've won the toss, elected to bat. Hopefully we don't have any rain interruptions there. But that match will start in around about 35 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. Tigers. Interesting 10 overs, I'm sure, for them.
They're fun to watch, the Tigers.
Yeah, they are fun. Because they're kind of raw in a way.
Yeah.
They're fearless. They go for it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Do you think that where United were last year?
Good question.
So they've got some talent, but not as much depth. Whereas now United have talent and depth.
Maybe United 2 years ago. You know.
But
Just a couple of golden balls.
United do have that winning mentality. They've lost a couple, both against Bohemians, unfortunately, and in close games. But they've got a winning mentality from winning that Division 2 league.
Yep.
And so it's springboarded them into this tournament, I think.
Yeah, they've certainly got a degree of confidence about them. And they've got guys that can really whack it. You know, you just have a look at Sajid Mia in the first innings towards the end. Anyway, 35 off 18. We've got a game on here. And it is going to be Sajid Mia, who's actually going to bowl here. Coming back for his second over. Eliminating dot balls, that's the key. I think the field, like I said earlier, the field kind of does a lot of the work for you here. Because even if you hit the ball well, you'll pinch a few twos to outfielders on fumbles if you're looking for them. And then, of course, there's some that might get away for 4 anyway. It's lightning fast.
So Prague Tigers are 66 for 2 at this stage. But they accelerated towards the end for the most part. Good pick up and a throw out in the boundary, eliminating to 1. Very good effort there. It's
Keanu saying, sledging back and forth in a T20 high school game. Keanu bowled a slow bouncer. You didn't have to say it was slow, Keanu. Remember, it clipped someone's chin, and that just set everything off. Our school and the others were banned for playing for 2 weeks. Controversy. This is going to get through the field and go for 4. I don't mind the mid-off being up. It's a difficult shot to play, but it create a gap, and Sharma, who's a class act, gets his first boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just between the cover fielder and the mid-off. It's a nicely placed shot.
I suppose now, knowing when you're on the other side of the curve, I suppose. I played reasonably high levels of cricket, but now if I ever play it, it's pretty social. It's pretty close to wide. Pete says no. I suppose, yeah, like I'm competitive, but I just really want to enjoy myself.
Yeah.
and I also am happy with other people enjoying themselves.
That was a tight one, wasn't it?
I think it probably was a wide. I think it was straight over line. But anyway, won't matter. For now, at least. This next ball. I'm thinking of two.
Ooh, that's close.
I reckon that's big trouble.
He's walking.
Yeah, and just showed a bit too much of himself there. So Magari is run out, ironically. Now he's going to be run out for 22. It was just a good, clean pickup out there, wasn't it? And I think for me, the keeper does well to pick this up and grab the stumps in one motion. So, and yeah, see, just kind of goes one motion, picks it up, and hits the base. And you can see he's out by a long way. So,
Yeah, really good effort.
good keeping, you know. Made sure he had the ball first. That was important. He didn't snatch and go back to the stumps early. But Magare, well, he has, what do they call that? He has fate. Turn around and kick him in the backside in the end because after surviving an earlier really tight run out, he goes for 22 and it's 82 for 2.
So it's will be a very tight finish. It's crept up to around about 12.5 and over.
Yeah, it's still on, I think. It's where Pagoli is a big loss with the bat and the ball. And the way that he was looking, yeah, it didn't look like he'd be coming back anytime soon. I mean, he said he injured it just before. It wasn't that particular ball. It was a little bit earlier. And he said, no, it's just not right. But Manu Singlo, the skipper, is a very able replacement in the 3 spot. Because they've only lost 1 wicket here, so I mean, that's not really a problem at the moment. You got Big Joshy to come out. He normally has one game where he smashes them everywhere.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I'd say though that this pair would have to get the bulk of the runs, or at least one of them will have to stay in. So yeah, here's Abhimanyu. Magare is still listed, but we get one down.
Yeah, I think they're just sorting out the details of the run out. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever had a cricket fight. I mean,
I do remember one where it was, we had a pretty wild player who I played juniors with. He punched our coach in the face once. I was playing senior cricket with him. Occasionally he'd pop in and out. Anyway, his batting partner had run him out, so he smashed the stumps down at one end, went down to the other end, smashed the stumps down, and then punched his batting partner in the face and walked off and just left. I don't think we saw him for years.
Yeah.
He was a little hot-headed.
Yeah, probably some deeper issues there that are going on. But yeah, I've never, I suppose, I've heard of this, but I suppose in the competition I was in, the team unity and presenting that was super important. You couldn't show a crack in the facade, and I was probably lucky to play in teams that did genuinely get on. But what I heard from some other clubs is, you know, they didn't necessarily get on that well with each other, but we try and make it seem that way. But yeah, we'll just while we sort that out, I want to welcome everyone into the comedy box. When you sound to hear Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek, and yeah, it's nice to be here. We've had the wind coming in at times, haven't we? But it's been a funny old couple of days since I've been back. But I believe before that here in Prague, it's been pretty warm, hasn't it?
It was bright and sunny and very, very warm, baking hot. And it's been like that for about a month. But the weather's coming a little bit. And we had that shower yesterday.
Yeah, well, it looks like everything is set. So let's get back to the action out there in the middle. Last ball, the over. Drilled towards the fielder, just be a single.
Yeah, he's picked him out again, hasn't he?
He's well positioned there. That'll be the end of the over. It's 83 for 2 after 8. We've got a finish on our hands here. 27 off the last 12 to genuine top order batters at the crease. And this will show you how close it is. Just a little bit behind, but they've been creeping up, haven't they? And it's a graph that's so good, we'll show it to you again. So you can see, look at the kick that the Tigers got towards the end of their innings. So we give you 2 short looks at it rather than 1 look that time, just mixing up our game.
So they're getting together, the Tigers, having a bit of a chat.
How about Kroom saying as a youngster in a club youth game, he's strangely enough against Hornchurch, who we know from the ECL here this year. We gave all their players massive send-offs over the top. Got in a lot of trouble, of course. We're all good friends now.
Another thing that I don't see in cricket at all, where we used to do it all the time in Australia, is you clap the captain onto the field. Do you remember doing that?
I thought that was a non-Australian thing because I've never had that in Australia, but when I've played around the world, it's a thing.
Yeah, we
That's a nice little tradition.
yeah, we used to do it every time. Captain's in. This one's going to be wide. Oh, this is costly.
Oh, yeah, you know what? It's called buys, but for me, it bounces on the tram line. You know, for me, this is wide. I think they're not getting the better of these tight calls. But have a look.
Yeah.
You know, okay,
it's iffy.
maybe you can make an argument that at the crease, which was about half a metre before, I certainly would have been tempted to call it. But anyway, 4 buys, they'll take it. United. Yeah. Are we getting to a society where, you know, we don't want elites and so, you know, the captain's just another player now?
I don't know.
23 off 11.
It was a little bit strange. As I said, we didn't do it here in Prague at all, but I don't think. But definitely did it back home. Again, it's something that I was so used to because you do it all the time.
I've thought that was an English thing. I suppose a lot of things are.
Maybe it's a Sydney thing. Maybe it just wasn't adopted in Perth.
I know that when I've played in Europe under English captains, that's something we do.
Oh, good attempt there.
I feel like in the spirit of the game now, you should just clap every batsman.
Well,
give him a nice welcome. A non-ironic nice welcome.
That Turkish game where the Czechs played the Turks in Romania.
Yeah.
The Romanian batsman, the Turkish batsman, when they were dismissed, would go up and shake hands with the bowler.
Yeah, I know.
That was interesting.
That would have been an incredible take if he grabbed that. Anyway, we've got 21 off 9 here.
Oh, got away with that one.
It's the length, though. I haven't seen enough that length in the second half of innings. Seen way too many balls dug in and guys just swinging it across the line and getting away with it.
Well, part of the problem is that bowlers have tried to bowl that Yorker length, bowled too full and bowled full tosses, and they've been dispatched.
Yeah, they overcorrected. Sharma is a man for the job here. But yeah, 20 off 8. Love a boundary before this over's through.
Oh, good bowling.
It's a ball that if he just stands still or goes across, it's wide. You know, but it ends up going between his body and the stumps. So United just falling away in the last bit here.
It's definitely the right bowler to be bowling at this time in the innings.
He's their spearhead, really. Bowled the first over, bowled a pretty good one. Went for 7 back then. He comes back in the crucial 9th. See, if you know Sharma here, just hold your shape. Don't back away. You've got big gaps at cover and there's no one back on the offside, so no need to hit across the line either. All right, last ball of the 9th.
It's got a bit of it. Could be caught, dropped. And get the single.
Another one, yeah. We tried to go in that direction, which didn't time it. This looks a little bit off at the moment, Ayush Sharma. Today, at least. He'll retain the strike, and it's a big task required. 19 off the last is what they'll need. It's 91 for 2 after 9.
They're almost home, aren't they, the Tigers? It's going to have to be a big over, as we said, the golden ball rules here. And
Hemi Sophia Barbarians was the last golden ball. Barbarians, they're kind of the United of Bulgaria in that they've had 2 golden balls. In fact, once they were knocked out of the finals in a golden ball. Yeah, and these are the 10 golden balls we had this year. We started with such a run. Have a look at the dates. Look at February, right? And then where have they gone? We only had 1 in March, 3 in April, 1 in May, none in June, 2 none in July so far.
2 in Milan?
Yep.
That was fun, the second one, the Fresh Tropical one. Actually, both those golden balls were amazing.
And I was just walking into Charles's wedding reception when the Fresh Tropical won.
Sorry.
Anyway, okay, so look, 19 required. You got Vijayan, who's going to be the bowler. You got Sharma, who's struggling for touch a bit. Happy Man, you sing at the other end. Kind of need probably 3 boundaries this over, I think. 6 balls to go. Let's roll.
Well, it's going to be a wide.
That helps.
3 boundaries only? There's only 6 balls left, Vinny.
No, but they could be 6s, right? So I'm just trying to visualise
3 6s would be handy.
Yeah, but you could go 6, 6, 4. There's 16, couple of 1s. I'm just trying to think about how Obviously, you should try to hit everything to boundary now, but I'm trying to think about how many non-boundaries they can get away with. The answer is not many.
And there's 1-6. Couldn't reach it, the fielder. Oh, this is getting tense now.
There's one of them. There's one of them. A little bit too short from the giant.
That's it.
Length. I mean, that is the thing which creates this opportunity for Ayush Sharma. And again, I don't think he times it 100%, but gets them 6 closer.
Yeah, you're right. Didn't quite time it, but good enough. And I think getting a little chat to Amin Hussain.
So the first ball basically goes for 7 because it goes wide 6. 12 off 5
It's looking better now, isn't it, for United? And there's another wide. Pressure getting to the bowler.
I still think we're on golden ball watch here.
Yeah,
I'm tingling, and I haven't had too much of a tingle lately.
United, that'll be their 3rd golden ball if it happens.
Oh yeah, and there's a few teams, but not many, that have had 3 golden balls. That Roma CC's won in Italy. I think Madrid United as well.
Oh, big swing and a miss.
Is there to hit, to be honest. So just a little thing about Sharma, when he's batting well before, he kind of stays inside the line of the ball. You see here, for the pull shot, you got to get it across a little bit. And so, yeah, just big swing and a miss. But yeah, it's his feet position. Just have a look at it here. See, never really tries to get across. All right, back to the action.
And
another wide.
They'll take an extra one. It'll bring Abhimanyu on strike, which is probably a good thing.
I think it is. It probably is. I mean, Sharma hasn't been too convincing. Though he did his 6. Abhimanyu is early to say. So, I mean, he could have a heater, he might not. But I think you're taking every run possible at this stage.
He's a good intelligent cricketer, is Abhimanyu. And he's capable of clearing the boundary, but there's lots of 4s around the ground, especially straight here. And this is in the air. Player coming around and leaves it. Well, it's 4 runs.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely bounced inside. And so it just went in a gap, didn't it? You say he leaves it. Could he have got a dive on
Probably
this?
not.
Fielder there is the general manager, hasn't it? Well, he delegates responsibility. Have a look at this. One of the longer parts of the ground. I think he just kind of wasn't quite aware of where he was on the ground. So, well, there's our second boundary. I said they need 3. Maybe not though with all those wides though. Those wides are almost worth an extra boundary. 5 off 3. What a shot by Abhimanyu Singh though. Just stayed still. And now he can win the game with a Maximo. A 4 will tie it. 3 balls to come. Vijayan being put to the test. Good stop. Yeah, really good stop. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling it. You know, there's a lot of ways so you can get a golden ball from here. So 4 off 2. So like a 1 and a 2 or a 2 and a 1.
Yeah.
That's a golden ball. Right? Obviously, a boundary wins it for United here. What a game.
We don't want a wide. We do not want a wide.
Wide and 2 singles.
Oh, stop
I
it.
think we're breaking it. Early call. I don't want to do spoiler alert.
It's
I'm
right
watching
it's
live.
in that zone,
It
isn't
really is in the zone.
You're going to be upset at
Especially because I think they'll probably run it 2 regardless to the outfield here. I think they'll just sprint to 2 and hope for the best. I think it's worth going for it at this stage, especially on this outfield. 4 to win, United. Can they do it? Sharma on strike. Oh, another wide.
Not a wide.
He's going seam up, and some are swinging, some are not. But this is the time to put away the swing. It doesn't matter anymore if you're not controlling it. So now, I think if anything, it makes it more likely 2 singles now is the goal ball. Even if this is a dot, you could get it 2.
You're right, Vinny. They will run 2. Look on the leg side. Everyone's on the boundary. Anything on the leg side, I reckon they've won this.
2 to tie, 3 to win.
Oh, good ball. They're coming for 1.
Oh, he's trying to kick it. They might get 2. They do on the kick. And now they could go 3 if they get up. They're going to win. Unless this is out. And that's the most ridiculous last ball.
They've won by 7.
They could actually, I mean, they won't need the 7, but it would have been a 7. That is a ridiculous way to finish a cricket match. He didn't need to kick this. He probably knows this now. But this is absolute chaos. And in the end, yeah, it would have been a 7, but the game finishes on the 3rd run. But it started with the keeper kicking it unnecessarily and good awareness from United. And in the end, there's 3 people there. They can't do anything about it. And somehow United have won. And I've seen over 2,500 matches. I've commentated that many live. I've never, ever seen a finish like that, Danny.
That was a little bit of chaos there from the Tigers. But in the end, a good win from United. You can see Abamanyu's walking off with a bit of relief. And United, that's job done today. They won 2, lost 1. And let's have a look at the highlights. And there were plenty of them. That was the attempted catch there. That was a good effort. Did cost them 4 runs. But, as we saw, the United innings, they didn't really. Again, that run out.
Was maybe. But I mean, it doesn't help. I'm still getting over the finish. I don't think I'm over it yet. I mean, wait till you see it. I mean, they kept wickets in hand. They got guys up there. Miguel, I think, was good.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with all these things. Outfield super quick has been important, but I just think, keep it cool.
Yeah.
Keep it cool at the end. The team that does that better is going to get the chocolates. United, they kept their cool with the strategy there at the end of when to take their runs, when not to, what sort of risk were worth taking. But yeah, super strange finish.
That was a nice 6. That was the one that in the first.
He played that shot well, doesn't he? He
does.
opens up his front leg and he's got really nice wrists. And you saw that one, another example. The only problem was it went straight to the fielder.
It's a good innings by Miguel.
Yeah, couldn't have picked him out any better. Yeah, it was the general manager that picked him up, GM Hazard. I think this is one area that you can look to score with the bowlers bowling where they're bowling. That would have been a sensational catch, but Premiata couldn't quite hold on. And yeah, they needed some boundaries towards the end. They found them, didn't they? And it just seemed like it was getting a little bit out of control. Abamanyu's was a pretty useful one as well. I think it was the placement that did it. And then this last ball was absolutely crazy. It went kicked by the keeper, thrown by the bowler, thrown back to the keeper. That is, and we know the Bermuda Triangle, that one is the triangle of confusion. Yeah, it was kicked away.
It almost took both the fielder and the keeper's heads off as well.
It would have been a 7. It would have been only the 3rd 7, like genuine 7 off the bat we've ever seen. But unfortunately, it's the end of the game. So, I mean, I love a 7. I've only ever seen one live, and I kind of saw one, but I kind of wish that they needed 4 to win, and then we would have seen a 7.
Yeah.
But anyway, talk me through this one. Miguel, 42 off 23, the top scorer. Magare, maybe a little bit fortunate to survive early. A really tight one that Sharma and Abamanyu Singh. They scramble the 3 off the last ball, all run, kicked, thrown away, and that was that. As far as the bowlers, the openers did a good job, but the others just had trouble keeping the pace. The only wicket went to the bowlers went to Vijayan, but he also gave up those runs in the last over. So, Danny, we'll take a quick break, and it will have to be a quick one. We'll be back in 10 minutes to go to the last game of the day. Spartans Tigers coming your way, match 20. Also, cricket from Portugal coming pretty soon. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudashek. See you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Time for the last match of the day here. Not too far away from the start in Portugal as well. Rico is standing by for night 3 of that ECN over there at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium. But right here, right now, it's time for the last game of the day. It's going to be match 20, a rematch of last night's game. Unfortunately, on that occasion, it was slightly rain affected. Hopefully, we don't have any of those issues here tonight. It's going to be the Prague Spartans versus the Prague Tigers. Charles Croucher is the sheriff. He's got the coin in his hand. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin flip.
Okay, your call. Yeah. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We will bet first.
So the Tigers win the toss and they elect to bat. I think that's a good toss to win. We know that they hold the best ever defence when they defended 60 here last year against the Barbarians. But I think the importance of having a good start and keeping wickets in hand throughout the second half of the innings, because that's where they get into trouble sometimes. And we saw they did that yesterday. They only had a 5-over innings to worry about, so they could be pretty fearless, and they chased down the target of 65 in the last over. But Spartans, I mean, they're a team that do have some points to their name today. I think a pretty big game for both of these sides. The way things are going early on, you wonder if there's room for both up in the top 4. So I think that this return contest is going to be pretty important. Danny Hudacek will take you to the start of the action, the news from the toss. In match number 20 is that the Tigers, they've won the toss against the Spartans, and the Tigers, they want to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for some action.
Well, thanks, Vinny. Welcome back to Prague. A very, very windy Prague. We're having to hold things down here in the marshmallow. So welcome back to this European Cricket Series from Czechia. Match 20, final game of the day between Spartans and Tigers. Should be another good game. Not much between these sides. Tigers, as you saw, just missing out on a victory against United. And Prague Spartans, they're doing okay today. So, should be a very close game. The supercomputer again, just looking at this slight edge to the Spartans. They are a higher rated team in the Czech Republic, but I would say it's going to be a very tight game. As well, this one's first ball just a bit full, didn't put it away, the batsman. Very difficult conditions, very, very windy here. So we had rain yesterday, we've got like a hurricane today, minus the rain, I hope. Oh, the stumps have just fallen down. So Prague Tigers, they won the toss, elected to bat. This is going to be difficult. I don't know, can you nail the stumps down? I'm not really sure, because it wasn't just the bails that flew off. The bails at the other end are okay, so there's a vortex around umpire Pete Vincent. So bails gone. They're going to have to, it's either heavy bails or they'll have to take them off completely. There's right behind them, there's the men in yellow fixing.
I'm back. Oh, try getting back.
You made it.
Oh, I had to get back as soon as possible. It is blowing here at the moment. The whole stumps blew over then.
So another good ball right in the block hole.
But you know, worst sound to hear essentially as a batter. But then you hear that stumps, you start to feel like, am I hearing the future with the stumps going down behind me?
Well, there goes a bail as well.
These bails,
they've got to take the bails off.
Yeah, the bails are gone.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later. Well, you might need heavy bails, but then you need heavier stumps as well. So yeah. Now, so with the bails off, what is it with these two teams at weather events? Because they were playing when the storm was on yesterday. So anytime the ball hits the stumps, regardless of if the ball was hit, this ball hit stumps earlier in the play, it counts as breaking the wicket now. Okay, so Ryan Prolu is pushing up into the wind, which is not very easy. I'll tell you that much right now. Wind's right behind the batter, and he delivers a perfect Yorker. So he's bowled really well in the face of this difficult wind that's just picked up literally in the last couple of minutes.
I tell you what's going to be difficult, because firstly, getting the ball to the other end of the pitch for the bowler is going to be difficult, right? But it's going to dip. So that's what's happened in the last 3 balls, is the ball's going to dip down, and I think is Pete asking about how safe this is? I don't know. Nothing's flying.
There's
across
only one time that I think the umpires considered taking the players off for wind, and it was in Milan. This has worked away leg side. This is going to be 4. So Segor gets off the mark. Rolo's been good so far, but this time he just goes to leg stump a little bit and gets turned around the corner for 4.
Was that when the tent flew over our head?
Could have been. I think you were with me.
Yeah.
It was 2021 Milan.
Yeah, we
and
lost
the
to
Duckworth
10.
Lewis came out. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and I said, "Why are you giving me this?" The printout came out, and they said, "Well, just in case it gets too windy to play." So I tell you what, we got Martins, who doesn't actually go up in the tower too often.
I hope he's
And Martins,
strapped in.
how are you enjoying yourself up there? He's normally pushing the buttons, but hopefully, I feel like he should be strapped down. I had the idea a couple of years ago that they should get parachutes, but then you said they might end up in Poland.
Talking about ending up in Poland, that's been smashed half the way to Poland. Lovely shot straight down the ground, hitting with the wind.
Yeah.
That's where I'd be hitting.
Yeah, I mean, you can tap a 6 down the ground at the moment, especially with the new ball that's a bit more aerodynamic.
I think we're in danger, Vinny.
Yeah, but Gendry hello to you, saying the position of the keeper is creating the vortex. Well, for the first time, I'm a little bit worried about our cube, but we know that Alistair's secured it pretty well.
Looks pretty good.
If it's holding up in this, that's pretty good.
It's out. It's got to be out.
He chases a wide one, Segor. It's a ball that would have been a wide, I think, but it's the perfect revenge for Raya Prolu. And that's a big man to go and a big moment early in this game. Tigers 10 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket. And it's the Tigers. That's a big deflection too. Really nice take by the keeper.
Yeah, nicely done by Jindu Panelet behind the stumps. So Raya Prolu finishes the over in style, 10 for 1 after 1. And yeah, not sure what the conditions are like in Portugal. I remember some big weather events there over the years. We've had series there. We've had a series at night every year since 2021 over there, Miranda de Corvo. So Porto taking on Coimbra tonight. And only just over an hour away from the start, so stay tuned. Rico Full and the Blue Crew are standing by. And Porto Wanderers, I think with no Aurelish in the series, they picked up a few of their players. So I'll be curious to see the lineups. Maybe we can even get them maybe towards the end of this innings. Yeah. We'll have a look at it.
Sure.
But yeah, they might have players like Conrad Greenshields, for example, though I know he's still struggling with some injuries. We didn't see him playing for Portugal recently in the ECI as they were playing over the weekend. But I think that Porto will be pretty strong. But Coimbra Knights, they've also got some players to watch, like Mr. Evergreen, Andrew Winter.
What's happened to Panda Wada?
Yeah, I haven't seen Panda around the traps recently. I think when he hit those 3 sixes in a row.
He did?
Oh yeah, I'll show you that footage.
Is that
he was sent? He batted 11. He was not out. They had a double header. They said, look, go out and open the batting. And I think he could have almost shook the bowler's hand that he was so far out of his crease the third one. Corey was commentating, he was losing his mind. It's back in the 2022 series. Anyway, it's going to be Path Baladia to open the bowling. This will be a wide. The general manager has reported for duty. GM hasn't it. Now,
this is pretty uncomfortable.
I'm trying to work out how your laptop, is it because I've got a more stable stand? Because my computer hasn't actually moved too much yet.
Well, this one's got a mind of its own. It's like it's I'm at a seance and the table's moving.
It is a bit like that. Yeah, so Chris saying they lost 6 days in February due to the wind in Gibraltar. But it was less about, I mean, yes, the wind was a huge factor, but it was the rain. Why they were called off. I've never seen cricket stop due to wind alone. But live long enough, see pretty much everything.
Here comes Path again. Just hit out to square leg, just for a single.
Yeah, so now does that affect kind of your bowling plans? Are you scared to pitch up in case they hit down the ground, particularly this power play? I don't know. Be keeping outside off, I think, for the most part. Maybe trying to set a field that way.
fair, Vinny, and it's a chance for a run out. I think it's just as hard. It's probably harder to bat in this than it is to bowl, even though it's not easy to bowl in it.
Yeah, maybe because the ball can do a few funny things, especially if there's not too much pace on the ball. It's why I think the bowling balladeer here, he's not trying to bowl super quick. Just gives the wind more of a chance to get the ball to do something.
I tell you what, it'll be the catch of the century if the ball goes high in the air and somebody tries to get under it, because it could be anybody's ball.
I'm waiting for it. Nobody wants to be on the high one at the moment. It's just dragged away to deep mid-wicket. Should just be a single. So Balladeer has delivered a good over so far. This is one of the few places as well that I can think of that I think the camera got blown out of the tower 2 years ago.
I think so.
At least it did blow over.
Well, the side screen, the bit that's behind us, is still on the ground facing the opposite direction. And, oh, it's a nice shot. Just tucked around the corner. 4 runs. And another bit of foot fielding.
Oh, they're going to have some sore shins. We should at least hand out some free shin pads for the ball retrievers. Anyway, it's the end of the second over, and the Tigers 20 for 1 after 2. Balladeer delivered a pretty good over, but cannot get leg stump on this pitch. I'd like to see a bit more kind of offside plan with a field set for it, and guys actually executing those deliveries with 5 or maybe 6 on the offside. Whether the bowlers are up to that, I'm not so sure. But have a look at the table. You can see it's pretty congested at the moment. And the Tigers narrowly, and I mean narrowly, missed out last game. They had a bizarre finish. United ran 3, including double overthrows off the second last ball of the game, a ball that would have been a 7 and was kicked by the keeper in the first place. Anyway, Israel Prolu is coming back. And again, wind is in business as this races away from the field, and that'll be 4.
That's a nice shot. We just barely clipped it and gave Arya on the boundary absolutely no chance of getting there.
Yeah, Tigers always question if they can sustain the attack over the 10 overs. But yeah, I think I'd love the fact that the wind's behind me if I was batting. I know it's been uncomfortable, but...
Well, in Milan, so was 2 years ago, this was it was a constant wind into us, into our faces. We lost the tent behind us.
Yeah.
And then batsmen were tapping the ball in the air and it was flying over for 6. But the main thing is that I bought a chapstick and chapsticked my entire face because it was so dry from just a week of, this has been hit straight, 4 runs.
Yeah. That's, again, this is why, yes, it's not easy for anyone with the wind, but I think they're already deciding that ball's rolled so far, just going to just throw you another one. But yeah, if you're a good straight hitter and a good technical hitter, then I think you're quite liking these conditions because you feel like with these dimensions, you're pretty comfortable.
Oh, good ball, got up on him, got big. Kanti holds the ball.
We had the tent graveyard there in Milan for a little while. Another place, Kiel in the north of Germany.
Yeah.
That's another place we had a proper tent graveyard. We had generations of tents there, but it just did not handle the wind.
Well, every year the CHAMKS, the organising, or the Czech Federation of Cricket here, buys tents, and the ones they bought this year lasted 1 day. And there's a reason why. You can feel it now. How the tents are holding up well here. The players'
well,
tents.
the thing is, we get Alistair to come now before the start of the event, and he's the strongest guy we can find in Europe. So when he bangs into the tents, he really bangs him in.
It does take a team of elephants to take the pegs out of the ground, though.
Oh yeah, that's not he's long gone by then. Anyway, a couple of balls left in the power play. Hasn't that on strike? Oh, he launches this one and he rolls the wrist, so he's going to get 6 squarer than some of the other shots. But have a look at how far that's flying away. Maximal 6 to the Tigers.
Well, the bowler's got a new ball already. That's the one that's just been returned from that straight hit by Venki, who's got the yellow jacket.
So we've got a bit of multi-ball going on at the moment because but this one, again, it's the length that creates the opportunity. And there, that one, I actually don't think it's stopped rolling yet, but we're going to bowl the next ball anyway. Here's the last ball of the third. Or maybe it's not, because this one will be called a wide. But yeah, Chris saying that Chris Redhead also been missing from Coimbra Knights. Yeah, I'm super curious to see the teams. And so with about an hour to go until the first ball in Portugal. We'll keep an eye out for them. You can also look out at our website, europeancricket.com. Keep watching tonight. Oh, he's got him, and he's chopped on. So Raya Prolu gets some sweet revenge, and we know that the Tigers can be derailed by a couple of top order wickets. They lose 2 in the power play. The general manager is dismissed. He goes for 12 off just 5 balls, and it's 37 for 2. Well bowled by Raya Prolu. Does end up with something to show for it.
That's a very typical general manager innings. He'll have hit a couple of big sixes or score very quickly. So 12 off 4, very typical Hassanat innings. But they do have batting, a little bit of batting, the Tigers. We did see them collapse yesterday though. But it's a couple of big names out for them, especially that one of Sagor. And I'm not sure about Imran Butt. I think will be coming in.
Yeah, I hope
to the
so.
team sometime.
I hope so. And so, yeah, just looking at the Porto side, so yeah, they borrowed heavily from Oerash, who aren't in the series. So they've got Junaid Khan in their squad. They've got Conrad Greenshields. They've got Mubin Tariq. They've got Brendan Bardenhorst as well. So yeah, quite a few that I think will be pretty handy. But yeah, Greenshields, a question about his fitness. And also, you know, got things like availability. It's about a 2-hour drive from Lisbon to Portugal.
To Porto.
Sorry, Lisbon is in Portugal. From Lisbon to Porto, it's a 2.5. So yeah, that's why probably won't see those guys playing every game, but it'll be a good series. Has been so far. 4th overtime. And it's Sagar Madareddy who's going to bowl it. He starts by getting driven to cover. Just for one. New batter out there's Amin Hussain for the Tigers.
That was a good stop there by Kranti. Saved 3 runs at least. I think he might have copped it on the leg. He's feeling his leg a little bit. Here comes Sagar again.
See, I don't mind that. It's not a bad spot to miss. But then the issue they've got, I suppose the issue I've seen in this series is when you've got guys doing that plan, they don't necessarily have the field to protect it. So I think if you're going to make that your plan, you kind of need your 3rd man in place. You need a deep backward point in place as well, and try and like jam up that quarter of the field with fielders. But you need to have a certain pace to pull that off. With this wind, it's probably going to be tough. Sneaks a long way across here and then gets into the gap. And yeah, right now these balls, they're flying, and once they hit the ground, they're not really stopping. I mean, that one has ended up almost at the other end of the Banks field. I think this is where we need the multi-ball again. And there, Pete's just got more balls. It looks like a packet of Tic Tacs in his pocket, the way he just keeps pulling them out. So go on. And yeah, the ball doesn't really change too much in the 10 overs, just a little bit. So as long as it's close enough, it's fine. Oh, top edge, flying away, and it does get past the fielder. So this one isn't convincing, but it will be 4 more.
Is that Path again?
I don't want to name him, but it's a long way from us. But I do think that is Path.
He does tall things very well, does Path.
3rd man's not for everybody. I think sometimes, I mean, if there was a GM on the Spartan side, you'd be calling him into his office saying, you know what? Maybe, and you know what? He effectively gets that meeting because they just switched him out. That was a long way to the ground. It was into the wind as well, but still flew away. Yeah. Combination of the wind, the field conditions, and this could be a really high-scoring game here potentially.
It could be. That's down leg side.
Does that hit the pad? See the 5 wides or 4 leg byes?
I think it might be leg byes.
Yeah, just skimmed the pad, and it took it away from the keeper. And so, it's been chaos so far. Now, I remember this. The wind has stopped just for a second. And the thing about the wind here, when it's windy period, is be careful because it's regrouping. So it's going to come back stronger. So literally the calm before the storm. 50's up for the Tigers now. Nice looking shot. This is my favourite so far because it's no half volley, but Hussain reaches, and yeah, Tigers finding a bit more batting here, and Madareddy gets driven away to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Just picked the gap beautifully. And that's 4 runs. I would hate to be a boundary fielder at the moment. It is past the
yeah, I mean,
the power
luckily
play, but
these are going so far, the fielders aren't being asked to retrieve them, which I
Yeah.
think is the only positive.
Well, we had much the same with PCC when PCC were batting when they hit 187, 100. They were just, it was one guy out there. It might be the same person.
It's good cardio though.
He did a lot of work.
Well, Shobit Bhatia has put in a chat comment saying he's missing you at the quiz night. Well, it is Thursday night. That is your regular quiz night. Maybe because it is random question time.
Well, Molly's going to be doing the quiz tonight. She's part of the team.
End of the over. It's 58 for 2 after 4.
She does a very good job. She does our Harry Potter quiz quite often.
Yeah.
She also does a Disney quiz. But she's now doing the general quiz at the Down Under tonight. And so if you're not doing anything tonight and you're in Prague, make sure you get down to the Down Under for Molly's quiz. And say hi to Shobit as well.
Yeah, Shob. Hopefully you're well. And he likes to pour a few drinks at the Down Under. And Prague's very, and Czech Republic I should say, and Pilsen in particular, is pretty famous for beer.
Yeah.
Obviously. Also, good wine culture as well here, particularly the whites.
Yeah.
I mentioned that you do get some kind of vineyards in the city and pretty centrally.
Yeah.
I went to one last night actually. Maybe doing a bit more exploring tonight within reason.
I think the main wine region in the Czech Republic is southern Moravia.
Yeah.
Around Znojmo and that sort of area, Mikulov. And there are some very good white wines. There are some very not good white wines as well, and there are some extremely not good red wines. There's just not the climate for red wine in the Czech Republic. This is a good start here. This is Wani.
Wani's the guy I said, he's a leg spinner, but more often than not, he just kind of slides on. Does have a bit of a wrong-in as well. Oh, close.
I don't know. It didn't have a weird one.
It's almost like the one before, but this one maybe is a shade further outside off. The one before was a wrong-in. And we'll probably get one look at this. So let's make the most of it. Hits him outside off stump, and it hits the flap of his pad.
Yeah.
So hits the flap of his pad just outside off stump. So I think that's a good call.
Sometimes you can just tell with an LBW that's going to be out. I mean, I'm the first one to call. I call LBWs much too quickly, but that one.
It's because you don't have to make the ultimate decision. So
it's true.
So you can get away with that.
This has been a good over so far.
Yeah. So, it was one of those weird ones, wasn't it? Because it slid on. The swing came down, but it was too late. Like the bat swing came down, it was too late. The ball already flicked the pad. Well, that's hit pretty well, but straight at the fielder.
It's a type of one where the umpire has a better look at it than what we do. Initially, and we don't have a great look at it, but sometimes you can just tell. You look at it and by the reaction of the players, and also just everything about it looks out. That one didn't look out, but the umpire had a good view at it.
Oh dear!
It's following him around, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a ball magnet, Baladia, who offers the shoes. And look, let's be honest, he does look like he's got some pretty big feet, but unfortunately, it wasn't the best strategy, and that'll be the end of the over. It'll be 65 for 2 after 5. And yeah, you see there, just kind of sticks the boot down, but it wasn't the best idea at all. Anyway, I want to say a big hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. Hello to everybody at the Down Under. I know it's quiz night there. I know you're missing Danny. I'm borrowing him, but just for a couple of weeks. And we're so glad to have you here, Danny. Are you enjoying it so far?
I'm loving it. I always love it here. And everywhere I do one of these tournaments, it's fantastic. It's great fun. It's a little bit different, but I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun.
Yeah, and that the Down Under, it's in Vinarati, isn't it? It's a beautiful
is
area, very vibrant. Anyway, this one should be gone, and it is gone. So Saxena comes on, spin doing the trick as Krathi takes the catch at cover. And yeah, immediate success for the leggy. Maroon takes the wicket, and it's 65 for 3.
Yeah, it's Samuel Alam will have to depart, but it's a pretty good going from the Tigers so far, and I don't think they'll be too upset about losing the wicket, especially with the man coming in.
Yeah, that was well pitched. He's just struggled with his control on occasion today, Saxena, but I like him over the wicket, to be honest. I think that he's got more margin for error if he bowls that way, but he doesn't seem to like it too much. So Jamia, though, yeah, he is a strong hitter, and he will love this wind, even with the outfielders perched back on the boundary straight. But Keanu's saying, yeah, got to be careful when on the Pilsners. Yeah, right. This is the origin of it here, right?
It's funny because Pilsners and Czech beer in general it's a higher alcohol content than some of the beer in Australia. A lot of the beer in Australia, it's quite viscous as well. But you're meant to be able to drink quite a few in a session, and that's what it's sort of designed for. This is called a wide. Whereas Czechs will say yes, Czech beer is the best beer in the world until you meet a Belgian.
Oh yeah,
where they say, but no, Belgian beer is the best in the world.
I've lived this debate. I've been to both.
The issue is this is smashed over the long off boundary for 6. He's got a lot of power, Mia, doesn't he?
Shot again, yeah. Wind behind you is like an unfair advantage, isn't it? Really.
This could be. This is the innings for me. If Mia can stay in for the majority of this innings, it's a big if. I think they're going to get a huge score here, the Tigers, because he hits the ball cleanly and a long way. And with this wind, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it could all be over in an instant as well. I want to say hello to Kitty, who's watching from the USA. Hello to Denny and Tripp as well, also known as Mr. Kitty. This is why I don't like him around the wicket, Danny, because I just think so many balls are pitching outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
And I just think even if he's more comfortable doing that, the results are delicious for batters at the other end, and Mia whacks him away to the leg side.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so you're designed to drink a lot of them.
Well, that's
like
it.
A smart commercial
that's
enterprise.
It. Yeah. His hit down the ground could be out, won't be.
That's better. I mean, if he is going to bowl around the wicket, then he's got to forget about the stumps and try and float it outside the off and try and make them, the batters hit him over the offside. It won't be as easy.
So the problem with Belgian beer, and Belgian beer is amazing, traditional Belgian beer. We're not talking craft beer here. We're just talking. Right. It's the Trappist beers, and there's all sorts of different sours, and they're fantastic. They've all got their own glass as well, and really ornate glasses. Some of them come with their own sort of wooden stands. The problem is you can only drink 2 of them before you start falling over.
Yeah, that's true, and I can testify to that. Having been to Belgium, and I like to try food and drink wherever I go around Europe. Oh, you can't be dishing those up. And again, he might get away with that. He probably won't from over the wicket either if it's that short. But what started as a good over turns out magical the other way, because there's 20 off it with that wicket even. It's 85 for 3 after 6.
He just lined it up. He used his feet, lined it up, waited for it, and just clubbed it into the car park.
It's too short. And the thing is, you can use your body as a second line of defence when the ball pitches outside the leg stump as well. Anyway.
Question here from Keanu. Does Czech have its own version of Slivovica? It's called Slivovica. It's mainly Moravian. It's a plum brandy. And it's very, very popular. So.
And did that originate here?
I think it's a Slavic thing. It's all part of the region. But it's very, I mean... the best Slivovica ever is always somebody's grandfather's Slivovica.
Yeah.
And usually it's served to you in like a 2-litre orange juice container. The
other thing that they have here is called Bekarovka.
Bekarovka as well, yeah.
So I think I've been given it before. But how would you describe that?
Christmas in a glass.
Okay.
It tastes like Christmas. That's what it tastes like. It's very
delightful.
herbal.
Not quite how I remember it. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Should be another catch. It is taken. Nice catch. I got to say that this one was a bit more difficult for Kranthi because he's dealing with the wind. It's blowing up. It's blowing down. It's blowing the ball behind him. But Hussain is the next man to go. And so, I mean, score's looking healthy, but losing some key players. That's another one gone. I mean, Hussain goes for 18. Chagi with a wicket first ball that he delivers. It's 85 for 4.
Yeah, a really good catch there by Kranthi, and Tiagi's reverted back to around the wicket. So as long as he keeps it in that that sort of area outside of stump, I think it'll be difficult for the Tigers batsmen to get away.
So question also from Kroom, getting ready for Peacock. Assuming he means Peacock Friday. Realised I gave you the day off tomorrow. It's kind of just to give you a kind of even spacing.
Yeah.
But
I think the dogs will appreciate it.
you can definitely, you can Peacock Saturday if you want.
I've got
You
lots
can
of
Peacock
ugly
anytime
shirts
you like.
that I can wear.
Yeah. So we'll both try and be bright on Saturday. In lieu of you having the day off tomorrow, which you thoroughly deserve, by the way.
Thank you. Is Phil going to join you, maybe?
Yeah, Phil, perhaps. Although I think on tomorrow he's the sole venue manager, so he might be busy. So you'll probably hear a lot of me tomorrow. Maybe one or two guests, depending on who's available. But yeah, Saturday's a huge day as well because there's 6 matches on Saturday because of the format with the 8-team ECS. Is you have to get through the 56 group matches in 11 days. So you mathematicians out there will know if you have 5 a day, that's 55. You have to sneak an extra one in there somewhere, and we've decided to put it on the Saturday because the weekend a bit easier for the players.
Sure.
But it's a slightly early start as well. So it starts at 8:30, and I better tell you that now because I know that you're planning to do the first 4. I'll do the last 4, and we'll split 2 in the middle. And Phil might be able to join me on Saturday.
I did have a quick chat to Meta before, and just to confirm it was an 8:30 start, which means I have to leave before 7 o'clock from my place to get here by public transport, and so I don't really want to miss that one bus that'll get me here.
Chargi. See, I think this is actually not a wide, but let's have a look at what the decision is. Yeah, it's a good call from Pete because it's on such an obtuse angle. If you look at where Chargi is delivering from and his arm action, that I think for me, when it passes the line, it's inside.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the keeper doesn't handle it, so it's extras anyway. This next ball is going to set a task for the field. That's excellent work. We haven't seen many cut off at all. That's Ashutosh Arya. That turns what would have been a 4 into a 2.
Yeah, he's really good boundary rider is Ashutosh. He's taken, I think, 3 catches in this tournament already, and has saved many runs. There's really an old biplane in the distance. And this one's hit straight and just be a single.
Yeah. Yeah, it's near a local airport, right? Or it's kind of a, what do you call it, like an amateur airport? Or it's
3 airports. One's military.
Yeah.
One civilian. I think one's for light planes, something like that. But yeah, this the main airport of Prague's really on the other side of was on the other side of Prague. That's the Ruzhiny Václav Havel Airport. That I'm sure that if you come to Prague, you've flown into.
Yeah, end of the over. It's 92 for 4 after 7. We're just talking about tomorrow. Why don't we have a look at the fixtures? Because I'm curious to see who we've got tomorrow. Vinarati, well, I know you won't be here on the mic, but you can certainly tune in because I'm sure you'll be curious to see them take on United in the morning. That should be a good game. Also taking on the Spartans in match 23, and Bruno will be here as well with 3 matches. So, yeah, look, starting to take shape. 5 matches coming your way. Peacock Friday, I'll peacock it up. I even bought one in Malta earlier in the week.
Oh, yeah.
That took my fancy.
You have new shoes as well.
Yeah, I've got new shoes. Going all in. But we'll be going all in once again, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and it's 12:45 p.m. in India.
I did see on my Facebook feed these horrible looking, they call them party shoes. I don't know if I can, they just pop up. It's nothing I looked up. I didn't look up party shoes on the...
Oh, were you thinking of me?
I must have been thinking of you.
That's how the algorithms work these days.
They are pretty gross.
Oh, that's timed so well by Mia. He's looking at such a danger, man. This just drifts in. On drive is probably the most difficult shot to play and keep along the ground, stay balanced, and hit it with power.
Yep.
And he absolutely smashes this. Just have a look how he shuffles his feet, does some sort of magic, and gets it wide of the fielder in the circle. And that raced away. So you mentioned where the airport is.
Yeah.
Well, obviously you've been in Prague now for, I'm going to guess, 16 years?
Yeah,
15-ish,
yeah. Oh, lovely shot. And that's another 6 straight.
Wow.
And Mia is loving this breeze.
Tell you what, they've camera can't pan all the way behind, but there's been a lot of work for the ball retrievers at the moment. Tell you what, the ball retrievers behind the field are loving it. They're sitting on their chair just relaxing. Meanwhile, it's kind of one guy down the ground who's having to...
I think it's Venky.
You know, I don't think that's Venky over there. I think Venky might be helping out.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, one thing I really like about Prague is the public transport network.
It's amazing.
Because you take it here every day, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, big
It's
sweetness
super
this
cheap
time.
as well. So 10 crowns is what?
40 cents.
40 cents.
Let's say.
Yeah. And
Not even. How many? 10 crowns?
10 crowns.
Now 10 crowns is 20 cents, I think. Oh, what a shot. Goes over, long off, and goes large. Maximo! Mia has got this right, I think. He's hitting with the wind. He's hitting through the line of the ball. So he's not just a leg side player. He plays this really nicely over mid-off.
So the public transport costs 10 crowns a day, which is almost nothing.
It's 40 cents. I actually think it is 40 cents. 40 euro cents.
40
so
euro
about,
cents.
say, 60 cents Australian.
Okay. Oh,
Wow,
he's
this
hammered that
is
as well.
Just going to be 4, I think, but still. I'm loving this at the moment, Marty. It's full toss. And I think they're just checking this, but to me, it looked like it bounced just before the rope. I mean, it might have hit the rope on the full, potentially. I don't think so. Let's see. And I think that's 4 for me. Yeah, I reckon it's 4, but we'll see what they say. I don't think you don't see the rope move. So yeah, we'll have a look one more time. I think you can see it's about to land inside the field of play there. So let's see. I've been wrong so often today, so I think it's 4, which means it's going to be signal 6, and of course it is. Maximo!
Yeah. I think it's fair enough.
Yeah.
Did it deserve a 6, Vinny?
Nope. This one may or may not get there. It's another teaser.
That's a 6.
That one is going. Well, you might as well call that one 4. They're going to check it again. But yeah, I think this one for sure goes for 6. The reason is balance of probabilities. I think if you're in doubt, you give it 4. That's the directive. And I feel like it either hit, it didn't go over the rope on the full, and I didn't see any evidence that the rope moved. It's possible, but that's just probably what I would have called it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's probably why I'm not refereeing. Anyway, it will be 6 runs confirmed. And this has turned into a big over. 28 have come off that 8th over. So I'm guessing it's taken a little bit of a kick. It has. The run rate, that is, 120 for 4 after 8.
It's been a fantastic innings here from Mia, but the conditions do suit him. It will suit the Spartans as well, to be fair. But Mia's 46 off 12.
What an innings from Mia. I told you, he's loving this.
He's potentially got a
win.
chance of getting 100 here.
Well, what we need, 27 run overs. He's not facing, so he's going to have to score 54 off 11 balls and
That's possible.
and somehow get the strike back.
Yeah.
So he'd love a 7 off the last ball of the over. We saw a kind of fake 7 to finish the last game, didn't we? Anyway, it is random question time. Throw your random questions in. We love them. ECN European Cricket Network. Dot ball.
Good dot ball.
Tadeem's got one job, and that's to get Mia to the other end. He wasn't able to do it first ball.
So what's the random question, or are you waiting on?
I'm throwing them out there. Ask some random questions. I'm going to continue my pro public transport chat. I got to say, it's super convenient.
Well, super
Easy to
cheap.
follow. It's not too complicated. Super cheap.
Well-
So yeah. So for a year, how much is it for like a year?
Well, that's it. It's 10 crowns a day.
Yeah. So it works out 3,650 Czech crowns, which is about, let's say, 120, 130 euros
For a year.
for a year.
And it's
You pay it once, and then it's all free.
It's you just go around and there's that's 4 leg buys.
buys, I'll tell you
It'll
what.
pump the total up a bit. So it's metro, tram, bus. Also, there's a small ferry that can
Yeah,
get you different
heard
places,
that.
and there's a funicular that you can use it on, which is up Petrine Hill. So that's included.
So by the way, this would have been his 50 if he'd hit it, but he scored leg buys. That's why he stays on 46. Just confirming. But yeah, and the other thing, yeah, the whole network, it's pretty easy to follow.
Oh.
It's just the 3 metro lines that all intersect in the city. Oh, this one drifts and it's been called a no ball. It's a little bit of a grey area because it's kind of off the intended bit of the pitch. It hits the little downslope.
If it hits the edge of the pitch, it's a no ball.
Yeah,
If
but I
it,
mean, what is the edge, if you follow me?
There's an edge that you
Is
can
it the
see.
join or is it the downslope? Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Path's coming around the wicket now.
Free hit.
And, well, he's made to suffer. That's 6. So Mia hits his 50 off 15 deliveries. That's very good going.
What an innings. And to be fair, the ball before was the no ball off the pitch that he gets a dot against him for. So, I mean, really, he scores it off 14 balls, if you're going to be completely fair. But he's dragged the Tigers up to a very healthy score now. And they're not finished yet. Still 8 balls to go.
Oh, he's gone again. This one behind square, and that's another 6.
Now, that's actually 4. That's the wind for you. You see, because he's hit it into the wind, it's held up.
It is
and it's blown back into the field of play.
It is a long way from where we are. It looked like a 6 from here, though, Vinny.
I saw it as 4,
No, fair
but
enough.
I mean, these are my commentating glasses. Let's have a look.
And if we find it, where is it?
There we go. Well, next one, we better get back to the action because there's no doubt about this. It's flying away. Maximo! 6 runs in the end of the over. Mere to 62. It's 142 for 4 after 9.
What an innings this is. We knew when he came in, this breeze would be perfect for him.
He's just looked like it though, hasn't he?
Oh, it has.
And if you look at that last game, went right down to the wire. Remember I said in the first innings, he got run out when he should have faced the last ball if they were clever, how they managed that situation. He got run out just before the last ball. And who knows, if he could have whacked a 6 last ball, that could have changed the result.
Absolutely.
Against United, who ended up scrambling the win towards the end of the last over of the game.
I'll tell you what, though, it's going to be it is a hefty total already for Spartans to reach this.
For the most part, they haven't been that convincing with the bat today, have they?
No, they haven't.
All right, so Taneem, again, you got one job here. Get one, and, you know, I would actually consider bringing the field right up, like power play style at this stage. I just think it's worth so much just to try and keep him on strike. And to be fair, not the best offering. He's able to get the one he needs, and now it's over for more of the Sajid Mia show.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? They're going to get over the 150 mark. Will the Tigers, unless Mia is out shortly, and he might be out shortly. In fact, it's a nice catch there. End of a sparkling innings from Sajid Mia. Really nice catch from Aditya. He's got a good pair of hands as he sprints off to the applause of the Tigers in the dugout. Well, fantastic innings, Vinny.
Yeah, he deserves it. You know, he goes towards the end. Probably gets a bit too funky here with the footwork. Just stand still and whack it through the line. It's worked so far. And yeah, nicely taken as well by Aditya Rayaprolu. And so, yeah, end of an excellent innings of 62. Tigers in good shape now, 143 for 4. Yeah, so there, here's the sides for the game in Portugal. Starts in about half an hour. So you got Chambers in there. He's a Portuguese national player. Greenshields is in the side. Junaid Khan as well down the bottom. Portuguese national player for the Porto Wanderers. You got Coimbra Knights, Azar and Dani, also a very good player. And that's just a swing and a miss. New batter out there is Kauza Ahmed. Yeah, for the Coimbra Knights, you saw Azar and Dani opening the batting for them. And yeah, one of my favourites, Rahul. Just the one name. Not the first time we've seen him. But watch out for Mandeep Singh as well for the Coimbra Knights. All right, this is another one with a win that's going to go. So if at first you don't succeed, try again. And Kauza Ahmed does. Maximo Chagi gets the treatment.
Well, it's just a carbon copy. They've just cloned Sajid Mia and just put a different number on his back. It's a lovely shot straight up. And Tiagi's figures are looking pretty good, actually, considering.
For now.
Oh, it's gone as well.
That'll be 4. Yeah, and so just gets a bit too leg stumpish. Chagi, I think, his plan would be to get outside the off stump. It's actually a plan he executed pretty well for the Czech. national team in Austria. They're going around the wicket. He wasn't the only one that tried that. Sazi Buyan had that tactic as well. But that's the 150 up for the Tigers, who are off to the races. And now the last ball coming up. Ahmed, well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Can he make it 3 out of 4? Nope. But still, he'll settle for 10 off 4. And the Tigers are going to finish with 153 for 5 off their 10 overs. A very healthy score in the first innings of this match.
Indeed, Vinny. Very healthy score. And, well, they're going to have to bat very well, the Spartans, to get this total. And I know with the highlights, we're going to see mainly just the ball being smashed straight for 6 from Subjib Mia. But really good effort from the Tigers. And they kind of did the same sort of thing against the Spartans' attack yesterday in that short that rain delay game. As we see here, there was a little bit of a full toss gimme to start with, but it was good attacking batting from the start. As you can see, just put it in the air somewhere straight, and it's going to go for 6, and that was a caught behind. It was Sagor.
So windy, and it still is fairly windy, but and when the stumps are blowing over, it's crazy, to be honest. We haven't seen that happen too often. I can probably count on one hand how often I've seen that actually happen. But yeah, Raya Prolu was a bit expensive, but also did come up with a couple of handy early wickets. But I suppose the key to the Tigers campaign this year, can they get more than just the 2 openers going? And I think that's what we've seen a bit more of today. More guys coming out swinging the bat. I suppose pretty healthy conditions for hitting as well. And with the Spartans, they're going to have to bat really well on a day where so far haven't been that convincing with the bat.
They haven't been convincing at all. But the Tigers, you got all hats off to them, I guess. They really took it to this attack. As Cranty takes another catch. But 153 is a big score in this format. And it's going to be a very difficult task for the Spartans. What's the bet that the wind will die down to nothing?
Yeah, well, maybe. And I was just thinking, can you put the bails back on now? I feel like one team's had to have them off. Not that it's made a huge difference. Yeah, we had a few close calls towards the end, but really one thing's for sure, the Tigers, they were on the prowl, weren't they? Swinging at everything. I think I like the way that, for the most part, they tried to hit straight, because that's where the wind was giving them help. And yeah, that was a rare piece of good fielding from the ball retrievers today. But yeah, Mia got to his 50, up and away. Eventually, he would fall for 62, but not before he dragged his team right up towards the 150. And then Kazir Ahmed put them over the top in the end. 153 for 5. Looking at the scorecard, 62 off 18 were pretty good going, especially when one of those was a no ball off the pitch. So I give him 62 for 17, unofficially. But all top 4 reach double figures, and so does Kazir Ahmed, who only gets to face 4 balls. Swings and misses at 2 of them, but 2 of them he puts, well, 1 to the boundary, 1 over. 19 extras in there, but 8 were leg byes, so we'll give him a pass on that one. Yeah, but the bowlers didn't really have the answers in these windy conditions, although a couple of 2 for there, Raya Prolu 2, Chargi 2, Saxena 1. It's Chargi, the only player in single-digit economy. We'll take a quick break. It's always a quick turnaround. Last game of the day. Back in a few minutes with the chase. And we'll see if Spartans can pull off another big chase in a week of big chases on ECN. They'll need 154. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hujek. See you after the break for the final instalment from Czechia of the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back for the final innings of the day from this European Cricket Series from Czechia between Prague Spartans and Prague Tigers. And the Tigers have set a pretty big total of 153 for the Spartans. And as you see, the first ball of the innings from Hamza Alam. This gets hit nicely through the onside for 4. Good start there. Parth Balodia is the batsman and hits a bit across the line, but through the infield and 4 runs. Good start. But what we had a horribly strong wind going behind the from the keeper's end back towards the bowler, which has died down now quite a bit. So it got completely cashed in by the Tigers batsmen, who were hitting straight and hitting lots of sixes over the bowler's head. As he comes in again, this one's into the point area. A quick single taken. And will bring the left-handed Ashutosh Arya on strike. So, as predicted, we mentioned just before with Vinny, we had a talk about the wind, saying that what's the bet that it'll die down, and there's still a little breeze, but it's not as what it was before. So the conditions definitely favouring the Tigers. But, the Spartans will have to bat very well to get to the 154 they need. It's a big score set by the Tigers. There's a left-hander in Arya. Hasn't been in great form. This one's hit straight and sent back. Could be a run out, and we'll have to see. He's had a bit of a dive, and I don't know how short that dive is. He seems okay with it. Doesn't seem to do much celebration. He's pretty athletic as Arya. He just turned around and scrambled back. We'll have another quick look at this from side on. So he set off. Parth said no, and the ball comes in. And I think he's going to be home. Good dive. Look at that. Very good dive. So I think he's in there. And I think that's fine. Perfect. Not out. Good effort. But Parth, the path of most resistance, I think, really didn't want to run with that. Here comes the bowler again, and this breeze has really died down to almost nothing, Vinny.
That means it's either going to stay like this or it's going to get gale force. What a dive, though.
Oh, it's great.
What a dive. I think it was Arya that slid in. But full extension, and he needed the dive to beat it.
He did. Down leg side. I don't know if he played a shot, to be honest.
I think he did. It's just he intended to. Just it happened too quickly. Let's have a look on the replay.
Gone down for 4-leg buys.
He did. I don't think. Yeah, I think he's trying to glance it. It's just quicker than he expects. It's on him before he knows about it. See?
It was
like
he misses
it. He misses it by heaps. But the truth is just beaten for pace. Alam's sharp.
He is.
To be honest.
I agree. But he hit him in the pad, and there was a good
so it's not how
bat and a half.
Yeah, it's not how close you get to it. It's your intention. And I honestly believe that he'd passed the lie detector test. That's what we were talking about last week. We said if we don't have all the technology for Snicko and all these things, can we just get like a polygraph? So if batters nick it behind, you get them in the little room and say, look, what's your name? Did you nick it? Oh, that could be trouble. Oh, well, is it off the bat?
Well, it's 4 more. I don't think it's off the bat.
No, he does say it's off the bat.
Okay.
Because if it's not, I think it's hitting him on the full, and it's hitting him on the stumps, and it's hitting the stumps. So, yeah, obviously, yeah. Arya just rolls the ball along the ground to maybe take the shine off a little bit. Because have a look at this. But he must have just jammed down it in time.
What?
Must have been like bottom of the bat, scratch on bottom of the bat, maybe a double noise.
I think you're right there, Vinny. If it didn't hit the bat, I think he was pretty gone.
Pete's hearing's getting better in his old age as well. Not that he's an old guy. Anyway, this one should be out, really.
Oh, collision.
There's the wind. I mean, it still is a bit windy. It's not the crazy scenes we saw earlier.
I think it was his teammate herring in, just about to smash into him, that put him off the fielder.
Probably start to hear ghosts in the field, footsteps or people approaching, wind blowing in your ears. But yeah, it's been pretty action-packed first over. 14 without loss after one. 273 matches since we've had a golden ball. I said we weren't going to get to 100. I've been proven wrong. But yeah, could we get 300? It'll only be the second time ever. In fact, I already think this might be the second longest streak. I'd have to actually go look it up. But yeah, it's been too long. Yeah, so let me have a look. Second longest streak was 253.
I've got a day off tomorrow. I don't have to get up till Saturday. So if there's a golden ball, we go later today. I don't mind.
Okay, that's nice for you. No, I'm enjoying it. Enjoying being back, obviously. And yeah, enjoy your day off tomorrow. Do you have any particular plans?
I think I'll just take... The dogs are kind of looking at me, wondering who I am, because I haven't been at home for very long each day. I get home, I take them for a walk, give them a bite to eat, and then I crash. It's pretty tiring out here.
It does. That's one thing. I'd be curious to get your opinion. You've done quite a few matches now. I'd love to know how many matches you've done. It must be up in the hundreds.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Easily.
Well, I would have done over 100 this year after this series.
Yeah.
There was the... Yeah, we'll go back to it.
Wow, there you go. Hook, line and sinker. Yadav comes on, and Path doesn't have a great time of it here with the bat. Trying to move the rate along, but now he's the one moving along. 15 for one.
Yeah, it was good bowling. Just bowled it straight. It's got that windmill action. Don't like the windmill action, Vinny. I think I like it in a way. I think it's interesting to look at, and that came in quite a bit. And I'd always hated facing the windmill action.
It's awkward.
It's really awkward, yeah.
It's obviously something that just comes naturally to some people, but
there are a few high-class cricketers that had the windmill action.
Oh, yeah.
Max Walker was one.
Yeah, the original Tangles, they called him.
Yeah.
Sohail Tanvir from Pakistan's a very modern one.
Mike Proctor. Do you remember Mike Proctor?
Yeah, Mike Proctor from South Africa.
Yep. Yeah, all good, very good bowlers. But awkward. It's just a weird sort of slingy, you don't know quite, there's just arms and legs everywhere.
Yeah, you don't know where to look.
What's interesting with Yadav is he doesn't really use his left arm very much. It's just is his right arm that slings around.
Yeah, that's true. And also sometimes you get slightly different heights of that bowling arm. Yeah, a bit like first day at a nude beach, don't really know where to look. And anyway, bit of news. Chris Smith saying, excited Conrad Greenshields is in the side tonight for Porto Wanderers. Kitty saying that no Bullock, no Stubbs being cited. No Panda One Up, no Redhead or Girish Singh, Chris Smith says.
Good swing and a miss. By the way, Scotland, Germany. I don't know if you've seen that score.
I heard that the German bowlers have taken a bit of a pasting.
Yes,
indeed. Do we have a final score for Scotland in that one?
Yeah, I saw it in the chat. I actually watched it for a while, or not watched it, but I saw the score for a while. 227, 1 over left. So
it's going to take some catching.
Yeah, they were 4 down, so they got a couple of wickets or a few wickets. But
I know that Kitty and Denny and Tripp.
234, sorry, 234.
Okay, cool.
That's right.
They always love watching the Portugal series because that's the first series Kitty used to see because of the time zone.
Oh.
Right. You still go with the wind, what wind there is, and that's going to go for 4. Earlier that probably goes for 6 when that was getting blown. But Arya does get a boundary and tries to get things moving. Have to pretty much get to, I suppose, 15 and over, which would be 30 after 2. I don't think there'll be that many, but a couple of big overs, bit of a partnership. One guy having a heater, maybe they can still make this happen, the Spartans.
Well, Sagar's the right man to be out there. He can hit big. But this wind has really died down, so Tiger's getting the best of the conditions as far as...
still exists. It's just not what it was earlier. And guess what? It's 6 and out, or 4 and out actually for Arya. And Yadav hits the stumps for the second time in the over. And so the Spartans lose a key player. That's 21 for 2 now after 2.
Tigers are well ahead in this game. And I really can't see the Spartans getting anywhere near this. I hope they give it a good go. They're a good side, the Spartans, but Tigers are buoyant at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. And you're right, they've had the better of the conditions, I think, with the bat. That one just loses his shape completely, searching for that boundary to the left of the field. But, yeah, that'll be a wicket, and that means that it'll be Kasi Balakrishnan who will be the new batter. Let's have a look at the table, and I mean, there's no obvious 4 to miss out there. I mean, Prague CC probably already done enough, almost at least, to make the 4.
United as well.
United, but I think you'll need. Well, there's 14 games. You're trying to get in the top half. So, I mean, a good target is 7 wins.
Yeah.
Can we get 7 wins here? And once you get to the top 4, it's a straight shootout. So, yeah, okay, if you finish 4th, you'll have to play the top team.
Well, you're going to have to play the top team anyway.
Yeah,
probably.
you're going to have to win 2 games. So, that'll do. Because it's going to be slammed out of the ground. Matareddy goes large. Maximo! And bringing the power into the power play is Saga Matareddy.
Well, there are 2 good batsmen out there. Kasi Balakrishnan can also hit the ball a long way, but Saga Matareddy is really the pinch hitter in this lineup, and I think he looks pretty determined to me, Saga.
It's still a friendly hitting breeze. It's just not extreme.
Yeah.
In the first innings, it was extreme down the ground. Now it's just kind of a healthy Prague doctor. Oh, a slower bouncer, and it doesn't work out too well. It was a slower ball. I said slower bouncer. Bouncer's probably not quite what I was going for, but I think he deliberately takes the pace off, and it doesn't work out too well for him, as that's going to be another boundary.
Yeah, that was what I got laughed at. It wasn't the fact that it was a terrible delivery, but the slower bouncer, it was not the right description for that ball.
Yeah.
But,
well,
I know what you mean.
It
was
was
a slower ball.
slower, and it did bounce in my defence.
That's a better ball.
Mixing his pace up well at the moment, Sagor. But yeah, a lot of cricket going around the world. The World Cup qualifiers are talking about that. I think it's England have done a really good job. I think Crawley might just be out for 189. And so now they're already past the Australian total. All right, short. And this probably beats the fielder as well. So there's another 4. So they'd want to be about 45 after this over to be up with the pace. And with Matareddy going like this, who's to say they won't be?
Yeah, he's a hyper-aggressive batsman, is Saga Reddy. And to be honest, he's hitting the ball very, very cleanly. And it's still in the power play, so he's got a bit of license to go over the top as well.
Oh, lifts the head a bit on this. So not a classical one. They might go for 2 here. It is handled, but not that cleanly out there. And that's good running. He also gets him back on strike for the last ball of the over. He's liking this contest with Sagor. Yeah, so I'm going to ask you at the end of the over. Yeah. We had lots of questions, and one of them I got last week in Malta was about commentating and I suppose the differences of doing this. Well, right now though, it's commentating baseball because this has been launched down to the field. Maximo! As the goal goes magical, and Matareddy doing the damage. End of the power play. It's 43 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, lovely shot there. But again, just that over-pitched full toss and disappears. I've seen that a lot, and it's actually been called a no ball.
Right, so it's been called for being waist high.
Do you think Saga's going to have a swing at this?
Yes, I do. And I suppose that was maybe at the belt, was called on the field. You know, certainly nothing to dispute that. We're harsh on those for safety reasons in ECN cricket, and so Sagor is going to go from bad to worse because it'll keep the over alive. And well, here's the free hit. Doesn't really get it, but he might have run himself out. He has. And I tell you what, if I had a nickel for every time I'd seen this, I'd be a rich man, because Matareddy, because it's a free hit, he feels like he has to run. But the immunity cloak, it's not available against runouts, and he's thrown his wicket away. He'll be so frustrated. And the no ball turns out to be a great thing for Sagor, who's just pounces, takes off the bails, and it's 44 for 3.
Well, he's kind of done his job, but I think he would like to have done more of that job.
100% he's not running on this if it's not a free hit.
Yeah.
Free hits, people think, well, I've got to score. And yeah, I mean, you want to, but that's not a run. He's hit it straight to him. Intelligent fielding, threw it back to the bowler, didn't go crazy trying to hit the stumps. Had plenty of time to run him out. So that's just a bit of a tactical misstep there. And it's a shame for Matt already because we've seen the ball really well. He's run out for 23.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but got a good batsman at the other end. He hasn't faced anything yet, Kasi Balakrishnan.
So it was Keanu's question actually last week in Malta. And now you've always done a fair bit for us, Danny. And Keanu's question was, did I think that a test match commentator could commentate 5 days of ECS cricket? And your reaction says everything. I had my answer. I texted Corey because I thought that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
He gave his answer. Firstly, how do you find commentating ECS in the hours? Because it is kind of unprecedented what we do, right?
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. I mean, sometimes around the 4th game I kind of start to struggle a bit, but generally, no. I mean, I don't.
But you just said at the end of the day, though, you're pretty spent, aren't you?
It depends on the day.
Yeah,
it depends on the day. But no, I mean, I'm sitting here chatting about cricket. It's for me. I mean, I don't normally talk to myself, but no, it's great fun. The conditions can be tricky sometimes, and we've had horrific conditions here, and that's tiring.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's one of the factors. So it's not just the amount of hours you're doing, but I mean, we're out in the elements. We're broadcasting from grounds that are not. I suppose they don't have the infrastructure of professional cricket grounds.
No.
So here, I mean, we don't even have power out here, right? Unless you bring the generator.
Oh, there was a problem with the generator this morning.
That was another story. We almost had to delay this morning because someone put diesel in the generator, and I assume it's broken, but someone found a replacement just in time. So, going back to the actual question, do you think a test match commentator could commentate 5 days of ECS? How would they go?
Oh, it depends on the commentator. I think some of them could, I'd say.
Yeah?
Yeah, like if a lot of them were ex-test cricketers, and they'd be out.
True.
They'd be out in the middle for all day.
I mean, that's
so I reckon
a good
they
point.
could talk about
That's a good point. But a lot of standing out there is not doing a lot in a test match, to be fair.
Yeah.
You get the downtime, right? Well, now they go on the hit, and they get a run here as we have the start of a new over.
To be honest, I'm sitting here leaning back on a chair, watching good cricket with a friend and chatting about cricket.
I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm not suggesting it's hard labour. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to be 4 as Balakrishnan gets his innings going. And as you can see, that ball is going and going and going. This field is so fast at the moment. I do think it looks a bit greener today. Maybe it was just because I was watching on TV, but even looking on the monitor,
I think it's the angle.
I just think you've had a little bit of rain. It's got to help.
Yeah, maybe.
Just a small thing.
But no, going back to that, I do 10 minutes of housework and I need to lie down. This has been hit a long way again. They're really taking it to them.
Loving this assault. That's another one. It's almost like you're watching golf here. It's surrounded by golf. They just found the old ball, and it's like the other guy teeing off has put it near where the other one was. But the 50's up for Spartans, and Balakrishnan making a very strong start to his innings. Corey's answer was pretty simple. They would never make it to the end of day 2.
You think?
I just think it's different. I'm not saying they could or they wouldn't. I mean, they would if you held a gun to their head. But and also, it's not a knock on doing this job that we both love doing a lot. But it is different. I mean, I suppose what I'm trying to say is not everyone's cut out for it because there's certain people that sometimes we think they might be a good fit for it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they don't really like being outdoors for that long, or maybe they find it hard to, just physically to keep their voice going for that long. It's certainly something that we've found, at least. It's difficult to get a lot of people that can do, say, even a 2-week tournament, doing it every day.
Sure. Look, it's interesting that, I mean, actually, this is in the air, could be caught, could be 6.
Just enough wind, just enough of a breath to blow it over the line. Now, earlier in the first innings, this is 6 by about 20 metres, but that was an end of the bat job. But Balakrishnan gets away with it, and, well, hey presto, they're up with the rate now, 63 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, they need to continue with the rate, though. That's the hard part. And good effort there from the fielder. He's never going to get it.
Flip the script on that question, though. Do you think you can commentate a test match?
It's kind of the same, but you're in a cushy, air-conditioned commentary box. I don't know how I could be serious. I could do that.
I mean, I don't even think you have to be that serious. I think you are. Not serious, not boring, but in a way. But I mean, you're serious about the game. You take the game seriously.
I tend to read the game pretty well, I think, in some ways.
And I think it's also about, it's about a variety of things. But
I tell you what I could have done was 70s radio cricket commentary.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I could have done.
Hey, I thought you could go all the way back to the 1933 radio commentary where they're like, I'm into Bradman, short ball, pulled back, and they hit the pen. Anyway, this one's going to be...
Hello, Tiger.
No, I don't normally do impressions. Like, that was too good to refuse. They hit the pen on the...
Yeah, what was that?
Don't want to take the gloss off the shot here. But, Paddlet smashes away. Yeah, in the old days, they'd create their own sound effects. Yeah. After they get the information on the wire.
That's right.
Oh, okay, this is another one that I think carries gone. Maximo Paddlet was his time to shine. And the Spartans up into the 70s and they're on target in this chase now.
Where's this come from? Paddlet has not had the best tournament with the bat at all.
Well, he's got a new child, so we can assume he's not getting a lot of sleep at the moment. So he's finally woken up. It's about 6:30 p.m. But, he's looking on. Yeah, they used to. I'm thinking that was the 1928 or the 1932.
I thought it went even further than that.
I thought 1930.
I thought it went further than that. I thought that was doing that in the 70s still.
I don't know if they were still making their own sound effects then. But the one I owned, Alan McGilvray, going right back.
Yeah.
I just think test matches, yes, they're long, but you get breaks. They've got more commentators. They've got like 6 or 9.
Oh, yeah.
So you go. Corey did one day international. He did Netherlands, Pakistan. And I suppose similar kind of remuneration.
By himself, or?
No, he's just one of the group of commentators out having snacks half the time.
Yeah.
All right, goes after this. A lot of work for the fielder to do. He won't get there. So in addition to being wind assisted, this ground is still lightning fast. And Paddlet gets 4 more.
I'd do it. I'm not sure how. I mean, I could concentrate for. How long are they there? They're in for about an hour stint.
They're about an hour.
That's not bad.
Sometimes less. Sometimes like 40 minutes.
And they go and drink tea.
Yeah, I imagine they have some sort of fridge where they can have drinks. And I suppose I had Daniel Weston, he was in with me at the Letter Cup final, like I said. He was very impressed with my system, which was texting people when I was thirsty and then a drink would come. So it was kind of like room service. Anyway, this is going to be 4 more this time. It's going to be another bit of foot fielding. And, Paddlet, he's off to the races here as well, isn't he? And Mia, who actually dished out a bit of punishment, now he's copping a bit.
It was right at the toe of the bat.
Got to say, speaking of toes, could see if this series with some of the off-the-field fielding we've seen.
There's
we'll get a single and we'll retain the strike. So, Paddlet. Sorry, that's the end of the overs. Hey, go ahead, Danny.
There's a book that I love, and actually I've read it a few times, and it's in my bag. It's actually I'll show you.
Yeah, like a real book.
A real book. Look. Do you know that?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, made into a movie, right?
It was made into a movie, a couple of times.
Just looking one more time at that, looks like we've got action underway in Portugal. So the Knights winning the toss and electing to bowl. So let's see how the Wanderers go. First time we've seen them for a while. Probably the first time we've seen them since the 2021 Night Series. So looking forward to catching a bit of that tonight as well. And Rico, I think he would have just gotten going. Yeah, so Fear and Loathing Las Vegas, the book edition.
Yeah, it was originally, in Rolling Stone magazine. It was like every month there was a new part of it, and it was Hunter S. Thompson was hired by Rolling Stone magazine to go and cover the a desert race, bike race. when basically when they started, there was so much dust kicked up that no one knew where the bikes were. But he calls it. He's got a name for it. And I'll tell you that in a minute.
Yeah. I actually spent a bit of time in Vegas. This is a bit short. Picks out the field. He does a good job to cut it off.
I mean, the book is hilarious. I won't go into it, but the film, if you've seen the film, it's a really visual film, Terry Gilliam, and it describes the book perfectly. There's more detail in the book.
I've actually never seen the film.
It's odd.
I think I'm putting it on my list.
In context, though, if you've read the book, it makes total sense. Anyway, I'll come back to it. That's
the gundiest of Gundy balls, really, and always bounces away. He's saying, hey, how's the white? I'll give you the heads up, because he's missed the leg stump by a mile. And it doesn't matter. He's saying, yeah, but he shouldn't have missed it.
Oh, so close.
But it's clear wide. The regulations are pretty clear. Take it to the left. And, well, he will a bit, and it's going to go. And, geez, we've seen some games turn around today, haven't we? Spartans look sunk in this, but they've still got batters to come. And at the moment, the ball's flying out of the ground with increasing frequency. The general manager has been brought on, GM Hazenut, and he can't stop the bleeding either.
So, basically, Hunter S. Thompson is Raoul Duke. He's got his character, and he's got his lawyer there, who's not really his lawyer, but anyway. And he reports back to Rolling Stone magazine, and
watch out, another boundary will be attempted and miss.
And it's a bit garbled because he's under the influence of lots of different things within this framework. But it's what he's reporting is fact-ish, and he calls it gonzo journalism. Right, and that's another 6.
Oh boy, we're seeing so many fly, aren't we? That's better fielding.
Hey.
He's my player of the day. He's the one that will use his hands and paddle it. It's Kasi Balakrishna, pardon me this time, who's come out and he's made things happen quickly, hasn't he? 17 off just 4.
So, and the only way I can relate to it is without the substances. What we do is kind of like gonzo commentary.
Ooh, almost carries back, scramble through for a single.
Where it's the accuracy, we're accurately depicting the game, right? But at the same time, there's a lot happening, and we're embellishing it in a way that's not traditional to the commentary game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
So it's kind of gonzo commentary, and I like it.
Yeah, I haven't heard that expression, but I suppose as we get to the end of the 6th over, this game is pretty interesting. Right now they're ahead of where they need to be. It's 97 for 3 after 6. So what do they need? 57 off 24, 14 and over. These two stick around. They should get it, I think.
They've still got Kranti in the shed, don't they? I think. Have I missed Kranti? Don't think so.
You know, he's listed to come in next.
He's the classiest batsman in this lineup, and he's holding himself back.
Yeah.
Sending
in the hitters because he probably thinks that I'm a guy. I'd like to take a bit of time. I'd like to not push the issue too much.
He can score quickly, but I think it's a really good ploy putting Saga in. Panalet has been awful with a bat up to now, and he's looking fantastic.
Yeah.
And Balakrishnan has been good and sort of started to get on with some innings, but fell short quite often. And he's been brilliant as well. 30 off 8. That's I think. Tactically, I think he's got it right with his batting lineup as Kranti. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it said they're ahead right now, but one good over, and they're probably behind again. Or one good over for the fielding side, and probably the batting side are behind again.
Yeah. But then reverse that and one other big over, like a supersonic over, and that changes things as well. Well, that'll help.
Adios, Pelota. There's another one that's going to go. And really, Krishnan has come out on fire, hasn't he? Sago Hussain, he had a magical first. He's hoping things will improve, but hasn't improved too much here, to be honest. Gets hit for another 6. 51 of 22 required now. Just inside. I think it's a good call from Pete. His arms almost looked like they wanted to go fly out for a wide. But a bit of discussion right now in the chat about people's favourite formats of cricket. I know that Josh is also saying he just went to his first ever live match in America. Major League Cricket in Texas. All right, trouble if he hits. Oh, and he drops his bat. Watch this. This is Panelet, who I don't think he takes his bat with him in the end. So maybe this was a chance for a run out. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, look at JP down here. I think the bat jackknifes. It's your regulation bat plug here. But was it in or not? No,
Ooh.
I think he was just short.
I think he was.
If it hit. Anyway, not a bad looking shot. Should just get one. That's excellent fielding because that takes Tortuga on Hasenat, and then just to rub it in, he slams the ball into Sugor's shin. Who also does, he said, "Well, mine was pretty hard to deal with. I'm going to give you one of the same." Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. Hundreds up now, by the way, for the Spartans.
It's pretty good batting. They've lost 3 wickets. But, still 3 overs left after this. Still got a lot of runs to get. And 49 off 19. Sugor comes in. And
It was so unnecessary for a guy that's 36 off 12 playing actual shots, but he's lucky hits the end of the bat. So gets a bit of luck there, to be honest. End of the over. And the score is 106 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Well, Danny has earned his day off, but I'll be watching Vinarati play 3 games. United also have a couple. Burno with 3. Have a big day, because we know they didn't have a very good start at all, to say the least, in their tournament. And also we'll see the Spartans. So join us for day 5. It's also Peacock Friday, and well, I'll be back at least 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 p.m. in India for day 5 of this European Cricket Series. Check here.
talking about Vinarati, Venki just walked behind us as well. He's been doing the coordination here at the ground today, and organising any issues.
Bowled really well for the national team in the ECN Austria as well, Venki.
Yeah, I saw that. He's a very good team man, and he's what I like about Venki is he's just super positive. He's, come on guys, he's always really talking on the field. So I think some players, especially in the national team, are a little bit quiet now that Ed Knowles and Kyle have moved on. There's a little bit of quiet in that national team. I think Venki adds to the...
Okay, there's 16 and over, and this is an opportunity. Balakrishnan, that's 2 balls in a row. He's been super lucky. He tried to ramp, but he didn't need to. Got off the end of the bat, and then really should have been caught here. Instead, he's dropped, and he gets a single.
Almost got him in the head, the fielder as well.
Yeah, it's never easy to field in these conditions. It is still very blowy, despite the wind being...
Well, it's picked up again.
Yeah, still nothing like we saw at the start of the game, though, when stumps were going over. Swing and a miss. Alarm. It's good work by him. And so he's another guy. I think they've held him back for this situation.
Yeah, this is a big over, I think, because if Alam can keep it down to under even 10, it'll put a lot of pressure on these batsmen from Spartans.
Yeah, it's just what we said. You know, they were ahead in the game, but just 1.5 overs. We've just seen where the fielding team have been able to stop those boundaries, and already you're seeing that rate creeping out. In fact, it's past that rate of no return, 18.8 over. Although we did see it return from the point of no return earlier today. Josh said, yeah, he went to a live game. Let us know how that was. Did you enjoy it? What were the facilities like there in Texas? I've got a few friends playing in that Major League Cricket. Leading edge, this time surely won't be dropped, and Panelet is going to have to go. So, Alarm, to be honest, I don't think he gets it quite right, but Panelet was just through the shot a little bit too early, presented an easy catch in the covers, and the Spartans lose the 4th wicket, 107 for 4.
I think it's the right time. I mean, Panelet is a good little contribution, don't get me wrong, but Cranty's coming out now, and Panelet against better bowling like Alam, I think he's struggled, and when he's opened the batting, and I think he struggled. But he did have a big go against the sort of, I guess the weaker bowlers within, or the secondary bowlers in the Tigers lineup, and he did his job very well. But I think Kranti is the right person to be coming in right now.
Yeah, and he's a very good insurance policy to have in a chase like this. And I suppose the problem is it probably would have been better if he'd come out an over or two ago when when they only needed 12 and over. You know, already now he's coming out in a situation where they basically need 20 and over. So he doesn't really have the luxury of knocking it round, I think. Has to go for some shots straight away. Reaches for this and eats a dot. And so, yeah, last ball the over coming up. It's just turned out to be such a good over. And look at Ajara Lum's figures, 1 for 11 with 1 ball to go in his spell.
It's amazing, isn't it? He's a quality bowler, and he's the mainstay and the spearhead, I guess, of the Tigers' bowling attack.
Last ball the 8th coming up. It's been such a good over. And in the end, we'll take the dot. Alarm to go less than run a ball under these conditions in this game. To be honest, he's been pretty close to player of the match. I mean, there's been some good batting performances as well. I think that probably Sajid Mia would have something to say about it. But as far as bowlers go, he's been a pick of the bunch. 107 for 4 after 8 overs.
Just a bit of news here. Roots out for 84. England 351 for 4 off 61 overs.
They're flying.
It's absolutely
Flying
incredible.
at the moment. But knowing England, the rain won't be too far away. So let's see. But this makes for a good series. I mean, if it goes 2-2, I mean, it's still a lot of work to do. It's Test cricket. I mean, it can change. But let's say it does go 2-2 into a 5th game. I mean, I can't really remember that being a situation before in a 5 Test series in my memory anyway. We've had some where the game's been alive going into the last in more recent memory. But yeah, 2-2 going into the 5th. Yeah, it'd be something else. Anyway, here's the Jimmy. We're just talking about him. He's going to come and bowl the 9th. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, so Balakrishnan, 38 of 14. He'll have to continue. This wind has picked up a little bit more, but as you can see, the bails are still on, so you can see the difference that between the 2 innings. Someone's turned around the corner. That's 4.
Yeah, good shot. It was kind of into the wheelhouse. Balakrishnan is probably the one guy that could go on a heater. I mean, Kranthi is a very competent batter, don't get me wrong, but Balakrishnan, he's probably a bit more power first, isn't he? And that's what they need to do if they're going to get anywhere near this target.
He's on 42 of 15. He deserves a 50, does Balakrishnan.
They still need 42 off 11. So it shows you how fast he's gone and what's required.
Yeah.
So he'd have to score even quicker than he's gone already.
That's true. Well,
But possible. Wide will help a little bit. Gets it's almost an appeal. He like a batter's version of an appeal, appealing for a wide. Not in a disrespectful way. I just think he was saying, "Hey, can I have a wide, please?" He gets it. All right, I think he wants to wander across and go over the leg side again here. Well, don't know about the wandering, but I do know about the leg side, and that one is large. Maximo! 6s will keep you in it, and that is a powerful strike from Kasi Balakrishnan.
that's a great shot. It's been an expensive over already. He's gone for 31 off 1.2 as Mia, but I think with the 2 wides, 3. Oh.
To be honest, I mean, Pete's been pretty consistent with these today.
Has been.
He said if they're more in than out, I'm going to let them go. But I think more often than not, you see this one called, because I think it gets a bit of the tram line.
Ooh, it's especially at this stage
Again,
of the game.
I will say this about Pete. He's a very senior umpire. He's been consistent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a ball he hasn't really called all day.
He should call.
This one will be an easy one for him. And I suppose this is where, for me, having the line, just anything touches the line, be a wide, it's probably the easiest way to umpire, because then you're not thinking, oh, is it more in than out? You know, it's harsh, but I mean, it's harsh for all teams, isn't it? Anyway. Oh, now he goes straight pull, and it's going to be 6. It's tapped over the line. It was hit with power. Balakrishnan reaches his 50, and he reaches it in 19 balls. Maximo, as he's attempting a minor miracle here late on day 4 to steal the points from the Tigers, who whacked 153 in their first innings. They were well ahead in this game just a few moments ago.
8 balls, 28. That's another wide. 8 balls, 27.
Yeah, sent out. Yeah, he's thinking, big shot. 1 or big shot, big shot. I suppose you've got a genuine batter at the other end in Crumpy, so you're not too worried about the strike. You know that you'll get it back. Now slower ball. I like what he's thinking, but doesn't have a great result. So Balakrishnan, again, trying to resuscitate the innings, doing a great job at the moment. You know, you've got to respect Mia's thought process there. Tries to slow a ball, but again, for me, it's just a bit too short on this pitch, which does hold up a bit. And another boundary, great placement that time.
He had plenty of time to get in a position then, didn't he, Balakrishnan? And as soon as he did it, you know where it was going. Another wide. I know, it's down under 20 and over, isn't it?
In Mia, he scored 62. He's conceded 44 now, I think. He's made for runs. Last ball of the over. Does he get enough? He does. Oh, what an over that is for the Spartans. It come from nowhere. It's yet another supersonic ninth. It goes for 31. It's the second 31-run ninth over we've seen today. And it's game on. 138 for 4 after 9. 16 required off the last over.
Hasn't it been a great game, Vinny? Fantastic. 16 off the last over. And I can't pick it. It'd have to be a fantastic over. I tell you,
you know what would be a great way to finish the day?
Golden ball. As I said, don't have to get up till Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting to break the tie. It's a long time since the last one. 26th of May, golden ball 47. Still haven't had a wide or a no ball on a golden ball.
Really?
Just saying, never happened. Well, we've had 47 golden balls, so pretty much we've had 8 overs of golden balls. Well, the next one will be 8 full overs. All right, so it's going to be Amin Hussain, the captain, to bowl the last over. I'll tell you something though, we have had a tie, but we haven't had a golden ball. And yes, that'll blow your mind.
Yeah, I know. I think I know.
Do you know what? Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah, wasn't it the one where
it was in Romania?
Oh, really? I always thought it was the. No, okay.
It wasn't in T20. It was in it was in one of our ECS games.
Yeah.
In Romania. I'll tell you how that can happen in a minute. But it's the first time it ever happened. Wide. It would have been great if they could have scrambled a single there, but they weren't going to get one. What happened was the rain set in, and they were tied on the Duckworth-Lewis.
Yeah.
Because it was raining, they couldn't play a golden ball. So it genuinely finished in a tie. They had 1 point each. So yeah, you obviously can't play a golden ball if you can't get out there in the middle. Yeah, Kranthi does his job. So now, I've got a question for you. Do you even take singles anymore, or do you think that Balakrishnan is good enough to just get these all in boundaries, considering how well he's hitting them?
It's a tricky one. Kranthi is a good batsman, and he's capable of hitting 4s and 6s. But
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would.
Kranthi's job is to kind of get the one.
Oh, just wait for the wides to go past.
But I'm not saying that's what he's limited to doing. I'm just thinking, 13 off 5. Even here, 2 6s now ties the game. So if he was to get 2 away out of 5, because look at the strike rate he's going.
Yeah.
Cassie, he's going at 3 a ball, 64 off 20.
Well,
so it'd be one school of thought. The other thing you could do is push really hard for the second, but then you don't want to run him out either.
Can you see a dot ball though?
End of the bat, could be gone. Fingertip, you've got to run hard here. Yeah, he'll get 2 now because he just lost his footing. And so that's a big moment in the game because that's Sahadat Sagor who gets fingertips to it, but Balakrishnan survives. And what's more, he gets the strike back.
Yeah, it's a positive result. Alam, I think he might have twisted an ankle or something. He's landed on his knee, maybe.
Landed awkwardly, didn't he? And that's certainly allowed it to. I think they would have got it anyway, to be honest. So 10 for a golden ball, 11 for the win. I brought the good finishes with me.
You have.
You've had a few one-sided games. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, run hard again here. We should get 2. Oh, yeah, Tortuga helps him out as well. And so they will get a couple. And once again, like I say, Kranthi is no bunny with the bat. I mean, we know how good he is, but sometimes it's just in a situation, you've got one guy, he's just red hot.
Oh, of course.
So you just want him to face every single ball, if possible.
It was the same with Sobjit Mia
definitely.
for Tigers.
9 off 3 now. So 2 2s and a 4. That's your golden ball. 8 off 3 for a golden ball. 6 and 2 singles.
Hussein needs a couple of dot balls. Three balls left.
We're right down to the wire here at the end of day 4 in Czechia. Hawks misses a rare miss. To be honest, it's something we haven't seen him do too much, Cussie, in this innings. He makes an early step, tries to disrupt the length, 9 off 2. And really, in that one ball, you feel the momentum shift in the game because I think the Tigers, they're on top now, 9 off 2, I think.
Well, he's bowled a couple of wides, but it's really only been a couple of twos in this over, hasn't it?
Here's something just quickly, sorry, Danny, but you need to get 2 off this to keep the game alive. So you've got to run 2 no matter what.
Well, it doesn't need
Never
to run
mind
2.
because that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Yeah, he wasn't thinking 2 at all. And now, actually, a 2 will tie the game. So a 2 will give us the golden ball. And Balakrishnan, what an inning, 74 not out of 24. And the thing is, if it does go to golden ball, you got to favour the batting team. The way things are going, difficult field to field on, but he's got to get there first. Yeah, could this be breaking the tie? We've gone 270-something games without a golden ball. Okay, back to the action. 2 for a golden ball. Last ball of the day, we think. 3 to win for the Spartans. Oh, it's going to be a dot. And he's going to be gone. He's going to be run out. And he's just had an error of judgment. He was hoping for a wide. It was well inside, Danny. It wasn't even close. We don't get a golden ball. And you've got to feel for Balakrishnan. He's played so well for 74. But at the critical moment, Amin Hussain, the Tiger skipper, sneaks it in. And he sneaks the win for the Prague Tigers.
What a fantastic last over from Hussain. And so much pressure. Have a look at him now. And that's emotions.
Well, he probably can't believe his luck because, I mean, it's a well-executed ball. He's cramping up here. But look, Balakrishnan, you got to be certain it's a wide if you're going to leave that because he might have even nicked it for 4. If he gets bad on it, then he has a chance of tying it if he comes back for 2. But yeah, you'd wonder why does he leave it. The short answer is because he thinks it's a wide, but we can see it wasn't. And as the players exchange pleasantries at the end of the day, let's have a look at this highlights package. And I got to say, it was made exciting by the Spartans who came out swinging themselves. And you got to realise they didn't have quite the same wind advantage that the Tigers had in the first half of this game. Despite that, they ended up going down by just 2 runs. Yeah, absolutely. Look, everything was going against the Spartans in this game. First the weather, and then just the run rate that the Tigers put on. 153 is a big score, and they almost got there. It was a bit of loose bowling from the Tigers, but some fantastic batting from Balakrishnan, a 74 from 24, and really, as you see, Arya there, the left-hander, losing his wicket. It's a good couple of overs from Yadav. We'll see the figures in a minute, and there were good performances with the ball, but the story of this innings is Kasi Balakrishnan. Isn't it crazy that after all the big hitting we saw, the game would finish on a leave? We've had a couple of bizarre finishes. We saw, the 4th game between the Tigers and United finish with a bit of a calamity, to be honest, against the Tigers. It's been a day of redemption. Teams have been up, teams have been down. So just like the Tigers yesterday, they were 1-1. They do the same today. United, same thing, won the first game, lost the second in a bit of a disaster, won the third. Spartans, again, you think about how they were batting. I mean, they struggled to make 80 at the start of the day, made that look hard. They end up whacking 150 in the last game, but it's not good enough for a win. So, yeah, it's just what we've seen in this Prague series so far. It's been up, it's been down, it's been unpredictable. And yeah, we thought okay, they're in. But then he kind of just messed up charging at a ball he probably didn't have to. And then last ball, he just left a ball that he thought was a lot wider than it actually was. You can turn over now because they'll be about halfway through the first innings, or probably towards the end of the first innings of that Porto Wanderers Coimbra Knights chase. A clash, and so you can see that's already underway. So 2 matches from Portugal. Rico already in the box over there as we look back at the scorecard. And Well, I'm going to say, before we do that, I'm going to say a quick goodbye from here, because I know a few people would like to go over to Portugal. I'll be one of them, by the way. But just a reminder that tomorrow, right here, we'll have 5 more matches. So why don't we have a look at those fixtures, because we've got Vinarati coming up 3 times. We've got, I think, Burno playing 3 matches as well. We've got United a couple of times. And so, yeah, I mean, United getting through a fair few of their fixtures in the first few days of competition. Also the Spartans. I mean, they'll take some heart from that batting performance, even though it wasn't quite enough to get over the Tigers. So it all starts again tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 p.m. in India. But, I mean, it was such a good innings, I'm going to say, from the Spartans. Gave it a real shake. They looked like they were behind. But, yeah, Balakrishnan ends up 74 off 25, but a heartbreaking finish. So he'll have mixed emotions. Jinu Panalit, he found something, didn't he? 23 off 14. That was after Matareddy smacked 23 off 8. And you can see the urgency was there from the Spartans in the end. I mean, it's never easy to chase down anything in the 150s. It probably would have been in our top 10 chasers of all time. Would have made our highest chasers list, but they couldn't quite get there. So Jim Mia, well, he got 2 50s in the match, one with the bat and then one with the ball, because he ended up going on for 50. But, I mean, he was a big reason that they actually got those 153 in the first place, 2 for 26, Prem Yadav. And the other wicket went to Alam. But for me, he was the pick of the bowlers. Look at his economy rate compared to all the others. He went for under a run a ball. So, well, Danny, it's been wonderful to spend a full day with you here in the box. Again, big thank you to Phil G for filling in for me earlier in the week. And I just want to remind everyone to go to the website, europeancricket.com. You can check out all the information on this tournament, and of course the night series, the ECSN in Portugal, which is underway right now. If you haven't already, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Our quick shout out for our social media at European Cricket, and also for our website, like we said, you can follow along there. Great day. I really enjoyed it. Some close finishes.
Some great batting, just some great cricket all up, some massive hitting, and a couple of really close, high-scoring games. Really good, really fun.
Friendly batting conditions, friendly batting wind. I remember when I was playing back in Australia, when you had the Fremantle Doctor behind you and you were able to just kind of feel those shots off the bat fly. Very different to when you're hitting into the teeth of the breeze. I think it would have been a very different game if we were playing from the other end. But we weren't. It meant the bowlers had to be good. It meant the really good bowlers stood out. Yeah. I was going to say, I think Alam was brilliant. And you think that without his 1 for 11 off 2, I don't think that they're defending that 150 plus score. Anyway, Danny, enjoy your day off tomorrow. It's been wonderful to be with you.
Likewise.
I'm going to turn over to Rico, and you can do the same thing. Thanks to all of our chatters as well, to all the Blue crew, to everyone else that's made this happen today, the officials and the players and everyone else. Back tomorrow. We're going to leave you with some highlights today, though. I'll see you in Portugal, and then I'll see you right here tomorrow. We're going to transport ourselves back to this wonderful ground at Vinage. But we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
See ya.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hola mi familia y bienvenido de campo de Miranda de Corvo, pues ese partido de European Cricket Night Series aquí, sí, fiesta de noche, y tengo dos equipos, de equipo de Porto Wanderers y de Coimbra Knights, y ahora es de oportunidad por los Knights para ganar el segundo partido aquí en esta serie. Hello and welcome back as the Coimbra Knights are looking to chase 92 to register their second victory in this night series, and Porto Wanderers will know that even though they were boosted by the likes of Anthony Chambers, Conrad Greenshields and Junaid Khan, who's going to be opening the bowling, it wasn't the start that they wanted, so they're going to have to do hard work with the ball. And what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to do basically what the Coimbra Knights did. That's put a perfect performance in the field. So Junaid to bowl the first, and it will be Azhar Andani, who's already scored a fine half-century in this series. And he whips this away, and they'll take a single, of course. Junaid Khan and Azhar Andani will know each other well, and they have played together in the national side. Azhar gets off the mark, remember, scored 73 of 20 in a player match performance in the win against Gamblers in the very first match of this night series. And that's delightfully clipped away, and it will be 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Manjeet Singh, and on the leg side, and he just whips it away. Nicely played. Fighter CC is who Manjeet played for when the teams played in the SCG, and he was well, it was good to watch then. It's a good pickup for the Knights, and that's a wild delivery. It's wide outside the off. The fielder gets down and makes a stop. He'd be disappointed that he wasn't able to find the boundary on this one. Fielded out there by Junaid Bashir. So they've got that sweeper out on the offside, and the third man back. That's the field set here. Everybody else is tight on that 30-yard circle. They've also got a man in quite close on the offside, just putting in a bit of extra pressure there. It's almost like a short cover to try and, well, A, to stop any cheeky singles, but take a sharp catch. That's Neil Charles, that's in close there. Junaid. Outside the off, we're going to miss from Manjeet Singh. Junaid, of course, we saw him in action in the European Cricket International Series in Hungary. He bowled well once again, and he put in 1 or 2 good batting performances as well. He's a very good all-rounder to have, and his batting does suit this format of the game. Well, they're appealing here. It sounds to me like that was a fair bit of bat on that. Let's see what the umpire signals. No signal at all. Yeah. So, yeah, off the bat, that will be the end of the over, and it will be 8 without loss. And that's the key, I think. Try and keep wickets in hand. You can see, understand the appeal, but clearly off the bat. But wickets are what Porto Wanderers want. That's what they'll want first up. Looking to stay with the pace. No Ali Adnan in the side for Coimbra Knights today, so they're going to miss him. He was a good contributor in both their matches against the Gamblers. He opened the batting on one occasion with Azhar Andani. On the other occasion, Lavi Sani did. The captain, who didn't perform badly in the first knock, he provided good support for Azhar in that victory. So, but he's opted for other options here. And this one should be taken. It's an easy catch, and that's the first wicket. Conrad Greenshields is not going to miss that. And well, Singh will go early. And it's one of those, it's very similar to some other wickets that we've seen forward. Probably the same of the one of Junaid Bashir, if I'm honest. It's that delivery where the batters is trying to hit down the ground, but the ball's coming up on you. They're just not getting any power in the shot, not getting underneath it. And Manjeet Singh will have to depart. So 8 for 1. And as I said, this is what Port Wanderers have to do, is pick up wickets early. And Manjeet will go for a run of ball 6, 1 for Conrad. Making no mistakes, taking the catch. And well, it's well, not Junaid Khan, but Junaid Bashir who gets the wicket. Batted well as well, Bashir, before he departed. Made a good contribution early on, made 18 of 8. But yeah, similar. He was out to similar fashion, similar shot. So new batter will come in, and it's Mandeep Mal, who had a very good time out there in the field. Bowled well, fielded well, caught well. And, well, he makes a blistering start. Well, this go all the way? No, just short. It's short and wide. It gets cut away. And that's an explosive start for Mal. Lovely hit. On the up, cutting it away. Too much width first up from Bashir. Well, Bashir gets bashed. Oh, this one doesn't come up at all. And that's sometimes the inconsistency that we get. Yeah, just watch the bounce on this one. It just doesn't come up. It stays low. And the batter has to deal with it. So continue with the live action here. And, oh, well, there's the... Well, if you're a batter, you're probably thinking, all right, now what? I had one which hardly came up. This one takes up and actually has been signalled as one for the over for Bashir. And it's probably a very similar length to the one before. So it can misbehave sometimes, the pitch. But one thing I say about it, it's like playing on a turf wicket. Turf wickets can do that. Just going to be wide of Conrad, who goes across. Well, keep it to 1. Throw back to the keeper, so Sabapathy Kanaka tidies it up behind the stumps. We've just seen Vinny Sandhu in the chat. Hello, Vinny. And he's saying hello to everyone. Yeah, and he's giving me a special hi. Well, a special hi to you as well. Well, talking about high, I think this might be high. Let's see if this is going to be called. Well, it goes for 6. Is it going to be a 7 up? I get the feeling this might be, you know. And the umpires are looking at each other. I think they've been on the walkie-talkies. So this is one that for Bucks and Tyrone Peters to have a look at. It's an awkward one, isn't it, for the umpires on the screen? Because let's just say the white stands don't really help. And it gets called, though, and I suspected it. So there you go. It's a 7 up. And good work, once again, from our production crew here, Kruno Mate and Jedi, and of course the umpires communicating well between each other. Yeah, hello to Vinny Sandhu. And Vinny, did you start today? You're starting tomorrow. A lot of people on the chat, Chris, Kroom, and of course I want to say a big welcome to everybody that's joining us now from Czech Republic. I know that the cricket there has come to an end. I'll give you a little update how things finished there. Of course, that last match ended up being a superb match. In fact, give you the details of that. Over 300 runs scored as this one has been clubbed away. Volley, Azarandani turning on the style, and Bashir, it's, well, he does take a wicket, but it ends up being an expensive over. It goes for 19. And, well, that one's been whacked away. So they're up and about here. 27 for 1. Might get a chance to have a look at the standings here. You can see, you will see that Marlow, with 2 wins out of 2 yesterday, is sitting at the top. Coimbra Knights and Gamblers, they share the spoils on night number 1. They're on 2 points apiece. So whoever wins out of here, well, if it's the Coimbra Knights, they'll go joint with Marlow. And Port Wanderers will open their account. But Junaid is going to bowl he second. And he needs to get a breakthrough here. Needs to be a tied over. We'll take a single. Yeah, going back to the match that finished, match number 20 in the Czech Republic. Well, it was a win, a great chase by the Prague Tigers. Are turning it on, aren't they? The Spartans 151 for 5, and the Prague Tigers 153 for 5. So